Every love story has secrets. Ours were dangerous enough to ruin lives. This is The Bride Who Kept Secrets. Sorrento was supposed to be the beginning. Sunlit terraces above crystal blue water, white flowers spilling over stone balconies. A week in paradise before marrying the man I loved. The future I'd dreamed about for years. But from the moment we arrive, something feels wrong. My mother keeps questioning Tom. The extravagant surprises, the decisions he made without me, the way he smiles while quietly controlling everything around him. She says it's concern. I tell myself she's trying to sabotage my happiness. Then there's Lily. Daughter barely looks at me unless she has to. Every silence from her feels deliberate. Every glance reminds me that no matter how badly I want this family, she will never truly let me belong in it. And then I notice the woman at the pool, always alone, always watching, especially Lily. At first I convince myself I'm imagining it, until the moment Tom sees her for the first time. The color drains from his face, and suddenly, our perfect wedding week begins to unravel. Because that woman isn't a stranger. She's part of a past Tom never told me about, a past he can no longer keep buried. The night he finally confesses, it feels like the ground disappears beneath me. I was about to marry has been lying from the very beginning, and the truth is far worse than I imagined. But Tom isn't the only one hiding something. Because I came to Sorrento with secrets of my own, secrets I convinced myself didn't matter anymore, secrets capable of destroying more than just our wedding. By the end of the week, every lie will be exposed, every betrayal laid bare. And as the waves crash against the cliffs below our villa, I'm forced to ask myself one terrifying question. How well do you really know the person you're about to marry? Because sometimes the most dangerous secrets aren't the ones we hide from strangers. They're the ones we hide from the people we love most. Prologue. The day before. Was she really going to tell Tom that their wedding was off less than 24 hours before the ceremony? Carrie held tightly to the hot chrome rail, closing her eyes against the sharp reflection of the sun on the water. However much she loved him, there was no way she could marry Tom tomorrow after everything she'd discovered in the last few days. It would be wrong to go through with it now. Everything had changed. But reaching the right decision was easier than following it. Could she really do this? On the horizon, a cruise ship passed slowly, moving effortlessly towards its next destination. Closer to the shore, indigo waves tumbled against the rocks. Of the hotel air conditioning, the air on the balcony was stifling. Tomorrow was supposed to be the beginning of a bright new life, their wedding day. But shadows from her past, and Tom's, had proved too powerful to ignore. He would be here within moments. A few words, and it would all be over. Plans drawn, foundations laid, walls constructed brick by careful brick, would all come crashing down. Through the heat of the Italian air, the laughter of holidaymakers bubbled upwards to mock her mood. Only 5 days ago, that had been her, hopeful, happy, and excited to marry the man she loved. If she chose to, she could still go through with it. Marry Tom tomorrow. No, too many years had been lost to lies and deceit. Truths blurred, decisions taken, secrets kept. No one was innocent of deception. It was up to Carrie now to draw a line, not one created in sand to be washed away by the tide. Permanent, irrevocable. Forever. Heart aching at the loss of the future she'd allowed herself to dream, she turned towards the sound of the opening door, ready to say the words that would change everything. Chapter 1. 5 days before. It would be difficult to say that this wedding venue was beyond Carrie's wildest dreams when she'd never dared dream of a wedding at all. What do you think? Tom slipped his arm across her back, eyes eager for her reaction, smile as wide as the harbor spread out in front of them. Smooth as glass, the sea below was the deep azure blue seen only on the covers of travel magazines. On the edge of the cliff, she held tightly to the rail at the top of the glass wall and breathed in the lemony air as Tom's thumb stroked the top of her bare shoulder. Would she ever take this feeling for granted? The intoxicating physicality of his close proximity. Like the view, there was only one word for it. It's incredible. At midday, the heat of the sun was made bearable by a soft, salty breeze making its way over the rocks. Veranda, a steep path of rugged steps led down to a small strip of pale sand. In 5 days' time, they would be married on that secluded beach. Carrie's stomach fizzed at the thought. Tom kissed the top of her head. I knew you'd love Sorrento. I've been so excited to bring you here. Look out there. She followed the direction of his finger. Further towards the horizon, partly hidden in a smoky mist, a giant rock speared the sky. Is that Vesuvius? The one that erupted over Pompeii? Perhaps one of the most famous volcanoes in the world, it looked harmless from this distance. Tom grinned, his eyes glinting. It is. And it hasn't erupted in over 80 years. We should be safe. The hotel behind them was as modern as the rocks were ancient. Like a 3-tiered wedding cake, its ice-white exterior wrapped all around with glass balconies, making the most of the spectacular view. Carrie had almost gasped when they were welcomed into the vast, marble-floored reception before Tom led her out here. Knowing better than to ask how much a place like this must have cost, she turned into his arms and clasped her hands behind his neck. It's amazing. You're amazing. I can't believe you've done all this for me. From the moment Tom had proposed, he'd told her that he wanted to give her a magical wedding. It was his idea to come here, to Sorrento, and he'd organized everything. The venue, the flights, the ceremony. All she'd had to do was choose her dress and the color for the flowers. Before he could kiss her again, they were interrupted by the rhythmic slap of younger footsteps. Dad, where's the swimming pool? On the other side of Tom, Lily screwed up her eyes against the strength of the sun. In her t-shirt, shorts, and sandals, with her long dark hair pulled up away from her neck, she was a typical 12-year-old girl on holiday. In the bridesmaid dresses she'd tried on over the last couple of months, she'd looked closer to 16. Keeping Carrie close, Tom wrapped his arm around his daughter. It's on the other side of the hotel. Our room will be ready soon. Once we're unpacked, we can get changed and explore. Lily groaned. It's hot. I want to go in now. You promised we could swim as soon as we got here. Carrie wanted Lily as happy as possible before the wedding. The bridesmaid dress shopping trips had been strained, Lily enjoying trying options in every color of the rainbow, while clearly uncomfortable about her father's wedding to a woman he'd only dated for a year. With 5 days until the ceremony, it was important that Lily still had time with Tom all to herself. Carrie reached for his hand around her shoulder and patted it. Why don't you go and check out the pool? Maybe Lily can put her feet in at least. Test how warm the water is. It's going to be an hour before our rooms are ready anyway. In his white linen shirt, Tom was already at home in this luxury. He'd made it clear that he wanted everything about this wedding to be perfect, but that could only happen if Lily was happy too. Okay, but if they bring out the room keys, don't go up until we're all together. If she was honest, it was also an opportunity for a little time alone, a chance to catch her breath. I promise not to set foot in the room without you. I need to find out where my mum has got to anyway. She might have got lost on the way back from the restroom. Though Tom had booked a luxury car to collect them at Naples airport, it had taken over an hour to get to their hotel, and her mother had been suspiciously subdued the whole way there. Tom had done his best to keep them entertained with information from the guidebook, but with her mother staring out of the window and Lily staring at her phone screen, Carrie had been his only audience. Nothing seemed to dampen his excitement at being here, though. When he leaned in to kiss her, he looked her deep in the eye, making her stomach flip over. "I love you." She'd heard those 3 words more in the last year than in her whole life. "I love you too, and I can't wait to marry you." Behind him, Lily was shifting from one impatient foot to the other, rolling her eyes at their public affection. "Come on, Dad." Gently, Carrie pushed him away. "Go on, have fun. I'm going to enjoy the view a little longer. I'll see you in a while." Across the bay, a marina was full of sleek white speedboats, barely moving in the still water. Where the sun kissed the surface, it sparkled like diamonds. How had Tom found somewhere this perfect? It was heaven. And yet, "Here you are," appeared. Carrie counted to 5 before replying to her mother. "I did say we'd wait for you outside." Unmoved by the beauty all around them, her mother frowned at Carrie, rather than appreciating the incredible view. "What time can we get into our rooms? I would have expected a place this fancy to have everything ready for us." Taking a deep breath, Carrie reminded herself that it had been a long time since her mother had flown to a foreign country, that she was probably tired and cranky. "They'll be ready in an hour. Why don't we get a drink and sit on the deck for a while? We can look at this beautiful view." "It's amazing here, isn't it?" To be fair, her pink face looked hot and uncomfortable. "Yes, it's nice. Let's get a drink. I need to cool off." Across the back of the hotel, a large deck strewn with clusters of bistro tables and chairs faced out towards the sea. Once she had a chair with a cushion and a cold white wine spritzer, her mother's mood improved. She even managed a slightly barbed compliment about the hotel. "It's all very luxurious." "Yes, I can't wait to see our room." On the plane, Tom had teased her with pictures of the places he'd considered booking for their wedding, promising that this hotel was even better. Her pleasure was more about his excitement than the luxurious rooms he was showing her. With their large wine glasses, the waiter had brought a small bowl of shiny green olives, and her mother pushed them to the far edge of the table with a grimace. How did he manage to arrange this in such a short space of time? It wasn't her mother's words that grated. It was the tone. Unimpressed. Suspicious. What else had Carrie expected? The first words out of her mouth when they'd announced their engagement had been, "What's the rush?" followed quickly by, "Don't say you're pregnant at your age." Carrie took another gulp of the icy wine, washing down the retort in her throat. No one was going to spoil this for them. Not her mother's opinions, or Lily's moods, or her own anxious thoughts, because it had happened rather quickly. She'd only started working for Tom about 18 months ago. Before that, he'd run his management consultancy business alone, and had only decided to get an assistant because success had brought in more work than he could handle. To begin with, he'd been a little stiff and awkward with her, but they'd built a rapport at the office, which had led to a dinner after working late, and then a dinner that was not because they were working late, and pretty quickly, she'd fallen in love with him. Now she repeated what she'd explained several times already. Finding places like this is second nature for Tom, and he had a great travel agent. It was quick. With Tom not around, her mother took the opportunity for one last plea. "And you're really sure this is what you want? I mean, I know he has money and is handsome and everything, but marrying someone with a daughter, a widower, it's not ideal, is it?" This again. Did her mother honestly think that Carrie was such a great catch? 42 years old, and she'd never even lived with a man before she met Tom, while he hadn't dated anyone since Lily's mother died 10 years ago. Perhaps he was the one who needed to be asked that question. I'm completely sure, Mum. I love him. I'm happy. I'd like you to be happy for me too. Because of this constant undermining of their relationship, she'd never be able to share with her mother the wobbles she'd had in the last few weeks. The 3 a.m. worries that one day Tom was going to realize that he could have done a lot better than her, or that Lily would never let her close enough to be the mother to her that she longed to be, or the cruel fear that, should this all come crashing to an end, she'd be left with absolutely nothing. Instead, at least in front of her mother, she'd felt forced to wear a mask of certainty that she'd never trusted herself to actually feel. Maybe it was too much to expect her mother to be overjoyed about Carrie's wedding after her own terrible experience of marriage. But now they were here, at Tom's expense. She could at least keep her reservations to herself. Instead of replying to Carrie's request to be happy for her, she nodded in the direction of the water. It's very rocky down there. What was James saying about boats crashing? So she had been listening to his excerpts from the travel guide after all. Not any longer. He was talking about ancient times. That's how Sorrento got its name. The Greeks believed that sirens lived here and lured sailors with their beautiful voices until they smashed into the rocks and died. That was rewarded with a raised eyebrow. What a romantic place to get married. Carrie was too tired for this. Mum, I hope you're not going to... Oh, Carrie. She lifted a hand to stop her speaking. It's a joke. You're far too sensitive. Behind them, French doors opened, and they turned towards the concierge, wearing a crisp white jacket with a Nehru collar, who stepped out and gave them a small bow. Apologies for the delay. Your rooms are ready. Eager to be polite, Carrie straightened up in her chair. Thank you. I'm just going to wait for my fiancé. He's in the pool with his daughter. Is that okay? Lily was the other person she wanted to please this week. It wasn't, she hoped, that she actively disliked Carrie. She'd just got used to having her dad to herself. Carrie had tried to say the right things, that she wasn't trying to replace her mother, that she wanted to be her friend. But that hadn't been right either. Lily had never even known her mother. Too young to have any memory of her before she died. That had been her mother's other tactless comment after their engagement. Maybe he just wants a mother for his daughter. The concierge bowed again. Of course. Whenever you are ready, I will be at the front desk waiting to escort you to the bridal suite. Carrie's face warmed. She'd assumed he'd just leave a key. She wasn't used to being somewhere as exclusive and expensive. Before meeting Tom, her trips abroad had generally involved a backpack or a last-minute getaway deal with friends. Her mother folded her arms. Well, I'd like to go to my room. I've had an incredibly long day and I need to lie down. Irritation prickled in Carrie's stomach. Why couldn't she wait until they all went up together? With practice, she slowly breathed out the annoyance and smiled at her instead. That's fine. You can go ahead. Her mother frowned. Will you not come to the room with me? I have bags to carry. Forcing herself to ignore the stern demand of her mother's eyes, Carrie stayed where she was. I'm going to wait here for Tom and Lily. With professional smoothness, the concierge turned to her mother. I will have someone follow with your bags, madam. She could practically see the struggle on her mother's face between wanting to ask again for Carrie to come with her and not making a scene in front of a stranger. Thankfully, her social graces won out. I shall see you after my nap. With relief, Carrie watched the concierge follow her mother through the French doors back to reception. Finally alone, she closed her eyes and let the light dance behind her eyelids, face warmed by the sunshine. It had touched her that Tom had wanted to give her a wedding this incredible. She felt cruel to think it. In many ways, it was easier that he was widowed rather than divorced. At least there was no specter of an ex-wife in their lives. But it was difficult to live up to someone who had been made saintly by their passing. For Lily's sake, Tom had created the myth of a near goddess, and in doing so, perhaps he'd come to believe it too. It didn't help that she'd never met anyone who'd known his first wife. Tom's mother had died the year before they met, and he had no siblings. The only friends of his she'd met had been people he'd got to know since he and Lily had moved to the area where they lived now, when Lily was around 4. Perhaps if there'd been someone she could speak to who'd known Lily's mother, and could vouch for the fact that she was indeed merely human, it wouldn't have made her feel so secondary. A shadow darkened the orange behind her eyelids, and she opened them to Tom's smiling face. "Come on, Sleepy. Let's go to our room." Grateful, she tucked into his strong arm, and they made their way back towards reception with Lily racing ahead. In 5 days' time, she would be Tom's wife and Lily's stepmother, and would have the family she'd dreamed of since her own had been torn apart. Chapter 2. Elegant, luxurious, and roughly the size of her old apartment, the suite that Tom had booked was absolutely incredible. The door opened straight into the bedroom. To the right, a king-size bed covered in a billowing white cloud of duvet invited you to lose yourself in amongst it. At the foot of the bed, 2 thick white fluffy towels were twisted into swans with their beaks entwined. An apt choice. Swans, she remembered from a school poetry lesson, mated for life. To her left, a gray velvet couch angled inwards from the wall, and a glass-topped bistro table held various confectionery gifts from the hotel. Biscuits and chocolates and a magnum of champagne in a silver bucket. What particularly caught her eye, just beyond the sitting room area, were the wide French doors opening onto a glass balcony with its endless view of the Mediterranean. "I can't believe this is all for just us." Tom's pleasure at seeing her amazement was palpable. "I take it that you like it?" She was almost scared to touch anything. "Like it? It's amazing, Tom. I had no idea it was going to be like this." He pressed his hand into the small of her back. "Well, let's go inside then." If anything, the room seemed even bigger once she was in the middle of it. The bellboy wheeled in their cases, and Tom palmed some notes into his hand. It was one of the many things he did that came naturally to him, these tiny behaviors of people who were used to wealth. When the bellboy bowed in her direction, she blushed. She felt such a fraud. "Wait until you see the bathroom." In 3 strides, Tom was across the room and opening a door onto an elegant marble suite, a white slipper bath, separate double shower cubicle, and 2 basins. It was the kind of bathroom you'd expect royalty to have. Carrie's toothbrush and face cream were going to get lost in there. Back in the main room, Lily planted herself down onto one of the couches. "Where am I going to sleep?" Carrie had wondered the same thing, but Tom had it all under control. "Well, this is one of the reasons I booked this suite. Follow me." Behind the couch was a door Carrie had mistaken for a cupboard. Opening it with a flourish and a bow, Tom revealed a separate bedroom with swans of its own on each of 2 single beds. "A bedroom for a princess." Lily grinned as she wandered in. "Do I have a bathroom too?" "Of course." He nodded to another door, which led into a small but perfectly formed ensuite. He'd thought of everything. Everyone's ideal arrangement to have their soon-to-be stepdaughter in an adjoining room on the week of their wedding. But they'd discussed the possibility of Lily sharing with Carrie's mother and discounted it immediately. For both their sakes. Not for the first time, she wished that they had other guests coming to the wedding. That there'd be someone to look after Lily, at least, on their actual wedding night. But Tom had wanted it to be just them, and she was glad that Lily would be safely in the adjoining room. The buzz of Tom's phone interrupted the room tour, and he slipped it from his pocket, frowned at the screen, and then smiled apologetically. "Sorry, it's work. I just need to take this." He backed out through the adjoining door, leaving Carrie hovering in Lily's room. "Your room looks great. Do you want me to help you unpack?" Lily shook her head. "No, I can do it. I'm going to get changed into my swimsuit, So she wanted her to leave. How Carrie wished that she knew how to make this relationship work. She was longing to be the kind of stepmother who Lily would want to hang out with, letting her paint her fingernails and gossip about her friends. Tom kept saying that she just needed time, but Carrie was beginning to worry that it would never happen, that she just didn't have the skills to be a mother. Of course. Well, I'll just be next door. After closing Lily's bedroom door quietly, she surveyed the empty bedroom. Tom had pulled the door of the balcony closed behind him, but it was still open a crack, and through that she could catch the odd word from his call. It sounded like he was talking to his accountant. While she waited, she unpacked their things. As part of their preparations for the trip, he'd bought them smart matching luggage in purple, her favorite color, and the first suitcase had been laid on a luggage stand by the bellboy. She unzipped it and made a start on transferring clothes to the chest of drawers. Being interrupted by Tom's work was a pretty regular occurrence. Before he'd met her, he used to work long into the evenings, stopping only for the few hours between collecting Lily from the childminder and her going to bed. His strong work ethic was one of the many things she loved about him. She was the same. When she'd first worked for him, he'd explained that he'd had to rebuild his business after losing almost everything. Though he'd never gone into detail, she'd gleaned that the loss of his first company had something to do with what had happened when his wife died. She'd assumed that he'd had a breakdown of some sort and let things go. It explained why he was so determined to make a success of things this time around. And dropping a pile of t-shirts into a drawer, she was surprised to hear his voice raised. "How much can I take out? Just give me a figure." There was something in his tone that made her nervous. He was usually calm in any work crisis. As his assistant, and even more since she'd become his fiancée, she'd been involved in various elements of the business. Lately, though, he'd been borderline secretive with bank statements, and had changed the password on the business account. When she'd asked for the new password, needing to pay some small invoices, he'd fobbed her off and said he'd give it to her after the wedding, using the excuse that he might have paid for things that were going to be a surprise. Her instinct had been to tell him that he shouldn't have been financing any of their wedding from a company account. But who was she to tell him what to do with his own money? "I need to do it." "No. Before I get back." The urgency in Tom's voice pulled at Carrie's stomach. What could he be talking about that sounded so important? The door to Lily's bedroom opened, and she stuck her head through the doorway. "How much longer is Dad going to take? He promised he'd take me back to the pool." At least this gave Carrie a good excuse to ask him if everything was okay. "Give me a sec. I'll just see how long he's going to be." As Tom paced from one end to the other of the large balcony, his frown was out of place with the serene backdrop of the cloudless blue skies and smooth sea. Whatever he was talking about, it was not good news. He stopped in front of her with an apologetic smile and covered the microphone on his phone with his hand. "I'm sorry about this." "Is everything okay?" "It will be. Just some accounting issue." Lily was wondering about going to the pool. He pulled a face. "This is going to take a bit longer than I thought. Tell her I'll be right there as soon as I can." That wouldn't go down too well, and Carrie didn't want to sit and wait in the room either. "I could take her." The relief on his face made her glad she'd offered. "Would you? Thanks. That'd be great. She'll love that. Lily most definitely would not love to go to the pool with safety-conscious Carrie over her fun father, but it would give Carrie the opportunity to spend time with her. No problem. Come and find us when you're done. She'd left the door to the balcony open, so Lily had heard Tom's thanks, and her face confirmed what Carrie had guessed. Despite her disappointment, she was desperate enough to get to the pool that she'd take even Carrie as her escort. Located on the other side of the hotel, the pool was a large turquoise oval with shallow steps at either end and clearly designed to be relaxed around rather than for serious swimming. From the edge, white-cushioned sun loungers arranged into couples were far more inviting to Carrie than the pool itself. Though she could swim, she wasn't hugely confident in the water. Lily, on the other hand, was a fish, wading straight in, gliding through the water, then kicking herself onto her back where she floated with ease. Cautiously, Carrie followed her in until she came alongside her. "The hotel is great, isn't it? Your dad did well." She knew better than to expect an enthusiastic response. "I knew what it was like. He showed me the pictures ages ago." Compared to the temperature of the air, even the heated pool was cool around Carrie's middle, water over her shoulders to prepare herself to go in further. "Well, you did well to keep it a secret then. It was a lovely surprise." Determined to show that she knew more than her, Lily changed tack. "There's a water park nearby. Dad said he'd take me when you go out with your mom." Anything high or fast or covered in water was not Carrie's idea of a good time, so Tom would have been right to suggest he take Lily to a water park alone. But he might have asked at least. A day out with her mum was not really a pleasurable activity for her to do instead. "I'm sure you'll love that. You're much braver than I am." "I know." So often the way Lily spoke to her was borderline rude, but she was an almost teenager whose dad was getting married after years of being single. Obviously, she was going to need time to adjust. Carrie was also going to need to adjust. Having never had a child of her own, she was about to become a stepmother to a fully formed girl. Lily tipped herself back to standing and screwed up her nose. "Aren't you going to swim?" Feigned enthusiasm was becoming a habit. Of course. Messing around in a pool was new territory for Carrie with no blueprint to follow. The only time she'd played in a swimming pool as a child had been with her father. Once, after her mother had withdrawn her from the swimming lessons she'd pronounced too risky, he'd taken Carrie to their local pool and worked at building her confidence by getting her to jump off the side into his safe arms. She could still remember the way her stomach had flipped as she'd launched herself into the air. From that point on, she hadn't been into a pool until her first holiday with her school friends, the year they'd turned 18. Lily was waiting. If Carrie was going to learn to be a fun stepmother, she was going to have to brave the cold. She took a deep breath and crouched down in one sharp movement, unable to prevent a gasp as the icy water lapped her sun-warmed shoulders. Lily laughed and made for the other end of the pool. As she watched her go, Carrie's eye caught a blonde woman in large sunglasses also following Lily's progress. Although she would guess her to be around the same age as herself, that's where the similarity ended. With one long, slim, tanned leg bent and the other stretched out on the sun lounger, she could have been posing for the cover of a fashion magazine in her high-legged, low-cut, scarlet swimsuit. Far more at home in these glamorous surroundings than Carrie could ever hope to be. Her glad that she was up to her neck in water. As Lily flipped herself at the other end of the pool and made her way back towards Carrie, the woman swung her legs from the end of the lounger and slid her champagne glass onto a small side table. When she came slowly down the steps of the pool, the water barely moved. "You're still not actually swimming," Lily accused as she leveled with Carrie. Acutely aware of the woman in the red swimsuit, Carrie angled herself between her and Lily. "Okay, I'm doing it. You go, I'll follow." Lily threw herself back into the water. In the wake of her kicking legs, water splashed into Carrie's eyes and up her nose. Coughing and spluttering, she righted herself and wiped at her face. Once her eyes were clear, the woman in the red swimsuit, serene as a swan, was gliding in parallel with Lily, not attempting to disguise the fact that she was watching her. Oblivious, Lily torpedoed through the water, hit the other end, and then swam back towards Carrie. At one point, the woman seemed about to call out, but Lily was too fast. Pleased with herself, Lily rose from the water like a nymph. "We need to get Dad. You're too slow for me." "Yes, good idea." She wished that Tom was there too. The woman's gaze was making her increasingly uncomfortable. It wasn't normal to watch a stranger so openly, particularly a child. Should Carrie say something? But what? Before she could make up her mind, the woman reached the far end and stepped out of the pool, plucked a towel from her sun lounger, and wrapped it around herself. Lily followed Carrie's gaze, which gave the woman the opportunity to catch her eye. She waved with her fingertips. "Enjoy your swim." After she turned and left, Carrie realized that her words had only been directed at Lily. It was as if Carrie didn't exist. Chapter 3. After the woman had gone, Carrie and Lily stayed in the pool for almost an hour, with Carrie on high alert for her return. Despite his promise, Tom didn't make it down to join them. Was it the responsibility of looking out for Lily, and in a swimming pool, that had made Carrie paranoid? From a more rational standpoint, the woman might just have been surprised to see a child in the pool. Irritated, even? All of the other guests she'd seen had been adults. It was term time, after all. Tom had been given special permission to take Lily out of school for the week for her dad's wedding. Carrie had suggested they wait for the next school holiday, but once she'd accepted his proposal, Tom had been keen that they get married as soon as possible. The destination wedding had been all his idea, too. She'd have been happy with a registry office and a few friends, dinner out at a nice restaurant afterwards. But he had been insistent that he wanted to give her something special, and it had felt ungrateful to keep saying no. Still, she couldn't shake off the feeling that it wasn't just the appearance of a child in the pool which had caused the woman in the red swimsuit to stare. She hadn't looked irritated. On the contrary, she'd seemed to enjoy watching Lily swimming. Though she couldn't quite explain it, Carrie had found her interest unnerving. When Lily announced she was starving, it was a welcome excuse to leave the pool. "Let's go back and see what your dad's doing. Maybe we can go and get something to eat." Before taking the towel she offered her, Lily shook herself off like a puppy, covering Carrie in a spray of cold water. "Do you think they have chips? I badly want chips." "I'm pretty sure this hotel will have anything you desire." Carrie had a fleeting memory of a bag of hot chips after swimming, so vivid that she could practically smell the salt and vinegar. Her dad winking at her and swearing her to secrecy because her mum would not approve of her eating directly from the bag. In the last few months, these flashes of her father were emerging more frequently from the mists of her memory. Seeing Tom with Lily must be triggering them. On the way back to their room, a familiar wave of guilt washed over her. She should have asked her mother if she wanted to join them at the pool. Though she'd planned to take a nap, and would want to unpack and get herself straight. That was a couple of hours ago. By now, she was likely to be waiting to hear from Carrie. She was also conscious of Lily's wet hair dripping onto the carpet in the corridor, and wanted to get her back to the room as quickly as possible. "I'll drop you off, and then I'll go and check on my mum." Lily shrugged. "You don't have to come with me. I'll be fine going back on my own." She probably would be, but that wasn't a call Carrie was ready to make, especially after the weird experience with a woman at the pool. "I want to check in with your dad anyway." Inside the room, Tom was perched on the end of the bed, where one of the towel-crafted swans had fallen onto its side. Phone still pressed to his ear, he rubbed at his temples with his free hand. Disappeared into her own room to take a shower, and Tom held up 2 fingers to indicate that he was only going to be another couple of minutes before disappearing out to the balcony. What was so confidential that she couldn't listen in? Carrie wanted to take a shower too, but she had to check on her mother first. Peeling off her soggy swimsuit in the bathroom, she caught sight of her body in the mirror that took up the whole of the wall behind the basins. Though she'd always kept herself pretty fit, there was no mistaking the fact that she had the body of a 42-year-old woman. She wouldn't be the young, blushing bride that her friends had been at their weddings. Maybe that was also why Tom had suggested this beach wedding. It was different to his first. Not that he had told her much about his first wife, only that she had died just before Lily's 2nd birthday, a tumor discovered after she'd given birth. It had all happened quickly, and had been so traumatic that he couldn't talk about it. Even to Lily, he found it hard to speak about what had happened. But she admired the way he told her about her mother, how much she'd loved her little girl. And she didn't need the photograph on Lily's bedroom wall to prove how beautiful she'd been. Lily herself was a physical embodiment of that. When she knocked on her mother's door, it opened immediately. "I wondered when you were going to remember me." She smiled as if she was joking, but Carrie had to bite her tongue to remind her mother that she was more than capable of sending a text or knocking on their door. "I was just in the pool with Lily." "That's nice for you both." Which actually meant, why didn't you ask me? Carrie had learned to be a thermometer for her mother's mood, taking the temperature of her tone of voice or facial expression, reading the meaning behind her words. Her skin thinned in her mother's presence, leaving her nerves vulnerable. If she was honest, she could have lived without her mother coming on this wedding trip at all, knowing that she would, of course, find tiny reasons why things weren't quite up to her standard, and also that she'd need more looking after than 12-year-old Lily. Initially, her best friend Kristen had hoped to make the wedding, and she'd promised to keep an eye on her mother. When that had fallen through, she'd gently suggested that Carrie not bring her at all. "I know she's your mom, but this is your wedding. You deserve to have a week of freedom, and, dare I say it, you're allowed to be a little bit selfish. You can do something nice with her when you come back." She'd be lying if she said that she hadn't been tempted, especially when her mom had reacted with such ambivalence to the wedding announcement. But in the end, she couldn't do it to her. As an only child, how could she deny her mother the opportunity to see her getting married, especially as she'd had to wait a lot longer than her friends whose daughters had been married over a decade ago and were providing them with grandchildren, something that was unlikely to happen to her at 42. Either way, she was here now, and Carrie was determined to keep her mother happy and on board. "There's a cafe on site. We could go and get a coffee?" Her mother frowned. "Won't you want to do your hair first?" Carrie bit the inside of her cheek, counted to 10, then 11. "The cafe is outside. Lots of people go there straight from the pool, so I'm pretty sure no one will mind that my hair isn't perfect." With her customary pretense of innocence, her mother held out her hands. "I'm just thinking of you. This is a very nice place." Focus on the positive. Redirect the conversation. "It is nice, isn't it? I think Tom has done such a great job." "Yes, just a shame we had to come all the way here. Let me grab my wrap and we'll go to this cafe of yours." While her mother disappeared back into her room, Carrie sent a text to Tom to tell him where they were going, then leaned her back against the wall of the corridor and closed her eyes. The moment she'd revealed that they were getting married in Sorrento, her mother had looked like she'd swallowed something nasty. Like a dog with a bone, she hadn't let it go until they were on the plane. Carrie had tried to ignore it, she really had. But she had to know. When her mother emerged from the room with her sarong wrapped around her shoulders like Joan Collins, she tried again. "You've never mentioned a dislike of Italy before Tom planned this trip. Where did it come from?" There was the familiar tightening of the lips. If you must know, I came here with your father. I wasn't going to say it, but you forced me to. You forced me to. Why was it always her fault? Especially as her mother often enjoyed the opportunity to tell her how awful her father had been. Not a road Carrie wanted to go down today. Don't upset yourself, Mum. We're going to have a lovely week. It's all going to be fine. Don't upset yourself. Those 3 words had been the chorus of her life. Since she was 9, the day that her dad had walked out, it had been just the 2 of them in their small house just outside St. Albans. He'd met someone else. It was someone that Carrie's mother knew, a recently divorced friend of theirs. She had a child too, a girl 2 years younger than Carrie. He replaced both of us, her mother used to say. Fragile and vulnerable, her mother had needed a lot of tiptoeing around when Carrie was young. Easily hurt by a harsh word or an unkind glance, she herself was more than able to cut with an ill-chosen comment. Carrie had learned to seal off her own questions, her own feelings, her own rejection. But she was happy now. She had Tom, and a great life. She could afford to be generous. Café Bella Vista was fairly empty in the afternoon, and they had their choice of small square tables covered in stiff white cloths and silver cutlery. Even in the shade of its wide blue cotton canopy, the sun wrapped its warmth around them. Where is best for you, Mum? Do you want to face the pool or have your back to it? Here will be fine for me. After pulling out a seat for her mother, Carrie took the opposite chair, which looked towards the pool. With a start, she spotted the woman who'd stared at Lily earlier, now reclined and looking even more glamorous than before, having covered her swimsuit with a white caftan. A waiter in a crisp white jacket and black tie proffered a menu for each of them, and Carrie watched her mother turn on the charm. She was always good with strangers. Thank you. What a beautiful menu. Do you have English tea? Of course. Would you like English breakfast tea or Earl Grey? That surprised her. Just regular tea, please, with milk. And I'll have a mint tea, please. Once he'd gone, Carrie tried to shift the mood in a more positive direction. You look lovely in that new dress, Mum. Mum, it brings out the green in your eyes. One thing you could say about her mother, she dressed well and took care of herself. Carrie would be pleased if she still looked as good in another 30 years. And she also blossomed under the warmth of a compliment. Thank you. Yes, I was pleased with it. I decided to treat myself. It's not every day your daughter gets married, is it? Tears pricked at the corners of Carrie's eyes. Though her mum was difficult, at least she knew that she loved her. It hadn't been easy for her to be a single parent, especially as she'd lost her own mother the year before Carrie's father left. She still referred to that time as the dark years, with a dramatic edge to her voice. We're both pleased you could come. Glancing over her mother's shoulder, she caught the woman facing their direction. Oversized sunglasses made it impossible to know if she was looking directly at them, but Carrie was uncomfortable, and her mother picked up on that. What's the matter? What are you looking at? Carrie knew she was being paranoid. Nothing, it's just, sorry. She turned at the sound of Tom's voice before she felt the weight of his hands on her shoulders, and he bent to press his lips against her cheek. I know that I promised no work calls this week, but that one couldn't wait. It's all done now. Can I join you? Of course. See if you can take a chair from one of the other tables. Instinctively, Carrie glanced at her mother, checking she wasn't upset that their time alone had been curtailed. It could go either way. Though she hadn't been keen on Tom to begin with, she'd softened since they started planning the wedding, and had even suggested that Lily could stay with her the night of their actual wedding, an offer they'd yet to decide whether to take up. Diplomatically, Tom positioned his chair on the same side as her mother's, avoiding an us and her situation. The waiter brought him a drinks menu at the same time as delivering their teas, but Tom barely glanced at it. Una piccola birra, per favore. Carrie ignored the irritation on her mother's face, knowing she'd regard Tom's use of Italian as showing off, and focused on Tom. "Where's Lily?" Tom leaned back in his chair, far more relaxed than he'd sounded on the balcony earlier. She discovered the minibar full of snacks and wanted to stay in her room. Her friends just got home from school. She's FaceTiming them and giving them the grand tour. I left her showing off the ensuite. There was a lot of hilarity about the bidet. His grin was met with a frosty reception from her mother. Harry knew what was coming. "Do you think it's wise to leave her there alone? In a hotel? In a foreign country?" Safety was her mother's religion. Keeping herself out of danger had been a responsibility that Carrie had had to wear like a straitjacket her whole life. "She's 12, Mum. She's not a baby. She'll be fine." Lily was Tom's daughter. It was his decision whether she was old enough to stay in the room alone. Even so, disagreeing with her mother made Carrie's stomach clench. Habit of a lifetime. Before Tom could agree, she was distracted again by the woman at the pool. This time, she'd removed her sunglasses, and there was no mistaking it. She was staring directly at the three of them. Tom followed her gaze, turning his head to see what had caught her eye. She could have kicked herself for drawing his attention there, knowing she wouldn't come off well if he made a comparison. If she'd expected him to react to the sight of such a beautiful woman, she was right. But that wasn't the worst of it. What she hadn't expected was that every ounce of color drained from his face. Chapter 4. There was no way she was going to bring up his reaction in front of her mother. So Carrie waited until she was back in the room to ask Tom why he had blanched at the sight of the woman at the pool. While they'd finished their drinks at the cafe, it had taken every ounce of self-control she had to continue their conversation, watching Tom force himself to answer her mother's questions about the hotel and the plans for the wedding, his rigid back firmly blocking the woman's view. When they got back to the room, it was cool enough to raise goosebumps on her arms. Her hair had dried in the sun, but it hung in clumps down the back of her neck, and her swimsuit was still damp beneath her dress. All of these things were the least of her discomfort. So, who is she then? Fiddling with the air conditioning control on the wall, Tom faced away from her. "They always have these things on a setting that is way too fierce. It turns the room into an icebox." Despite the goosebumps, the cool air was welcome on her flushed cheeks. "I'm fine. Who was that woman?" He continued to jab at the digital display as if it had done him a personal injustice. What woman? Before, she'd been curious. Now she was concerned. Why was he being obtuse? "The woman at the pool, in the white dress over a red swimsuit. You know her, don't you?" He turned towards her with a frown. "I'm not sure what you're talking about, sorry. I didn't see a woman at the pool." He was making her feel like a jealous teenager. "It's fine, Tom. I don't mind you looking at women. She's very beautiful. It's your reaction that was strange." "I'm sorry, Carrie, but I honestly don't understand what you're referring to. I'm always awkward in front of your mother. You know that she clearly hates me." "She doesn't hate you, she just..." What? How could she explain it? If she said that no one was good enough for her in her mother's eyes, it would make it sound as if she'd been overly spoiled or cherished, and that definitely wasn't the case. It was more that no one was good enough to be aligned with her mother. A little too quickly, as if he'd diverted her intentionally, Tom held out his hand to emphasize that she'd proved his point. "Exactly." "You can't finish that sentence, can you?" "It's fine. I've got the rest of our lives to win her over." He stopped fiddling with the air conditioning controls and stepped towards her, surrounding her with his arms. "I don't have eyes for anyone else except you. Surely you're not getting the wedding jitters." His smile and tone teased her. Was that all it was? Was she getting more paranoid the closer they came to the wedding? Repeating old mistakes at the worst possible time? Carrie had dated her fair share of men, but none had stuck. One night, an ex-colleague, male, drunk, had pronounced her to have impossible standards. She'd laughed him off. Later, she'd worried that he might be right. Always been something that stopped her relationships getting to the next level. Until Tom. He leaned in for a kiss, but his phone interrupted them. He slipped it from his pocket, grimaced, and nodded towards the balcony. "I'll be as quick as I can." When it clicked the door closed behind him, she dropped to the bed and snatched up her own phone. She needed a second opinion. One ring, one beep, and her best friend's smile filled the screen. "Hello? What are you doing calling me? Shouldn't you be passionately lovemaking on a beach somewhere?" Just the sight of Kristen's face made her feel better, as it bounced around the screen as she walked. She'd tried everything to work out childcare in an attempt to come to the wedding, even if she could only fly out for one night. But her husband Pete was working abroad this week, and she didn't have anyone who could have the children overnight. Right now, talking to her would have to do. "I'm keeping myself chaste until after the wedding." Kristen's smile changed to a frown. "What's wrong? I can see it in your eyes. What has your mom done?" Of all of her friends, Kristen knew what her mother was like. Many times when they were out together, and her mother would call, interrupting their dinner with something vitally important, like a problem with the remote control on her TV. "Why don't you let it go to voicemail? Just sometimes," Kristen used to say. But Carrie couldn't. The fear that the one time she didn't answer the phone would be the time her mother actually needed her. Oh, she's her usual prickly self. Apparently, she came to Sorrento with my father. Oh, not good memories. Carrie assumed her mother would have told her in detail if the holiday with her father had been terrible. It was more likely that she'd had a nice time, and that's why she'd never heard about it. Who knows? Anyway, it's not her. It's Tom. She pushed herself further back on the bed, glancing at the door to the balcony to make sure he couldn't hear her. Kristen's frown deepened. What's happened? Recounting to Kristen about the woman at the pool, she heard how paranoid she must sound. Keeping her voice low, she described the moment Tom had seen the woman over her shoulder. It was the expression on his face that she wanted to talk to her friend about. Do you think I'm overreacting? That I imagined it? Kristen must have reached the school gates because she'd stopped moving. I can't say if I wasn't there. But have you had any doubts about a wandering eye before now? Of course she hadn't. If she had, Kristen would have been the first to know. No, he's been great. It's just... I don't know. It has been quick, hasn't it? Do you think I've rushed into this? Her mother's words were lurking in her head. What's the hurry? Kristen shook her head. No, I don't think you've rushed into this. It's the happiest I've ever seen you, Caddy. Do you think it might be wedding jitters? You know, because... She trailed off with a raised eyebrow, which made Carrie laugh. Because I've got form. Not that she'd ever been engaged before, but she had ended relationships for a lot less than a glance at a woman at a pool. Kristen's question was softened by the warmth of her smile. Obviously, if it turns out that Tom has done something he shouldn't, I will be the first to make sure he doesn't get away with it. Carrie's eyes filled. How much did she wish her friend was here? With only her mother to talk to, was it any wonder she was doubting Tom? Thanks, lovely friend. What would I do without you? Kristen blew her a kiss. You'll never have to find out. I'm sorry again that I can't be there. She waved at someone in the distance. Right, the kids are coming out of school. I need to go. Have a lovely time with the wedding coordinator tomorrow. I love you. I love you too. It was so easy the way that Kristen told her she loved her. And after much practice, it was easy for her to return. Before their friendship, she'd never said it aloud before, or had it said to her. She knew her mother loved her, but she wasn't one for articulating it. Speaking to Kristin had put her mind at rest. Her own insecurity about the glamorous woman at the pool had made her imagine Tom's reaction. It wouldn't be the first time her jealousy had made her overreact to something. Never with Tom, though, to make her feel insecure. Her skin was sticky from the pool, and she needed a shower. Tom was still on the phone, so rather than call out to tell him where she'd be, she pushed open the balcony door. He had his back to her, elbows on the chrome rim of the glass balcony. With a clear view of the sea through the glass, he looked precarious despite being completely safe. Before she could speak, he swore quietly, under his breath, then sighed deeply. Just give her the amount she wants, but we have to make it clear that this is a one-time thing. I can't afford to do this again. Gently, she pulled the door closed. Who was he paying money to? And why was he clearly keeping it a secret? Chapter 5. 4 days before. Last night, after a quiet dinner in the hotel restaurant, Carrie had struggled to sleep. Cruel as ever, her imagination tortured her about Tom's reaction to the sight of the woman at the pool. Even if Kristin was right and her anxiety was due to last-minute wedding jitters, she definitely hadn't imagined his phone conversation on the balcony yesterday. Just give her the amount she wants. Who had he been talking about? Was it connected? When she'd asked him if everything was okay, Tom had kissed her and said it was just work stuff and nothing to worry about. Interrupted by a call from the hotel wedding coordinator, reminding them about their appointment to finalize the details for the big day. By the time they'd had dinner, it had felt paranoid to bring it up again. At some point, she must have fallen asleep because she woke with a start just after sunrise. The panic that had forced her awake dissipated when she realized, with a rush of relief, that the horror she'd emerged from, of Tom leaving her, had only been a nightmare. Then the worries from the night before crept back in, making her chest heavy with an unnamed fear. While Tom slept on, she slipped out of bed and tiptoed across to the wardrobe, opening the furthest door where she'd hung her wedding dress yesterday. Slowly, so as not to make a sound, she pulled down the zip on the heavy plastic navy garment bag, needing a tangible reassurance that all of this was really happening. Simple and elegant, in ivory silk, with a Victorian lace bodice, the wedding dress was the most beautiful thing that Carrie had ever owned. The day she'd first tried it on had been one of the most joyful of her life. Kristin had been with her and her mother in the designer wedding shop that Tom had insisted was not too expensive. She'd already tried on 3 or 4 different dresses, allowing herself to be guided by the assistant with no clear idea of what kind of dress she wanted. She'd only specified the online advice about beach weddings to not go for something too floaty that might be taken by the sea breeze. Even her mother had enjoyed the day. The assistant, probably experienced with difficult mothers, had made a big fuss of her, giving her the most comfortable chair and ensuring her glass of Prosecco was refilled at every opportunity. Kristin had been the one to pick out this dress. Carrie hadn't been too sure. For a start, the spaghetti straps had not been a style she'd ever been comfortable in, worrying that it showed too much of her arms, and lace had not been on her radar. She already felt too old to be a bride and worried that the ornate lace might date her even more. But Kristin had been insistent. Ever since Princess Kate had lace, it's become modern again. From the moment she saw herself in the mirror, she knew it was the one. Catching sight of Kristin's reflection over her shoulder, she saw her best friend's tears echoing her own. "It's utterly perfect. You are absolutely beautiful." And she'd felt beautiful. It was a cliché, but she really had. This is the one. Even her mother had been moved enough to wipe a tear from her eye. "You look very pretty, Carrie." Behind her mother, Kristin widened her eyes and let her jaw fall open in full comedy shock. Carrie had to put a hand to her own mouth to prevent a laugh bubbling to the surface. "Thanks, Mum." Now she slipped the dress carefully from the garment bag and hung it at one end of the wardrobe, pushing the rest of her and Tom's clothes to the other end. This dress deserved its own space, because it wasn't merely something to wear. It represented so much more. After 2 decades of dead-end relationships and dire online dates, she'd given up believing that she would find someone to spend the whole of her life with, let alone that that same person would want to marry her. Even after Tom had proposed, she'd not allowed herself to fully accept that this was going to happen. With a force of will, she pushed away the worries that had kept her awake last night. Today they were meeting the wedding coordinator, and would have a rehearsal for the ceremony she'd barely dared to imagine. Nothing was going to spoil that. The appointment with the wedding coordinator was directly after breakfast. The most important elements had already been agreed, but Tom had left a few of the last-minute details for her to choose. This morning they would make those final decisions together and run through the ceremony itself. The wedding coordinator, Anastasia, spoke flawless English, with only the merest trace of a melodic Italian accent. "I understand this is going to be an intimate wedding? How lovely." Intimate was a kind euphemism for small, but Carrie was grateful for her tact. "Yes, it's just the two of us and my mom and Lily." Beside Tom, Lily watched them through her eyelashes, shy all of a sudden. Carrie's mother was brushing imaginary sand from the front of her trousers. Anastasia beamed at them all over the top of her clipboard. "Wonderful. Let's begin by making our way along the beach and showing you where the ceremony will take place." Though it wasn't quite 10 a.m., the sand was already warm on the soles of Carrie's feet as it was kicked up by her sandals. Tom laced his fingers with hers, and her stomach flipped over at the love in his eyes. This was truly happening. Anastasia stopped in front of a small stage beneath a large white metal arch, festooned in baby pink gauze. It was beautiful. "This is set for a wedding in an hour. We can replace the pink with white, or—" She glanced at her clipboard. "Buttercup yellow to match your bridesmaid." At this, she smiled at Lily, who blushed at being singled out. On either side of the arch, white metal chairs had also been draped in baby pink fabric. Carrie counted 12 on either side of a pink aisle carpet. This couple clearly had lots of family and friends willing to fly out here. Anastasia followed her gaze. "Perhaps rather than the traditional groom and bride sides, we could place 2 chairs for your mother and Lily to the left of the dais. It would be perfect for the photographs, and they will be able to see your faces throughout." Carrie hoped firmly that her tiny drop of disappointment wasn't visible on her own face. She didn't for a moment want Tom to think she was ungrateful for everything he'd organized. It was the empty seats, highlighting how few people would be here to witness their marriage. Smoothly, Anastasia continued. "Just a few final questions about the ceremony itself. One be giving you away?" Carrie opened her mouth to say they wouldn't be doing that. But her mother's voice got there first. "That will be me." Glancing first at Tom for his reaction, she turned to her mother. "You don't have to do that, Mum. It's hardly a traditional ceremony." One of the reasons she'd been happy to go along with Tom's suggestion of a destination wedding was that they wouldn't have to navigate the traditional father of the bride sections. The car ride, the giving away, the after-dinner speech. Losing her father from her life had been like a bereavement. The pain didn't live in the past. It rose to the surface each time she was reminded of his absence. Justin's wedding, her usually gruff father had been reduced to tears during his teasing but devoted speech. Carrie's own tears hadn't only been joy for her best friend. Not for a moment had she anticipated that her mother would want to step into the role traditionally taken by the father of the bride. But the determination in her mother's face and voice surprised her. "I want to." Carrie gave Anastasia a small nod of agreement, and Anastasia made a note on her clipboard. Great. Now can the 3 ladies come with me over here? And you? She turned to Tom. Can wait here for a moment. Tom winked at Carrie, then shifted position to watch her go. Turning back, she wagged a finger at him. You have to stay facing the front. You mustn't see me when I arrive. It's bad luck. She had no idea where she'd heard that, and she wasn't superstitious, but they were too close now to tempt fate. Anastasia showed them where to stand and suggested that Carrie take her mother's arm. Then she walked backwards towards Tom, beckoning them to follow. Remember, walk slowly. Many brides rush this part because of their nerves, but you want to enjoy the walk. Take your time. She tensed herself for her mother to make a comment about them not having waited very long to get married, but when none came, she slipped her hand past the sharp elbow that her mother offered her and into the crook of her arm. Not since she was a little girl had she held on to her mother like this. Even then, she couldn't remember many times when they'd been this close. Walking towards the warmth that radiated from Tom, who, despite her instructions, was sneaking a look back at her. The difference in the two of them couldn't be clearer. After running through the ceremony, Anastasia took them to a nearby bar where she flicked through an album of photographs of the flower displays they could choose from, wrote down Carrie's decision about the color scheme, all white and simple, and then showed them the menu choices for the dinner they would enjoy in a private dining room back at the hotel. As promised, Carrie took photographs of everything to send to Kristen. Maybe because Anastasia was so attentive and keen to involve her, even Lily seemed a little excited about the wedding ceremony. Could I have some flowers too? Anastasia turned to a separate page of the album and slid it across the table to Lily. Of course, I'm sorry. I forgot to show you the bouquets. Usually we match those to the flowers you've chosen for the displays, but we can change them? Carrie was grateful that Lily was showing an interest. You can choose whichever one you want, Lily. While Lily pored over the pictures, Carrie turned to her mother. Would you like flowers, Mum? A buttonhole, maybe? She shook her head. No, it'll make a hole in my dress, and that cost me a lot of money. After she exchanged a knowing look with Tom, they both watched Lily scroll through her phone to show Anastasia her dress. Anastasia, who Carrie had decided she might be in love with, was making all the right noises about how stunning Lily looked in yellow satin. When Tom tried to peek over her shoulder, Lily whipped the phone screen away from him. You can't see, Dad. It's supposed to be a surprise. Tell him, Carrie. Heart full, Carrie pulled on his arm. She's right. Keep your nose out, Mr. Freezer. Lily's conspiratorial smile was the hope that she'd been waiting weeks for. Tom leaned in close and whispered in her ear. When we get back to the hotel, do you think your mother will keep an eye on Lily for an hour or so? I have a surprise for you, too. Chapter 6. As soon as they got back to the hotel, Lily begged to get straight into the pool. She already had her swimsuit on under her clothes in preparation, and could get a towel from the lifeguard station. Tom gave Carrie's mother his most winning smile. Janet, would you mind staying here with Lily while she's in the pool? I'd like some time alone with your daughter. Her mother frowned. I was going to read my book. Though that was clearly a no, Tom grinned. Perfect. Can you do that while you watch her? Carrie's stomach prickled with anxiety. Social graces made it impossible for her mother to say that she couldn't, but her face made it obvious. How long will it take? The resentment in her mother's tone dropped on Carrie like heavy rain, but Tom was seemingly waterproof. Not too long. I have a surprise for my wife-to-be. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Before she could double-check with her mother that she didn't mind, Tom took Carrie's hand and led her away from the pool and around the corner of the hotel to a quiet paved area with a handful of bistro tables under the shade of a cypress tree. I found this place yesterday, and there was no one here then either. Carrie's mind was still back with her mother, discomforted by the irritation she knew would be hanging over her like a cloud that Carrie would feel obligated to clear. But she forced herself to focus on Tom as he pulled out a chair for her. "What is the surprise you promised me?" Tom took the chair opposite. From his pocket, he brought out a navy velvet box and placed it on the table in front of her. "I hope I got this right." From the expression on his face, he was pretty confident that he had, but her heart raced a little. She wasn't good at accepting gifts at the best of times, especially ones that came in small, expensive boxes. "What is it?" He pushed the box a little closer towards her. "See for yourself. It's for the wedding." She was scared to open it, but he was as eager as a small boy at Christmas. She picked up the box. Nestled on a cream silk cushion, a yellow heart outlined in diamonds. "Wow. Do you like it?" I had them copy the shape of the rubies on the Pretty Woman necklace. You know, the one you love. But I asked them to use a yellow diamond so that it would match the bridesmaid dress that Lily will be wearing. Did I get it right? Her eyes blurred as she stared at the pendant. Diamonds glinted in the Italian sunshine. Goodness knows how much this must have cost. But it was so showy. It would overpower the simplicity of her dress. When she raised her face to Tom's, he mistook the tears in her eyes for joy. "I'm pleased you like it. I've been excited about giving it to you." What could she say? He'd been incredibly thoughtful, choosing a similar necklace to the one in her favorite film, matching the color theme of the wedding, having it specially made for her in secret, and incredibly generous. There was no way she could tell him she would prefer to wear the simple pearl pendant that Kristen had lent for her something borrowed. "I love it. I love it. Thank you." Tom tilted his head to the side. "How long can we leave your mum minding Lily? I just wondered if we should take advantage of the room being empty." He raised an eyebrow that sent a fizz through Carrie. She widened her eyes in mock innocence. "Before our wedding day?" Laughing, he leaned in for a deep kiss, which took her breath away. Eyes closed, she lost herself in him for a few delicious moments before reluctantly pulling free. "Okay, you win. Let me go and double-check my mum is watching her." Before she could change her mind, Tom sprang to his feet. "A bottle of cold champagne from the bar, and see you up there in 10. It was still a thrill to have someone look after her like this. She'd had a lifetime of being the friend who organized everything. Nights out, weekends away, Secret Santa, birthday gifts. It all came down to her. She hadn't really minded. Once they all started having children, her friends' priorities had been elsewhere. It was understandable. Which was why it had been so wonderful to have Tom in her life. Always organizing where they ate, surprising her with gifts, and now this wonderful wedding. It wasn't as if he'd bulldozed her into it. He'd just suggested that he could take it on. "It will be my wedding gift to you," he'd said. As if he himself wasn't gift enough. Why had she let one chance facial expression rock her confidence? For the final time, she pushed down the fear that had made her ruin relationships in the past and let herself enjoy what was happening. In her fuchsia pink summer dress, Carrie's mother was easy to spot at the other end of the pool, under a large parasol. Her Kindle was open on her lap, but she was sipping from a wine glass and watching the handful of swimmers. Following her gaze, Carrie picked out Lily in her pink and yellow striped two-piece suit, her forearms on the side of the pool, her legs kicking behind. Crouched in front of her was a woman who looked remarkably similar to the one in the red costume from yesterday. Carrie picked up the pace. Why was this woman talking to Lily? From this distance, she couldn't be 100% certain it was the same woman. Her hair was loose, where yesterday it had been piled on top of her head, and she was wearing a different costume, lime green and very high cut. But she was pretty sure it was her. As she got closer, the woman straightened into standing and left the side of the pool with a little wave. After returning the wave, Lily pushed back from the side and floated across the middle of the pool. By the time she reached the opposite side, Carrie was waiting for her, crouching as the woman had. She didn't want to jump on her straight away and put Lily on the defensive, so she kept her voice calm and light. "Are you having a nice swim?" Lily's fingers gripped the side of the pool, her short nails painted yellow from the manicure she'd persuaded Carrie that she needed before the wedding. "Yes, it's lovely and warm in here. Are you going to come in?" Ordinarily, she'd jump at the chance to fulfill any request from Lily, but Tom would be waiting for her in the room with champagne. "I'm still sorting some things out with your dad, but maybe I'll get my swimsuit later. Who was that woman you were talking to?" Back in the water, Lily waved her hands like flippers either side of her. "The one I was just talking to? She said her name was Alex." Alex. A fitting name for someone that glamorous. "I don't want to treat you like a child, Lily, but I don't think your dad would be keen on you talking to women that you don't know." Even she knew how ridiculous she sounded, as if Lily wasn't allowed to speak to someone at a pool. It wasn't surprising that Lily rolled her eyes. "It's fine. She knows him." Carrie's stomach lurched. She remembered Tom's pale face yesterday when they'd seen the same woman at the pool, and that he'd denied knowing her. "What do you mean?" Flipping back onto her front, Lily twisted herself around in the water, tiny waves rippling out in circles across the surface of the pool. "She said that she saw us together earlier when we were coming back from the beach. That's why she came over to me to say hello. Alex knows Dad." Chapter 7. Still reeling from Lily's words, Carrie slapped both hands flat onto the hot, wet tiles in an attempt to steady herself. "Are you sure she knows your dad? Where did she say she knows him from?" With a sigh, Lily held on to the edge of the pool, kicking her legs out behind her. "I'm not sure. She said she knows him from ages ago. She didn't go into detail. We were talking about the hotel, and I was telling her about you and Dad getting married. She was weirdly interested, wanted to know how you met and everything. She seems nice, though." Carrie shivered. Why would she be so interested in finding out about her and Tom's relationship? "What did you tell her?" Lily pushed herself away from the side of the pool and then swam back again. Away. Back. Away. Back. Clearly getting bored of this conversation. "I said that you worked for Dad, and then it went from that to you getting engaged. I mean, to be honest, I didn't really know what to say." It wasn't fair to quiz Lily like this. The person she needed to speak to was Tom. Why had he lied to her? Yesterday, she'd guessed he knew this woman by the expression on his face. Clearly, she was someone he didn't want to admit to knowing, and her mind spiraled to all the different reasons why that might be. "Okay, well, I'm going to go and find your dad. Are you happy to stay here with my mom, or did you want to go back to the room?" "No, I want to stay here. But can you ask Dad if he'll come and join me in the pool?" That would be just one in a whole long list of questions she was about to ask Tom. "I'll tell him to get his swim shorts on." Her legs wobbled beneath her as she forced herself back to standing, blinded by the sun hitting the water. Lily was already on her way back to the other end of the pool. She should tell her to come out of the sun now that it was getting hotter, but was still hesitant about how she would react to anything that seemed like an attempt at mothering. Negotiating their relationship was still a tentative dance for which she didn't know the steps. Before she headed back to the room to speak to Tom about this mysterious Alex, she steeled herself for the check-in with her own mother, knowing the steps of this dance so well that she could do them in her sleep. When she approached her sun lounger, her mother was clearly pretending to be reading her book. "Everything okay with you, Mum?" Her mother's eyes were cold. "I'm fine." Fine. A simple word with 1,000 definitions. Thanks for watching, Lily. A painfully familiar half-laugh preceded the admonishment she'd known was coming. I'm not sure Tom gave me much of a choice. It's a lot of responsibility, Carrie, especially when she takes such risks. Lily was in a pool with a lifeguard watching. It was difficult to pinpoint the risk there. Though her mind knew this, Carrie's body tensed in reaction to the lifelong warnings and restrictions of an overprotective parent. Even late into her teens, her mom had still treated her like a child, curfews earlier than anyone else her age, not allowing her to get a train into London when her friends were off perusing the stalls at Camden Market, only reluctantly allowing sleepovers at homes where she knew the parents really well. I'll ask her to be careful. Even as she said it, she kicked herself.
You have to change the way she behaved purely to mollify her mother. Point 1. Her mother almost smiled. Anyway, you're supposed to be spending alone time with Tom. Is there a problem? Why was her first thought always that there was an issue? Of course there was an issue this time, but Carrie wasn't about to share that fact. She could imagine what her mother's conclusion would be if she told her about Tom's lie. I was just checking you and Lily were okay. Did you see the woman talking to Lily a few moments ago? She tried to keep her voice light, but her mother pounced on the vague question like a cat on a feather. The one with the scarlet red lipstick? Who was she? Carrie's mother had the deep distrust of attractive women that could only be spawned in someone whose husband had left her for one. Carrie's childhood had been peppered with judgmental asides about any woman who crossed their path in too much makeup or low-cut necklines. Her adult life seasoned with her mother's warnings about her boyfriend's heads being turned. For that reason, her mother was the last person to ask for advice. I don't know. I just wanted to make sure you'd seen her. I'm not sure Lily should be talking to strangers. She knew that would hit the spot with her mother, shuffled into a more upright position to increase her view of the pool. You're right. I'll keep an eye on her. Thanks. I'll come and join you in a while. As she came inside from the bright sunshine, her eyes needed a moment to adjust. So did her brain, which was currently a battleground for how to approach the subject of this woman with Tom. If this Alex had told Lily that she knew him, then he'd lied to Carrie when he pretended that he didn't recognize her. Why would he do that? Like a drop of ink in cold water, the possibilities of why he'd lied were spreading through her imagination. An imagination made fertile by the warnings she'd had about men since her father's betrayal. In the 12 months after he'd walked out, her father had started out by seeing her every weekend, trips to the park or to a cafe. He never took her to his new home, even when she asked him if she could come. When she'd told her mum that, she'd said it was because he didn't want her to be a part of his new life. Stronger than the memory of these trips were the times when he was supposed to be coming to see her and he didn't turn up. Afternoons when she'd stay at the window, terrified that she might miss him. Every car that turned the corner into their street made her stomach tighten in hope, only for it to be dashed. On the increasingly rarer occasions she did see him, she never asked why he'd let her down, too scared that he might stop coming altogether, which, after that terrible night when the police were called, he did. The hurt of Tom's untruth was pressing a bruise formed from those childhood weeks at the window. By now, he would most likely be back in the room with the champagne, but Carrie hadn't taken a room key and had to pass the entrance to the bar, so she stepped in briefly to check he wasn't still there. At first glance, it looked empty, aside from the bartender laying out mats in front of each of the deep red velvet bar stools. As she turned to leave, however, she saw that the bar wasn't completely empty. In the far corner, she spotted an attractive woman sipping a glass of champagne. It was her, Alex, drinking alone. Chapter 8. As soon as she caught sight of Alex, Carrie flipped back to face the bar, not wanting to get caught staring, assuming that Alex would recognize her the way she'd recognized Lily earlier. The bartender slid a coaster and a small bowl of crisps in front of her. His dark brown eyes invited flirtation in a way that probably generated generous tips from the wealthy female guests.
"What can I get you to drink?"
Now she was going to seem like a crazy person, just standing here. "Actually, I was looking for my partner, but what? What was she going to do? Should she go over there? Seize the moment and find out who Alex was once and for all?" Her heart thumped in her chest at the prospect of a confrontation, but at least she'd know the truth. Should she? Could she? The bartender was still watching her, eyebrow raised. It was only 2 o'clock and she wouldn't normally drink this early in the day, but there was nothing normal about this scenario. "Okay, yes, I'll have a glass of..." What would make her feel sophisticated and confident? "A glass of champagne." Goodness knows what a glass of champagne would cost here. Not that it mattered, because she'd charge it to the room. Ordinarily, she wouldn't order anything expensive when Tom was picking up the tab. However, in the present circumstances, she was happy to make an exception. With finesse and expertise, the bartender tilted the champagne flute on its side, then tipped it at exactly the right moment to stop the bubbles from spilling over. He passed it over with a nod, and she signed the receipt. Carrie Anderson. Maybe the last time she signed that surname. She would be glad to be rid of it. It belonged to her father, a man who'd let her down. Now she had to consider whether she'd be swapping the name of one deceptive man for that of another. When she tipped it to her lips, the champagne was sharp at the back of her throat. Daytime drinking. What was she thinking? She took another sip. If she turned just a little to the left, she could scrutinize Alex out of the corner of her eye. Long blonde hair, which fell in waves over her shoulders, slim tanned legs crossed and angled to the side, manicured fingernails wrapped around a flute that matched Carrie's. She wore her beauty like a medal. Disheveled from her morning at the beach, Carrie felt the comparison between the two of them keenly. Had Tom seen Alex when he came to the bar? Maybe the champagne in her glass had been poured from his bottle before he left to return to the room? That was the image that convinced her. Another gulp of champagne, and she made her way over there. 2 steps away, Alex looked up from her phone screen as if she'd been expecting her arrival. "Hello?" She had to go through with it now. "Hi, I'm Carrie, Lily's stepmother, the girl you were speaking to at the pool a moment ago." Alex tilted her head to the side. Her stepmother? Why had she said that? "Well, not officially. I'm marrying her father in a few days, Tom. She said that you know him?" Her laugh was throaty, sexual. Oh, yes. Hovering beside the table was making her even more nervous. This conversation wasn't a quick hello. "Can I join you?" "Please do." Alex nodded at the chair opposite. Somehow, Carrie managed to spill a little of her champagne onto the table as she sat down. She moved one of the coasters to cover it. Alex watched her as if she was an amusing sideshow. What was she going to say now? Go for friendly, perhaps? "I was curious how you know Tom. It's quite a coincidence when you bump into someone you know on holiday, isn't it?" Alex tipped her glass, and the wall light shone through it, catching the pale golden liquid. Keeping her eyes on Carrie the whole time, but making her wait for a reply. Carrie dug her fingernails into her palms to prevent herself from asking again. Eventually, she spoke. "I know Tom from a long, long time ago. It's been a while since I last saw him. Well, apart from today, of course. And yesterday." So she'd seen him too? Had they made eye contact yesterday when they'd been at the poolside cafe? It was difficult not to sound like a possessive girlfriend. "Have you spoken to him today? I'm sure he'd love to reunite with an old friend. I can call him." She laughed again. "No, yet." There was something about the yet that made Carrie's stomach prickle with anxiety. If she was hoping to get details from Alex, she was obviously going to have to work a lot harder. How did you say you know each other? Alex raised an eyebrow, her clear blue eyes piercing through Carrie's words. You sound jealous. Of course she did. But how else could she ask that question in a way that didn't sound possessive? Do I? I was just keen to meet an old friend of Tom's. I haven't met any of those. Really? Elongated with purpose, the word rolled off her tongue, dripping with suggestion. Carrie could have kicked herself for giving that information away so cheaply. No, it's nothing sinister. We haven't been together for very long, so... Now she was dropping facts like gifts, making this worse with every syllable. How had she become the one who was being interviewed? Alex leaned forwards, interested now. You've been together. Carrie had put herself on the back foot and couldn't right herself again, unable to avoid answering the question without looking defensive. We've known each other for 18 months. They'd only been a couple for 11 of those, engaged for 3, but she wasn't going to tell her that. Alex used a pointed red fingernail to reposition a strand of her hair. And he hasn't introduced you to any of his friends in that time? Not Andrew or Craig? The hairs on the back of Carrie's neck rose. How did Alex know Tom's friends? Though she'd heard those names, and some of the stories that went with them, she'd never met the men they belonged to. We don't live near to his friends. We haven't got around to it yet. Over Carrie's shoulder, Alex made eye contact with the waiter and moved her glass just a tiny amount to indicate she'd like another. How Carrie envied the effortless confidence of a woman who knew she was beautiful. So, Tom moved away. Was that after his wife died? Yes. Carrie cut her off, determined to wrestle control of this conversation back to what she wanted to find out. Did you know his wife? Alex drained the last of her champagne, her eyes giving nothing away. She'd placed the glass on the table, the waiter appeared with a fresh one, swapping one for the other with a practiced smoothness. Alex gave him a sparkling smile that would guarantee she always got this kind of service. The bubbles in the fresh glass caught the light like tiny diamonds, reminding Carrie of the necklace that Tom had presented her with. Alex was the kind of woman who could carry off a pendant like that. Expertly, she held the top of the glass stem and turned her attention back to Carrie. I did know her. A long time ago. She was Lily's mother? Carrie held her piercing gaze. Yes. Lily was only a baby when she died. Her eyes probed further. And Tom hasn't married in between that time and now. Why was she so interested in Tom's romantic life? At least here, Carrie had the upper hand. No, he hadn't met anyone he wanted to marry. Until me, obviously. They'd only spoken briefly about their previous romantic history. On Carrie's side, there'd been no one who merited a retelling. Most of her relationships had been short-lived, foundering on their lack of commitment and her determination not to let them near enough to hurt her. Other than his late wife, Tom had dated only a handful of times, and, he'd been insistent, no one who had been important enough to invite home to meet his daughter. But Alex's blue eyes narrowed in suspicion of that. Truthfully, no one. And how old is Lily now? Carrie's ringtone interrupted loudly, and she snatched up her bag to locate her mobile and make it quiet. It was Tom. Where are you? I'm upstairs with an ice bucket of champagne and no fiancé. No way was she going to explain where she was in front of Alex. Without knowing why, she knew that this would be playing into her hands. I'm coming now. Alex was watching her every move, and Carrie didn't want it to seem as if she'd jumped to attention at Tom's call. As slowly as she could bear it, she drained her glass and then got to her feet. Well,
It was nice meeting you.
Know that you're in the hotel. Maybe he'll come and find you. Alex leaned back in her seat, flicking her hair back over her shoulder. Maybe he will. Be sure to give him my love. With every step she took towards the door, Carrie felt more conspicuous. Was Alex watching her departure, sizing her up, curious what it was about her that had made Tom propose? Because if Alex was the kind of woman he'd associated with, Carrie was beginning to wonder that herself. Relieved to be back at the hotel reception again, she strode in the direction of their room, where Tom was waiting for her, determined to ask him who the hell this woman was. This time, she wanted an honest answer. Chapter 9. When she opened the door to the room, Tom was laid across the bed, wearing only a thick gray hotel robe and holding 2 glasses of champagne. There you are. She couldn't match his joy. Not when she knew that he'd lied to her yesterday about not recognizing Alex. I'm not in the mood for champagne. His face darkened with concern. What's wrong? Has something happened? Was it something Lily said? Your mother? She shook her head. No, it was Alex. There was a beat before he replied, enough that it was clear that he knew who she meant. Alex? Tom had been different to every other man she'd ever dated. For a start, they'd been work friends first. Then she'd seen how he was as a father to Lily, how he juggled work commitments to be around for whatever she needed, turned down business trips that would mean spending time away from his daughter. Then, once they were dating, he'd never, ever given Carrie cause to doubt him. He didn't play games, always followed through on plans, never promised anything he couldn't deliver. She'd felt safe with a man for the first time in her life, which was why this deception was hitting so hard. Yes, Alex, the woman from the pool yesterday. Don't pretend you don't know her, Tom. I've just spoken with her at the bar. She knows you surprisingly well. She even knows friends of yours that I've never met. With a sigh, Tom leaned across the bed to place the champagne flutes onto the side table, and then pushed himself up to sitting, feet on the floor. Like yesterday, his face was pale. What else did she say? He patted the bed beside him and held out a hand for her to join him, but she pretended not to notice. Not much. Although she was strangely interested in when we met, and the fact that we were getting married. Why did you lie to me, Tom? I asked you outright yesterday whether you knew her, and you told me that you didn't. What are you hiding from me? A pained expression hooded his eyes. Nothing. Please, Carrie, sit down. Let me explain. In one sweeping movement, he was off the bed and guiding her towards the small gray sofa at the other end of the room. She didn't want to sit next to him, but there was little choice if she didn't want to stay standing. So she had to content herself with pushing back against one end of the sofa and crossing her arms. Who is she? He took a deep breath. She's an ex-girlfriend of mine. From a very long time ago. I didn't want to tell you because it might make you uncomfortable. We're here for our wedding. The last thing you'd want is one of my ex-girlfriends flouncing around the place. He was trying to minimize the importance of this, but it didn't excuse the fact that he'd lied to her. Plus, she'd never given him any reason to suspect she would be jealous of ex-partners. Why would he think she'd be uncomfortable? I'm serious, Tom. I don't want to start our marriage with you keeping things from me. His tentative smile fell from his face. No, you're right. It's just, with your mom here, glaring at me as if I'm the enemy who has stolen her only daughter, I didn't want to make things awkward. But I shouldn't have lied to you. She's an ex-girlfriend. She means nothing. They were in their 40s. She wasn't naive enough to assume he hadn't dated anyone between losing Lily's mother and meeting her.
but he had always made it sound as if there'd been no one special during that time.
If she's only an insignificant ex, why is she so interested in us? Why was she asking me about you, and why was she staring hard at Lily? Immediately, he straightened up, his face folded into concern. Lily? When did she see Lily? In her discomfort about his reaction yesterday, she hadn't told him about her encounter with Alex the day before. Stupidly, she'd convinced herself that she was overreacting. Yesterday at the pool, she was staring at her, and today she spoke to her. His voice was sharp. What did she say? Carrie wasn't enjoying being interrogated like this. Hadn't he told her that the woman was of no importance? I wasn't there, but I think she was asking about the wedding.
Why are you being weird about this? I thought you said she was no one important. Standing abruptly, he pulled off his robe and grabbed his trousers from where he'd left them draped over the back of a chair. It's not that. Where is Lily now? The buckle on his belt rang as he clicked it together. She waited for him to actually look at her before she answered. Still at the pool. My mother's there with her. She's fine. What is going on, Tom? He was all fingers and thumbs as he buttoned his white linen shirt. Nothing. I just don't want her speaking to Lily. She's not the kind of woman I want around my daughter. Her stomach prickled at his agitation. Not the kind of woman you would want around Lily. But she was the kind of woman you were happy to date. Still standing, Tom pulled on his socks, almost overbalancing in the process. After Lily's mother died, I wasn't in the best frame of mind. I wouldn't say I made the best choices. Believe me, we don't want her talking to Lily about anything. What kind of woman was Alex to make him this clearly terrified of her being near his daughter? Anxiety prickled in her stomach about leaving Lily down there, vulnerable. I can go and get her? No, it's fine. I'll go. He grabbed his jacket and buttoned it so quickly the two sides were mismatched. Then he strode towards the door. Catch you. The door closed slowly behind him, then clicked shut. Up. Closing her eyes, she sank back into the deep cushions of the sofa. What the heck had that been all about? She'd never seen Tom rattled like this. What was it about this woman that she could get to him so quickly? Even behind her eyelids, she could see Alex's face, telling Carrie that she knew Tom very well, conveying a wealth of possibilities in that phrase. Had that been her intention all along? To stir things up between them by making Carrie feel like this? Confused, uncertain, threatened? More than anything, it was the fact she said she'd known his oldest friends. Now, Carrie hadn't been introduced to any of his friends. He'd mentioned names to her, recounted anecdotes from the past. But outside of work, his life had revolved around Lily. In the bliss of having him all to herself, Carrie hadn't questioned it. Many of her friends' husbands were the same, letting friendships lapse once family life had replaced them. No man is an island? In her experience, they were more than content to raise the drawbridge of home. It was women who weren't islands. They were always mothers or sisters or daughters or best friends. Women exist in their relationships to other women. They are landlocked, surrounded, connected by borders. She opened her eyes and tried to get things in perspective. It wasn't as if Alex had told Carrie anything she hadn't already known. Aside from the fact she knew that he had been married, had a daughter, and the names of his friends, she hadn't said much at all. What evidence was there of anything that Carrie should worry about? Was she overreacting? Yes, Tom should have told her the truth, but was it such a terrible lie? It was extremely unfortunate that one of his ex-girlfriends happened to be at the same hotel they were staying in, but perhaps it was true that he hadn't wanted to upset her. Still, this didn't justify his reaction about Alex speaking to Lily. He clearly hadn't known her, so she must be a girlfriend from a long time ago, and she said that she'd known his late wife. There had to be more to this, didn't there? Light spilled through the gap in the gauze curtains at the window and caught the diamond on her finger. How proud she had been of her engagement ring. Not because of its size, although the 1.5-carat princess cut was pretty impressive, but because of what it represented. She wasn't Tom's girlfriend. They were getting married. He wanted her to be his wife. That's what she had to hold on to. She needed to give Tom a chance to explain what it was about Alex that made him so worried. Maybe she had form for this kind of behavior. She had behaved strangely around Lily. Either way, she wasn't going to find out by sitting here. For all she knew, Alex could be down there right now. Chapter 10. By the time Carrie got down to the pool, Lily was sitting on a sun lounger beside Carrie's mother, pulling a toweling dress on over her swimsuit. Tom stood beside them, surveilling the pool area with more intensity than the lifeguard. As far as Carrie could see, there was no sign of Alex. It was past 3 o'clock, but the heat of the sun was relentless on the back of her neck. The pool was empty, and most of the other guests had taken refuge beneath large white parasols. Behind them, the smile Tom gave her was pasted on. Lily wants to explore outside of the hotel, so I'm going to take her for an ice cream. Do you want to come with us? We're going to take a stroll around the harbor. Was he going to pretend that their previous conversation hadn't happened? They still hadn't resolved the issue of him lying to her, and she wasn't ready to pretend that everything was okay. And anyway, Lily would appreciate some time with her dad to herself. Maybe a little distance would do them all good. I'm going to stay and relax here. We can get some lunch in a while, can't we, Mom? Her mother looked up in surprise. Yes, that would be very nice. Tom shuffled uncertainly, but clearly wanted to leave. Was he worried that this Alex woman might appear out of nowhere? What was it about her that was generating such concern about her getting near Lily? Lily lifted her feet onto the lounger to slip on her sandals. I'm ready. Can we go to Burger King? I saw it on the way here yesterday. Tom's laugh was so fake it set her teeth on edge.
Burger King? What's the point of coming to another country and having a Burger King?
He rolled his eyes at Carrie in a clear attempt to bring her in on his teasing, and she forced a smile for Lily's sake. I'll leave you both to debate that one. Immediately, Lily was on her feet. She and Tom were still so fresh in their relationship that normally she would have kissed him goodbye, even if he was merely leaving the room. Instead, she turned and took her mother by the elbow, helping her off the sun lounger and then directing her towards the hotel restaurant. As soon as they were out of earshot, her mother shook her arm loose. Are you going to tell me what's going on, Carrie? The last thing she needed was her mother's opinion. To avoid more questions, she kept her voice light. Nothing's going on. I thought it would be nice to have lunch, just the two of us. Her mother coughed a dry laugh. You want to have lunch in the hotel with me, instead of a stroll around the harbor with your husband-to-be? Come on, out with it. Carrie didn't have the energy to pretend. Let's find a seat and I'll catch you up. The tablecloths in the restaurant were bright blue layered on white. The waiter led them to a window table for two, with a view of the choppy indigo sea. Ordinarily, Carrie didn't drink at lunchtime, especially when she'd already had a glass of champagne, but the lure of a cold glass of white wine was too much to resist. She ordered them one each. Over the top of her menu, her mother's eyes were hungry for information. So what has happened? Have you two had an argument? Was she imagining it, or did she look pleased at the prospect? Most people Carrie knew had assumed that her mother would have been overjoyed that Carrie had met someone, but it couldn't be further from the truth. It didn't matter that Tom was kind and generous, or that he was handsome and hardworking, or even that he was comfortably well off. As far as her mother was concerned, Carrie could do better than a man who had been married before and already had a child. As she always had, she tried to downplay how shaken she'd been by Tom's lie. It's nothing, really. The woman that Lily was talking to at the pool turned out to be an ex-girlfriend of Tom's. I was a bit jealous, I suppose. that wasn't it at all. Yes, she might have been a bit insecure to discover that Tom had an ex-girlfriend who was as attractive as the woman at the pool, but she wouldn't have been concerned about it for too long. They were here to get married, after all. No, it was the fact he'd lied about it, and that he was acting strangely about her talking to Lily. Her mother looked pleased to be proved right. I knew there was something strange going on. He was decidedly shifty when he came to the pool to collect Lily. Very glamorous, that woman. Thanks, Mum. Didn't she realize that would only make Carrie feel even more insecure? Maybe she did. I'm just saying, a woman like that can turn a man's head. I should know that better than anyone. She rarely asked her mother about her father anymore, but the conversation she'd just had with Tom had left her unsure where the line was drawn between suspicious overreaction and naive fool. What did Dad do that proved that you shouldn't have trusted him? Distaste wrinkled her mother's face. He was always slippery, secretive. It should have come as no surprise that he had a whole other life I knew nothing about. I should have realized the first time he lied to me about working late when he was actually at the pub with his friends. But the first lie is just a test. Remember that. Once you believe them, they know they can lie bigger. Until they believe they can get away with anything. From the look in her eyes, she knew how much that warning would sting right now. It would have been cruel if it wasn't for the fact that Carrie knew how devastated her mother had been by her father's affair. She'd been old enough to remember how awful that time had been. When her father had left them, her mother couldn't have been more of an invalid if she'd had an actual physical accident. Days in bed, followed by weeks and weeks when she wouldn't leave the house for fear of the shame that everybody knew what her husband had done. Since then, her mother had only ever spoken about her father in the most poisonous terms, his selfishness, his cruelty. Yet Carrie's memories of her father were completely different. She could recall him as a kind and gentle man who would take her to the park and invent stories along the way. But whenever she had asked what his reason had been for stopping contact, her mother had clammed up. Far from quenching her desire to know more, her mother's icy silence had stoked the heat of her interest. One day, she would find out why her father had cut off all contact with her, even if, as her mother had warned, she would end up getting burned. A woman in a dark blue suit approached their table. Sorry to interrupt your lunch, but your partner asked me to deliver this card. He had booked you both into the spa this afternoon. Here are your passes. Clearly, she was expecting them to be overjoyed. It was a nice gesture, but Carrie had a grumbling suspicion that Tom was, at best, trying to appease her and, at worst, getting her out of the way, making sure that she and Alex didn't cross paths while he was out with Lily. Her mother peered over at the card. What does it say? Angling the card to ensure that her mother couldn't see it, she read Tom's familiar scrawl. I am incredibly sorry. I got it wrong. I was trying to protect you. I'm an idiot. Please forgive me. I'll keep Lily out this afternoon, and you can get some time to relax. Go to the spa with your mum. I love you. She was still angry that he'd lied to her, but his reason did make sense. This wasn't the kind of small lie that would lead to more, was it? He says he's booked us into the spa this afternoon. Do you fancy getting pampered? With a flip of a switch, her mother's mood changed. Well, I could be persuaded, I'm sure. Let's do that then. After lunch, we'll go and take a look and see if we can have a massage. Maybe this could work in her favor. If her mother was relaxed and happy, she might be able to get more information about her father. Because, since deciding to get married, she had been thinking about him more and more. And, something she would never be able to tell her mother, was that, on her hen weekend, she and Kristen might have actually found him. Chapter 11. Carrie's hen night had been brilliant. 8 of her closest friends, all of whom were married with children of their own, had managed to arrange to spend the night away from their families to celebrate with her in a large rental cottage in Suffolk. It had brought tears to her eyes to see how happy they were for her. "I knew you'd find the right man one day," her eternally romantic friend Lizzie had hiccuped, patting her hand. Her newly divorced friend Elle had pointed a serious breadstick at her. "He'd better be good enough for you, or he'll have me to deal with." She'd had her fair share of relationships, some longer than others, but until Tom, there had never been anyone she could imagine spending the rest of her life with. She'd read enough amateur psychology books to know that this reticence might be due in no small part to her dad's abandonment, but that didn't mean she could change the way she felt. Kristen knew all about her indecision about her dad. While they were at the cottage, they'd shared a bedroom, and late at night, the conversation had turned to him. "I have been thinking about him a lot, partly because of the wedding, but it's also watching Tom with Lily. He's such a good dad. He'd never leave her." Kristen's face had been lit from the side by the table lamp, giving her a mystical glow. "Do you honestly not want to meet him? It would be easy enough to find him online, I'm sure." Carrie didn't do social media. She'd had a Facebook account once, but it was during a period of her life when she was trying to accept that she was never going to meet someone and settle down, and she had found the relentless photos of weddings and new babies too painful. Now she relied on Kristen for any news that she might have missed. "I don't know. It's been a long time. Let's just look." Kristen had seemed so invested that she let herself go along with it. Taken her less than 20 minutes on the Facebook app on her phone to find someone that could have been her dad. But the account was locked down, and the profile picture was a man fishing, taken from behind. How can I possibly be sure that's him? I don't know what he would look like from the front after all these years, let alone the back. I could send him a message, ask if it's him. Even after more cocktails than she could count, Carrie hadn't been ready for that. "No, you'd have to say why you wanted to know, and I'm not ready." Now, as she walked over to the spa with her mom, her mind still processing the fact that Tom had lied to her, she wondered if this was still true. Still true. Everything about the spa, the womb-like music, the citrus-fragranced air, the softly cushioned beds, was designed for luxurious relaxation. Even Carrie's irritation with Tom had softened. Her mother was enchanted with the change of scene. "Isn't this lovely?" At the reception desk, a young woman glowed with health as she handed them fresh towels and robes before leading them through to the indoor pool and indicating the steam room and sauna. Rust and gold mosaic tiles created the feel of a Roman bath. The pool was small, but there was also a jacuzzi. Other than the two of them, there was a couple gently lapping the pool, an older woman quietly reading, and two women of around Carrie's age whispering to one another over their magazines. In her robe, her mom had the demeanor of an aging Hollywood actress, settling herself onto one of the beds. "I have to admit, it's kind of Tom to book this for us, especially as I didn't get to go on your hen weekend with you." She still carried guilt for not involving her mom in the night away that Kristen had organized. Of course, Kristen had asked if she wanted her mom there, but for once, she'd been selfish. "I don't think you'd have enjoyed it, Mom. There was a lot of drinking." "Well," her mum sipped at the glass of cucumber water she'd been given. "It would have been nice to have been asked, all the same." Did other people feel the same level of guilt towards their mother as she always did? Or was this particular curse reserved for the only daughters of single parents? There'd been many occasions over the 40 years of her life when Carrie had yearned for someone, a brother, sister, even a cousin, with whom she could have shared the responsibility of keeping her mother happy. The weight of expectation that Carrie would always be there had often been too much to bear. On the table between their beds, a plastic menu advertised the treatments they could have. Carrie ran down the list with her finger. "Would you like a massage, Mum? Or a facial?" "I'll have whatever you're having." Carrie resisted the urge to say she was having a colonic irrigation. Would her mother like one of those? "Maybe I'll book us in for a facial then. I'll be back in a minute." Lying back on the bed, her mother closed her eyes and waved a hand.
Okay, I'll be right here.
The receptionist was on the phone when she got to the desk, and she held up a finger and mouthed that she'd be just a minute. Carrie picked up a brochure and flicked through the pages. How she wished that Kristen was here with her. Her best friend should be at her wedding. It didn't feel right. Kristen made things easier with her mom, too. Kind of personality where she could maneuver people without them even realizing it. Where Carrie would get frustrated with her mother, caving to her demands while grinding her teeth, Kristen could redirect her with an easy manner. The receptionist finished her call and gave Carrie her full attention. Sorry for keeping you waiting. How can I help? Can I book a couple of facials for me and my mom? She clicked at the computer below the desk and wrinkled her nose in apology. Is it for today? I only have one slot available, and it's in 30 minutes. I'll book it for my mum, thanks. When she got back to the pool, her mum had found a magazine and was flicking through it. Did you manage to book our facials? Only yours. There was only one slot. That's a shame. Can you book one tomorrow, maybe? Oh, your phone buzzed while you were gone. On her screen was a message from Tom. He and Lily had found a bar with entertainment all afternoon. They were going to stay there for a few hours. Want to come when she'd finished at the spa? Maybe they could eat there tonight? His message was accompanied by a picture of Lily, holding a complicated mocktail, with a singer on a stage in the background. He really was trying to avoid coming back to the hotel and bumping into Alex, wasn't he? Still cross that he'd lied about knowing her, she didn't want to go along and pretend that everything was okay. She typed a quick reply. I'll stay here with Mum. Enjoy yourselves. Kiss. Her mum was watching her face. Was that Tom? Yes, he and Lily are going to stay out for a while. Not wanting to give her mother an opportunity to be judgmental, she added, He's such a great dad. Spending time with her is important this week. Her mother sighed. Well, when you're a single parent, that's what you do. Your life is your child. Loaded, as always, with a ton of subtext, her face bore what Kristen called the mark of the martyr. Carrie hadn't been blessed with children, but if she had been, she hoped that she would never have made them feel as if they owed her for everything she'd done for them. She was grateful to her mum, of course she was, but Lily's circumstances were different to hers. Lily's mother had died. Carrie's father was still out there somewhere. Since the hen weekend, she'd wrestled with whether or not she should have asked Kristen to send that message about what she wanted to ask her father, and whether she was ready to hear what he might say. Did you never hope you'd meet someone else, Mum? After Dad left? No. Your father hurt me terribly, Carrie. It was impossible to trust anyone after that. It would have been much easier on Carrie if she had met someone. Knowing that her mum was not alone would have given her a freedom that she'd never felt. It would have been the wrong thing to do to contact him without her knowledge, but she couldn't shake the desire to see him again and ask why he had never wanted to check how she was. Do you imagine what he's doing now? Have you ever been tempted to try and find out where he is? No. The word dropped heavily between them. Never. He didn't want to know us. I don't want to know him. It was like shutting a window to keep out the dark. Any time the subject of her father had come up, the reaction had been the same. If Carrie pushed, as she had done at times, asking questions about whether or not he had ever tried to make contact, it would quickly turn to tears and her mother reproaching her for making her upset. Why would you say that to me, when I've been the one who has cared for you all these years? This was why, despite how difficult her mother could be, she knew how much she owed her. She'd explained that to Kristen when she'd talked about her father. It would be such a betrayal. I couldn't do that to her. You've got to do what's right for you, too. And if it will give you peace to see him, to get some answers, then your mom should understand that. She was scared too. Worried that meeting her father again might open a wound that had been, at least partially, healed. Maybe once she was married, she might have the strength to take that chance. In the context of her parents' failed marriage, Tom's dishonesty today about an ex-girlfriend seemed inconsequential. She knew her fear of being betrayed again made her sensitive to any kind of deception. But Tom was a good man. He loved her. If she trusted him at all, and she did, she had to accept that he'd denied knowing Alex because he didn't want her to feel bad. When she saw him later, she'd tell him that she understood that he'd been trying to protect her. But she'd also make him promise that from this point on he would tell her everything and never lie to her again, starting with why he'd been so terrified about this woman speaking to Lily. Chapter 12. After the spa, Carrie walked her mother back to her room. Knowing that Tom and Lily were having dinner out, they'd eaten together in the small cafe inside the spa. Half an hour ago, she'd had a text from Tom to let her know they were back and he'd meet her in their room. However, when she got back there, it was empty. Firstly, she thought that he might be in with Lily, so she knocked softly on the connecting door. Lily was in the middle of smearing a thick cream on her face. Until she'd moved in with Tom, Carrie hadn't a clue how advanced 12-year-old girls were with their beauty regime. Lily's primers and toners and fixers put her scrub of face wash and slick of moisturizer to shame. Lily was also dressed for bed in the pink satin pajamas Carrie had bought as a pre-wedding holiday gift. She'd stood in Next for 10 minutes, deliberating whether to get herself a matching pair before deciding against it. It seemed too desperate. "Have you seen your dad?" Lily stopped the circles she was making on her cheeks with her fingertips. "He said he was going back downstairs to find you. Have you two had a row? He was acting weird." The last thing she wanted to do was drag Lily into this. She's an adult, but she was a way off understanding the complexity of an adult relationship. "No, nothing like that. Did he say anything else about the woman you spoke to at the pool?" She wasn't proud of herself for trying to get information from Lily, but she also wanted to know what she was walking into. Tom had made the relationship with Alex sound like nothing, but what if they'd been serious? And then there was his terrified reaction to her speaking to Lily. As someone who'd grown up surrounded by mystery and half-explanations, Carrie needed the full truth from him before they could put this to bed and forget about it. Lily resumed the circles on her cheeks. "Oh, her." Carrie almost laughed. Of course this was of no importance to Lily. Children were far less interested in their parents' lives than the other way around. As far as she was concerned, all that had happened was that someone had told her that she knew her dad. Why would she care? Her father's friends would not make the top 10 of things she was interested in, while Carrie hadn't been able to think about anything else since she'd seen his reaction to this woman at the pool yesterday. "Well, maybe I'll go down and see if I can find him." "Why don't you call him? He'll have his phone." For the same reason as Tom had already gone to look for her rather than call. Because they needed to be able to talk about this without Lily in the next room. The hotel corridor was quiet, the thick carpet muffling her footsteps. Maybe she was overreacting to this. This was the way her mother would react. But ever since the wedding had been booked, she'd been waiting for something to go wrong. Tom's proposal had been the most romantic thing that had ever happened to her. Moving in with him had been enough. She'd never dreamed that marriage was on the cards. Whenever Kristen had teased her about it, she'd shake her head. "He's done that already. I'm happy. I don't need a wedding." But there'd been a part of her that hadn't completely relinquished that dream. The thought of standing in front of their family and friends and declaring that they would love one another, support one another, be there for one another, for the rest of their lives. Not that she'd even mentioned it to Tom. Why scare away the best thing that had ever happened to her? That was why, when he'd taken her to Bath for a night away, She hadn't guessed for a second what he'd had planned. When he'd slipped the ring across the table of the beautiful restaurant he'd booked for them, she'd actually stopped breathing. "I love you, Carrie." All the way back to their hotel, she hadn't been able to stop gazing at the diamond on her finger. Her hand had looked different. She'd felt different. "So this is happening for real? I can tell people?" He'd laughed at her, pulled her close for a kiss. "Yes and yes. Who do you want to call? Your mum?" "No, that announcement would have to take place in person. Be carefully couched." It was Kristen she'd called. Kristen, who'd screeched down the phone and who had WhatsApped her 3 different possible destinations for hen weekends by the time she'd woken up the next day. Even the lift in this hotel was silent. The doors slid back with a soporific swoosh, and she stepped out into the entrance hall. The lights had been lowered at this late hour, but there was someone on the reception desk, and the inside bar was still open. A glance confirmed that he wasn't in there, so she made her way outside towards the pool. Carrie knew from the information binder in the room that the pool bar closed at 11 p.m. The outside area was almost silent, the pool as smooth as an ice rink. Even in the darkness, the air was heavy and warm, the sound of insects the only accompaniment. Then the air was punctuated by a raised voice she recognized. Cafe chairs, she saw them. Tom and Alex. Instinctively, she turned to run back to the room, not wanting to see or hear anything that was going to break her heart. But she took hold of herself. If she was going to build a life with Tom, she had to trust him. More than that, she had to show him that she trusted him. There was no need to be jealous. She could walk up to them right now and say hello. Prove to him, Alex, and herself, that she was confident and secure enough to be unaffected by the appearance of an old flame. Whether it was the darkness, her rubber-soled shoes, or the fact that they were having such an intense conversation, neither Tom nor Alex were aware of her approach. When she placed her hands on Tom's shoulders, he jumped in surprise, then turned to her with an expression of naked guilt. "Carrie, I didn't hear you coming." She'd resolved to show that she wasn't jealous, which meant now she had to go through with it. "Lily said you were looking for me, so I thought I'd come and find you and save you the trouble." Alex was watching the two of them as if they were entertainment. Tom was squirming like a fish on a hook. "Yes, I bumped into Alex. Just saying a quick hello." There was nothing quick about Alex. On the contrary, she was leaned back in her seat, long legs in front of her, sipping slowly from a glass of champagne, as if she had all the time in the world. If Tom wasn't going to bring her into the conversation, Carrie would have to do it herself. "Hello again." With a cat-like confidence, Alex leaned her chin on the tip of her forefinger. "Hello." Carrie couldn't have felt more out of her depth if she'd plunged into the pool behind her. She looked back at Tom, expecting him to take the lead, but he seemed to be struggling to take in enough oxygen. "Are you okay?" Alex answered for him. "He's a little shocked to see me. It's been a while." Irritation began to change to annoyance. Who did this woman think she was, talking about Tom as if she knew him better than Carrie? But she wasn't about to show her that she was getting to her. "Oh well, it's nice to see old friends, isn't it?" Alex laughed, long and slow and sexy, with a tail of mockery. "Old friends?" She raised a provocative eyebrow at Tom. "Is that what you've told her we are?" Enough was enough. Did this woman not know that her and Tom were about to be married? Finally, Tom recovered himself, and he stood, the legs of the metal chair scraping across the wooden deck. "Well, it was nice to see you, Alex. We need to get back to Lily." He reached out for Carrie's hand, and she let him take it. But Alex was not ready to end their conversation there. So you're not going to tell her? You think you can just disappear back to your room, have your pretty little wedding and fly home with your new bride none the wiser? Each sentence ratcheted up the fear in Carrie's chest. What was going on here? Who was this woman, and why did she know all of their business? Tom, what's going on? Let's go upstairs. We can talk there. Again, that laugh. Carrie was going to hear it in her dreams tonight, along with Alex's smooth but deadly voice. Oh no, you're not getting away with it that easily. I know you. Easily. I know you. You'll twist things around so that you come out smelling of roses. Tell her now.
Alex, please. Enjoying playing with the two of them, Alex took another long sip of her wine. Then she turned to Carrie. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Alex now, but I used to go by Lexi when Tom and I lived together about 12 years ago. She watched Carrie closely, as if she was enjoying the dawning realization in her eyes. Then she drained her glass. That's right. I'm Lily's mother. Chapter 13. The silence around the table was deafening. Carrie couldn't hear herself think. Tom was still holding her hand. She let it slide from his grasp, and he turned to her, his face ghostly in the glow of the outside lights. Carrie, please let me explain. Frozen in place, she could feel the malicious joy coming from Alex in waves. This was a woman who'd waited a long time for her moment and was relishing every drop of it. All Carrie could do was stare at Tom, his face so familiar and yet so alien. She must have misunderstood. But Lily's mother died? You said she was dead. Tom reached out to touch her. When she stiffened, he let his arms drop to his sides in defeat. I know. Genuinely had good reason. Please, let me explain. Let's get out of here. We need to talk about this. Alone. Leaning back in her chair, Alex held up her hands, feigning offense. Don't mind me. Does no one want to hear my side of events? Tom's voice was pure venom. You've done enough. A breeze rippled across the pool, cold on the back of Carrie's neck. Still, she couldn't move. It was as if the words swirling around her brain were too much for her body to contend with. All she could do was repeat her shock. You told Lily her mother was dead. As if bored with the show, Alex plucked her small silk clutch from the table and yawned as she stood to leave. We can talk again tomorrow, Tom. Not taking his eyes from Carrie, he didn't even respond. Once the sound of Alex's heels on the decked floor could no longer be heard, he spoke to Carrie gently in the way you'd coax a frightened animal. Carrie, let's go back to the room and we can talk there. Please, I can explain everything. As if in a nightmare, she followed. Back along the silent corridor to their room, neither of them spoke, the distance between them cold and full of fear. Now the sting of the initial shock had dulled. The heat of anger and disbelief threatened to consume her. She picked up the pace, forcing him to do the same. At the door, Tom fumbled with the room key, needing 3 attempts at pressing the card to the lock to make the green light appear. He held the door open for her, and she marched inside, not even glancing in his direction. The minute it clicked shut behind them, she turned on him. I can't believe you've lied to me all this time. I can't believe you've lied to Lily. He reached out for her arms, but she shook him off. Ashen-faced, his eyes pleaded with her. Please, just take a minute. I know it sounds awful, but you don't understand. Every part of her was trembling. Should she sit, stand, pace, scream? Then you need make me understand. Tell me what happened. Why you've told such a terrible lie.
Not in a million years would he be able to do that. For all of her young life, Lily had believed her mother was dead, when all the while she was out there. And Tom knew. It was horrific. At the foot of the bed they stood facing one another, 6 feet and a world apart. She was used to seeing a confident, self-assured version of Tom, and this tentative, uncertain man was unknown to her. I never planned to keep this from her forever. But I had to make an impossible decision. I thought I was doing the right thing. From being hurt. Carrie clutched at the finial at the end of the bedpost, its hard, varnished mahogany the only solid thing she had to hang on to. By telling her that her mother was dead? How was that protecting her? Now he'd begun, the words tumbled out of him, incoherent and disjointed. Alex wanted nothing to do with Lily. Nothing. She made me vow. She wanted to give her up for adoption. The only way I could get her to allow me to keep her was to promise that I wouldn't tell Lily the truth. None of this made sense. It was crazy talk. It sounded like lies. What do you mean? You are Lily's father. This is not the Victorian age. Test would have proved that she was your daughter. If Alex didn't want anything to do with her, any court in the land would have given you custody, surely. Tom sank down onto the end of the huge bed. The maid had been in and restored it to its earlier smooth perfection, rearranged the pillows and scattered red rose petals across the middle. It was as if they'd never slept there. It's more complicated than that. After she left, I just sat there, staring at Lily. She was such a beautiful baby, sunny and happy and innocent. Every part of me wanted to protect her, and all I kept thinking was, how would it feel to grow up knowing that your mother didn't want you, that she'd abandoned you like a dress that no longer fits? We're not talking the kind of adoption where someone is too young or poor or in difficult circumstances. Alex made a cold choice. She walked out on her daughter when she was barely walking and said she wanted nothing more to do with her, ever. That first night, Lily cried so much. His voice cracked. He dropped his elbows onto his knees and his face into his hands. His shoulders slumped and his voice followed. She cried so much, and it tore me up inside. I couldn't bear it. I would have done anything to make that pain stop. And then, over time, she seemed to get used to it. I took time away from work, spent every hour with her, and eventually she stopped asking for her mum. Carrie remembered Kristen's advice. Kids are more resilient than we give them credit for. Surely you didn't tell her then that her mother had died. She wasn't much more than a baby. How would you have done that? He shook his head. It wasn't premeditated. I was in a bad way, too, after Alex left. The business was in ruins. I had to sell the house. We moved away. There was a lot to deal with. It was far too much of a coincidence that the business failed at the same time that Alex left, but that was a conversation for another time. Her priority now was Lily. So when did you tell her that Alex had died? She was the one who said it to me. Up until then, when we read bedtime stories about families and she asked why she didn't have a mummy, I'd diverted her by telling her how much I loved her and said I was her mummy and daddy rolled into one. Then someone at her nursery had a grandparent die, and she came home and asked if her mummy had died too. Pictures and videos that she'd seen of Lily around that age had shown her to be a pixie-faced beauty with huge blue eyes and enough sparky personality for someone 3 times her size. As she remembered that face, Carrie's heart ached at the idea of a tiny Lily working this out for herself, asking such an immense question. And it made her anger at Tom even greater. Said yes? Even though it wasn't true? His face crumpled. It seemed easier, kinder, a clear explanation that she could understand. I knew I'd have to tell her the truth one day, when she was old enough to cope with it, but But you haven't. Shoulders slumped. He looked broken.
It has never been the right time. I was scared of what it would do to her, to us.
Exhaustion washed over Carrie. Relinquishing her hold on the bedpost, she sank down onto the gray velvet couch, facing Tom across a sea of deep, plush white carpet. Only hours ago, this place had been heaven. Now she was in hell.
So what happens now? When are you going to tell her? When will you explain to Lily about her mother?
He pulled himself upright, his back straight and determined.
When she's an adult, and old enough to appreciate that people are complex, that they make mistakes. Right now, she files everyone in her life into good or bad. You know how judgmental she can be.
Carrie did know. Many times, Lily had come home from school with self-righteous anger about something or someone who'd crossed her during that day. But this was not about a friend who'd said something tactless or a teacher who'd blamed the wrong person for talking in class. That's cowardly. You have to tell her. It's not right, Tom.
Right, Tom. She has a right to know the truth. You need to tell her now. His anguish was engraved into the lines around his eyes. What would be the point of telling her now? There's enough change going on for her right now. Us getting married, for example. It's not going to achieve anything for her to know except pain. Nothing has changed. Alex doesn't want to be in her life. She wants money. Money? The woman she'd seen in the bar last night, and just now, with her expensive silk dress dripping in diamonds, did not appear to be hard up for cash. What do you mean?
Covering his face with his hands, Tom pushed his fingers into his eyes, then pulled his palms down his face as if to wipe away the images in his brain.
She's in some kind of trouble. She needs money. That's what I've been doing on the phone the last few days. She wants a lot of money to stay away. She says I owe her, and she's threatened to reveal everything to Lily if I don't give it to her. Until I saw her at the pool the first day we were here, I had no idea she was coming. Apparently, she saw a post on Lily's Instagram about the hotel.
Carrie felt sick. This was all completely horrible, and in the middle of it was a 12-year-old girl with no idea that her life was about to implode. So you're saying that you're going to take a chunk of money out of your business, give it to Alex, and then let her walk away without telling Lily a thing? He held out his hands.
What else do you suggest? I tell Lily that her mother is alive, but she wants nothing to do with her? Tear her life into pieces? Make her hate me too? The father who has worked so hard to make her life as good as it can be.
Echoing in her mind were the same words she'd heard her mother speak over the years when she'd talked about her father. How much of this was about Tom? About him not wanting to lose, or even share, his daughter? Her mother's face flashed in front of her eyes. Your father left.
Now. There'd been no further explanation. Any question Carrie had asked had been met with tight lips or tears, and the memory of her pain and frustration steeled her resolve. Lily deserves to know the truth. You owe that to her. Tom threw out his arms. Do you want to be the one to tell her? What do I say, Carrie? This is your mother. She's been alive all this time, but she wants nothing to do with you? She's still a child. How can she possibly cope with hearing that? I have to protect her. I'm her dad. That's my job. You have to understand. Everything I do is about making sure that my daughter is safe and cared for and loved. Did he think that she wouldn't get that because she wasn't a mother? Shakily, she got to her feet. I can't talk about this any longer. It's too much to take in. I need to get some air. This time, Tom didn't try to stop her, staying silent as she made her way to the door. She managed to get through it and close it behind her before the tears came and she had to lean against the wall to get a hold of herself.
How they went about telling Lily was such a huge question that she had nothing to offer right now. She didn't need to be a mother to know deep in her being that it was the right thing to do. Just as she knew that from the way Alex had been hungrily watching Lily around the pool, this was not a woman who wanted nothing to do with her daughter. Chapter 14. At the other end of the corridor, a laughing couple were returning to their room, arm in arm. Carrie wiped her face with her hands. She needed to get away from Tom for a while. She didn't want to go to her mother's room, or to either of the hotel bars. Where could she go to be alone? Outside the front of the hotel, the damp, fragrant heat of the evening was suffocating after the cool, air-conditioned reception. Along the pavement, cypress trees whispered in the warm evening breeze, but it was too warm to offer much relief to Carrie's red, tear-stained face. Taking a left, she walked towards the harbor as she scrolled to the favorite numbers on her phone. There was only one person she wanted to speak to. "Sorry, I know it's late. Can you talk?" On the other end of the line, Kristin yawned. "Well, you interrupted the night of the century." Pete's downstairs scrolling through Doom documentaries on his phone before his flight tomorrow, and I've snuck up to bed with my Kindle. I mean, it's not a glamorous wedding in Sorrento, but what she'd give to be able to drive over and speak to her best friend right now. Sit at her dining table with a mug of coffee and spill everything out for them to rake over and make sense of. There might not even be a wedding. At the other end, she heard a scramble of bedsheets. Then Kristin's tone changed. "What's going on? Are you okay?" Just those 3 words were enough to start the tears again. "It's awful. Terrible. I don't even know where to begin." In micro-bursts of shaky phrases, she filled Kristin in on the woman at the pool and who she'd turned out to be. Aside from a huge gasp when she revealed that Lily's mother was alive and looking extremely well, Kristin said nothing until she'd finished. "Oh, Carrie, I'm so sorry. How are you doing?" Processing her own feelings about Tom's deception hadn't even begun. Still suspended in that moment of anticipation between accidentally cutting yourself and waiting for the pain to come. "I don't even know. All I can think about is Lily. My heart is breaking for her. That poor little girl." Echoing her own reaction, Kristin sounded like someone had slammed into her and taken her breath. "I can't believe it of Tom. He seemed so nice and dependable. Oh, Carrie, I can't even imagine how you're feeling right now." Like the ground beneath her feet had been shaken. "It's as if I don't even know him. I'm supposed to be marrying him, and all this time he's had this huge, awful secret. Maybe I did rush into this. Maybe my mother was right." Stern and certain, Kristin's real voice was back. "Hey, you can stop that right away. None of this is your fault. You fell in love and you trusted someone. Blame yourself for that." "Have you only just found out?" "Yes, about an hour ago. My head is spinning." "Of course it is. Oh, Carrie, I wish I was there with you. I want to put my arms around you and give you a big hug." She'd love nothing more. Before Kristin, Carrie had not been a hugger, her mother not given to physical demonstrations of love, but she'd grown to appreciate the power of her friend's strong, firm arms around her. It was another reason to be angry with herself for going along with Tom's plans for a destination wedding, rather than doing it at home where her friends could be there. What do I do? Right now, you need to give yourself a chance to take it in. To make a decision about anything until you're ready. That advice was for the wedding, but she hadn't even begun to think about that. I don't mean the ceremony. I mean Lily. She has to be told. And Tom is saying he won't tell her. What do I do? There was a pause at the other end of the line. When she spoke again, Kristin's voice was gentle but firm. This is not your responsibility, Carrie. This is for Tom to sort out. Where is Lily now? She's in her own room. Tom is in our room. Carrie, listen to me. I know you want to swoop in there and fix all this, but it's not your circus. It's not your circus. Give Tom time to work out what he's going to tell her. Then you can be there to comfort her if she needs it. You cannot be the one to tell her. Of course she wasn't going to blunder in and tell Lily everything, but she was worried about Tom's belief that Lily was too young to know. And what if he doesn't tell her? Kristin sighed. I don't know. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it. Coming across a wooden bench looking out to sea that was mercifully empty, Carrie took the opportunity to sit down. Though it was dark, the lamplit streets were busy with holidaymakers returning from dinner or on their way into town. All too wrapped up in their own happiness to notice her, thankfully. The sea was almost purple at this time of night, and the dark waves crashed onto the beach. Earlier today, I was thinking about my dad. The conversation we had when we were away in Suffolk. I mean, it's not the same because no one told me he died. But I don't have the truth either. And it messes with my brain sometimes. And I'm an adult. Lily is just a young girl. There was a pause on the other end of the line. One of the things that Carrie loved about Kristin was that she didn't give you a pat answer to things. She'd take her time, really consider everything before she replied. Well, you know that I can send a message to the Facebook account we found. I mean, that might not be what you want to think about right this moment. But just say the word, and I'll do it. When they'd had this conversation at her hen weekend, she'd said the same thing she always said. Can you imagine my mum if I did that? I can't do that to her. But seeing this from Lily's perspective had shifted something in her. Although the fear hadn't changed. He could have come and found me whenever he wanted. If he'd wanted to be part of my life, he would have been. I get that. And I'm not telling you to do it. But you won't ever get answers to your questions unless you do. It was true. She'd told Tom that Lily deserved the truth. Didn't she deserve the same thing? Okay then, do it. Send him a message. Ask him if he's my dad. This was huge. The breeze coming from the sea picked up, and she shivered, wrapped her free arm around herself, and leaned forwards onto her knees. There was another pause before Kristin spoke. Are you sure? No, she wasn't sure about anything right now. But she wanted truth from somewhere. Yes, no, I don't know. As always, Kristin knew the right thing to do. Don't decide now. Let it settle. As soon as you're ready, I can send the message. Kristin's calm wisdom and support made her feel marginally lighter. Thank you. Back to the hotel. I'm so sorry about all of this, Carrie, but I'm here for you. Call me any time you need to. I love you. I love you too. Thank you. Once she ended the call, she stayed bent over, staring out into the darkness. Far from home, in a country she didn't know, there was nowhere she could escape to. There was nothing else for it but to go back to the room she shared with Tom. Her only other alternative would be to share a bed with her mother, and she'd prefer to stick pins in her eyes. She hadn't gone far and was back at the hotel in minutes. When she turned the corner from the reception into their corridor, she spotted Tom standing outside their room, waiting for her. Walking towards him, she fought to keep her breathing level, pushing down the competing desires to run into his arms or rain her fists down on his chest. What are you doing standing out here? He looked completely lost. I don't know. I couldn't sit still, but I didn't want to leave in case Lily woke up.
I've been pacing.
She loved that handsome face so much, especially when it looked as sorry as it did right now. But she remembered her mother's words earlier about her dad, how she should have trusted herself when he started to lie to her.
About this anymore tonight. It's too much. Too big to take in.
He nodded.
I know you believe I'm wrong, Carrie, but I have always tried to do what's best for Lily. That's all I've ever wanted to do. I'm all she's ever had. I had to make a terrible decision, and I'll never know for sure if it was the right thing to do.
She knew better than anyone what it was like to be the only person that could keep someone happy. Hadn't that been her experience with her mother her whole life? I do believe you're wrong, and I won't lie to her, Tom.
He shook his head. I'm not asking you to. There is no need for this to come up this week.
If I give Alex the money that she wants, she'll disappear again. I have time to work out when to tell her, how to tell her. He was being unbelievably naive. Alex is here, Tom. Do you not think she's going to find out? His face darkened.
No. It's not in Alex's interests to tell Lily. I'm going to speak to her again tomorrow. Lily won't need to find out that her mother is alive until she is old enough to understand why I kept it from her.
Too late. Carrie noticed the external door to Lily's room had opened enough for Lily to peep outside to investigate who was talking outside her door. Now it opened wider, and Lily was staring at her father. Did you just say that my mum is alive?
Chapter 15. The air between the three of them froze. Lily stared at Tom, her eyes an indescribable combination of hope and disbelief. When Tom didn't answer her question, she spoke again. Is she alive, Dad? Is that what you said? As if released from a spell, Tom stepped towards her.
Lily, I need to talk to you.
The color drained from her face, and she turned her attention to Carrie. Did you know? Pain and fear laced her voice. It was excruciating. Carrie shook her head and kept her voice low and calm. No. I found out today, a couple of hours ago. Lily's head whipped around back to Tom. Her mouth trembled. You told me she was dead. When you only have one parent, they are your safe house, the foundation on which you stand, the walls that keep you safe. In one moment, Lily's whole home was crashing around her ears, and Carrie would have done anything to stop it. Tom clearly felt the same. Let's go into your room. We can't talk up here. Come on, sweetheart. When he moved to take her into his arms, she backed away, leaving him to trail behind her. Not knowing what to do for the best, Carrie followed. Lily's room was a mess. Across the back of the chair, wet towels dropped on the floor, lipsticks and lotions littered the dressing table. All this since the maid would have tidied that morning. The bed, at least, was still made, and Tom perched on its edge, his hands together as if in prayer. Carrie took the chair against the far wall. As unpredictable as an untethered kite, Lily paced around in front of them, her uncertainty and fear coming off her in waves. Carrie wanted to catch her, make her still, tell her that everything was going to be okay. But how could she do that? Like Kristen had said, it was Tom's place, not hers. He tried again to speak. Lily, sweetheart, I need to explain. Carrie had known and expected Lily to be angry and upset, to shout or cry. But this was agonizing. It was as if someone had made a hole in her and drained her of everything. Shell shock. That was the only thing she could compare it to. Tom, she needs some time to think. Give her a moment. Lily faced them, but their words just washed over her. Nothing was going in.
Carrie understood the shock. Hadn't she felt it herself not 2 hours before? But it was completely different for Lily. Tom had been her anchor, her mainstay, her first foot in the world.
He caught her when she fell, soothed her when she was in pain, and now he was asking her to reassess everything her life had been made of. Worst of all, he had stolen away the very ground beneath their feet. Tom brought his hand to his mouth as if he needed to physically stop the words from coming. Broken and powerless, he could only watch in agony as Lily paced in front of him, as if unsure where to put her body in this space. After what seemed like hours, she looked at him. "How could you lie to me, Dad? How could you tell me that my mom was dead all these years? All those times I asked you about her. How did you keep lying? Why did you keep lying?" Carrie felt like an intruder. An intruder. It was wrong to be here in the room with them. She was a voyeur, a spare part, a tourist in their pain. But telling them she was leaving would only serve to interrupt their moment. Instead, she shrank back against the wall and tried to keep invisibly still as she watched Tom feel around for the right words. "I just wanted to keep you safe. I didn't want you to be hurt." Lily almost spat her response. "Safe!" Now the anger came. "How can you lie about keeping me safe? You're still lying to me. You're trying to make it out like you did the right thing, but you didn't, and you know it. You're a liar. You've lied to me. You've kept my mum from me." From me? Why? Why? Her voice got louder and louder, and Tom reeled as if her words were bullets. It was excruciating. "I can only explain if you let me. I can't give you a fast answer, Lily. It's really complicated." Complicated? Her voice was now practically a scream. Complicated? Carrie couldn't bear it any longer. "Lily, why don't you?" Lily whipped around and took a step towards Carrie. If she hadn't been so tiny, it would have been threatening. "How are you not shouting at him too? He lied to you. He told you his wife was dead when all the time he had chased her away. Is that what happened?" The last was thrown back at Tom, and he shook his head slowly. "No, that is not what happened. Your mother decided to leave." "Why? What happened? Women don't just leave for no reason, do they?" Now she was speaking to Carrie again, as if their gender was helping them to join forces against the enemy. Carrie knew that Tom's behavior had been inexcusable, but she didn't see him as Lily's enemy either. She knew how much he loved that little girl with every fiber of his being, and her own love for him made her want to believe that he'd really thought that what he did was right. "Does she want to see me? Is that why you were talking about it? Has she been in contact?" There was a long silence. Lily stared at Tom, waiting for a reply. He seemed to have lost the power of speech. Carrie had to squeeze her hands into fists to prevent herself from jumping in. He had to tell her, "Please don't lie again." Eventually, he did the right thing. "She's already seen you." Confusion lined Lily's face. Carrie watched her processing this information, saw the exact moment the realization hit. "It's the woman at the pool, isn't it? It's Alex?" Tom nodded. "Yes, it's Alex." This final piece of the puzzle took the wind out of her sails, and she stopped pacing, resting a hand onto the back of the chair in front of her dressing table. A precarious silence rested over the room. Everything that had already been said was finally sinking in. The truth had been released, but no one knew yet what to do with it, and what the truth would do to them. When she spoke again, Lily's voice wobbled. "Is she here because she wants to see me? Or was it just a coincidence?" Tom's face was taut with fear. Every word he spoke now was a tiptoe across a field of landmines.
It's not a coincidence.
It was difficult to read her reaction to that. So she wants to see me? From what Tom had told Carrie, and from her own observations of her, it was unclear what Alex wanted. This is what happens when secrets are kept and then revealed when you're not ready for it. Confusion and misunderstanding and pain. Tom held up his palms as if to slow things down.
Before you decide anything, please let me tell you what happened. Shielded you from this.
With no tolerance for her father's framing of the past, Lily stuck out her chin and glared at him with watery eyes. What? So you can tell me more lies? The quiet judgment in her voice was more painful than the shouting had been. But Lily was entirely justified not to trust him, and Tom clearly knew that.
I will tell you the truth. I promise.
How can I believe you, Dad? How can I believe anything you say, ever again? Beneath the accusation, Carrie could hear a little girl who was frightened. That part she could help with.
Lily, please sit down for a moment, sweetheart. Sweetheart, you've had such a terrible shock.
Surprisingly, Lily allowed Carrie to lead her over to the sofa, not taking her eyes from her father, as if to warn him not to even try to touch her. Once they were sitting, she could feel Lily trembling, and she risked an arm around her shoulder. How was Tom going to explain all this? He'd had 12 years, but only 5 minutes to prepare. The thing is, your mum wasn't ready to have a baby. I was a little bit older than her, and I was ready, but she wasn't. Pretty soon after you were born, she decided that it would be best for her to leave and start again somewhere new. She didn't want you to know her name, or who she was, or where she was living. With her arm around Lily, Carrie felt the jagged sob leave her body, so intense that it shook her frail frame. She held her tighter, her own heart aching for her. This was too much for a young girl to have to take in. Had she been wrong to push Tom to tell her right now? But wasn't it better that she hear it from him rather than Alex? Tom practically hovered over his seat on the bed, clearly desperate to reach forward and take his daughter into his arms, yet knowing it was too soon.
That's why I let you believe it. I have told you that. How could I have told you that your mother didn't want to be your mother?
As if her anger and grief were breaking into pieces, Lily's voice wobbled into whispers. Was it my fault? Was I a difficult baby?
No, absolutely not. This was nothing to do with you. She knew she was planning to leave before you were even born.
At 12, Lily was old enough to know the realities around falling pregnant. It doesn't make sense. Why would you have a child if you didn't want one? I mean, even if it was an accident, which I clearly was, you don't have to go through with it and have a baby. Every word that came from Tom's mouth seemed to give him physical pain. By the time she found out she was pregnant, it was too late to do that. Lily's hands flew to her face. So she would have got rid of me if she could have done. Tom opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Carrie couldn't bear the heavy silence. She wanted to spare Lily from any part of this pain that she could. In these kinds of situations, no one knows what someone would have done or not. Even they themselves can't know for sure. Lily seemed to take that on board. I want to see her, and I'm scared to see her. I want to ask her why she never came back, but I don't want to know either. Does that make sense? It makes perfect sense, Carrie agreed. You don't have to decide anything right now. Why don't you sleep on it and see how you feel in the morning? Tom looked relieved.
Carrie's right. You don't have to rush into anything. And talk some more about this in the morning. Then, if you want to meet her, I'll arrange it.
Lily's eyes were heavy, and she nodded. Did she say that she has always thought about me? It was the hope in her voice that was dangerous. This wasn't a movie or a fairy tale. Whatever Lily anticipated, there was no way of knowing how Alex would react. Defeated, Tom held out his hands in supplication. How could she not? You are wonderful, and I love you so much, Lily. I know you probably don't believe this right now, but I honestly believed I was doing the right thing. That Lily wasn't ready to hear it. I'm going to go to bed. I'm really tired. Carrie hugged her goodnight, but when Tom stepped towards her, she shook her head. She wasn't ready to forgive him. They used the adjoining door to return to their room. Tom slumped in the chair. This is worse than I thought. Is she ever going to forgive me? His words brought her own father to her mind again. Every time he let her down, failed to turn up, her mother would say the same thing. This is unforgivable. Which parent would Lily hold responsible? The one who left, or the one who stayed and lied? You have to give her some time. She's been knocked sideways with it all. On top of everything else, she's exhausted. Tom rubbed his hands over his face. I can't believe that Alex is here. That I have to let her speak to Lily. She wanted to tell him that he'd done this to himself. That he'd been an absolute idiot to think that Lily wasn't going to find out someday. But she didn't have the energy to start it up again. I'm exhausted, Tom. Let's talk about this tomorrow. He stared at his hands. You'll have to tell your mother in the morning, too. You know that she'll tell you to leave me. She could well imagine that that would be exactly what her mother would say. She needs to know. Whatever Lily decides she wants, she'll be talking about it tomorrow. He raised his head. You won't listen, though. You won't leave me. She wasn't ready to answer that question, so she was grateful for the knock on the adjoining door. In a heartbeat, Tom was out of his seat and across the room to open it. Hey, sweetheart. Are you okay? Her face was red and blotchy and sticky with tears. I can't sleep. I don't want to be in here on my own. Lily's room was a twin with a spare single bed. I can come in and stay with you. Carrie won't mind. But she shook her head. No. She looked past him at Carrie. Can you come and stay with me? In the other bed? I don't want to be alone in there. Tom turned to Carrie with devastation in his eyes, smiled at Lily. Of course. Let me brush my teeth and I'll be in. Without even looking at Tom, Lily clicked the door shut behind her. His whole body sagged. She's not going to forgive me, is she? Oh, God. What have I done? Carrie had no words to comfort him. Maybe he deserved to feel this. Meanwhile, she was relieved that Lily's request meant that she wouldn't be forced to lay awake beside him, deciding whether she could forgive him his lies either.
Chapter 16. Either Carrie's presence was particularly calming, or the emotion of the last hour had been more exhausting than she realized, because Lily was asleep within 10 minutes of Carrie slipping into the cool sheets of the other single bed. Carrie, on the other hand, was in that peculiar hell of being incredibly tired, yet unable to sleep, emotionally drained, yet consumed by anxiety. One question circling her brain. How could Tom lie for this long? It felt strange to be in a single bed and to be sharing a room with Lily. In fact, she hadn't shared a bedroom with anyone until she was a teenager.
As an only child, she'd had her own room, and her mom hadn't allowed her to stay over at anyone else's house until she was old enough to argue about it and win. Asleep, Lily seemed younger, more like the little girl in the pictures Tom had hung beside the hallway stairs at home. She'd always been a beautiful child, Tom hadn't introduced her to Lily until he was certain that she wanted to be in his life permanently. Though he'd dated other women over the years, he'd never introduced any of them to his daughter. "I don't want her to get attached to someone who will leave," he'd explained to her. Back then, she'd assumed it was because of the loss of her mother. Now, this was colored slightly differently. It had been difficult to begin with. Lily was already hitting preteen years like a hormonal steam train. She'd been wary of Carrie, unused to sharing her dad with anyone. But Carrie had been patient, not pushed herself forwards, and had told Tom many times that he still needed time with his daughter where she wasn't around. Lily shouldn't have to feel like she always had to share him. Over time, Lily relaxed, and they started to get somewhere. Lily had even listened to Carrie's suggestions about some friendship issues she'd been having. When she'd told her over dinner the next day that she'd taken her advice, Carrie had felt like doing a lap of honor around the dining table. The engagement had been a little bit of a setback. Tom had done everything right, had told Lily about it before he asked Carrie, had even taken her ring shopping with him, and she'd seemed okay about it. But there'd been questions about whether they would have to move house, about whether Carrie was expecting her to call her mum, about whether or not they were planning to have more children. Before she fell asleep tonight, Lily had asked Carrie to leave a lamp on in case she woke in the night. Its muted light cast shadows across Lily's face. Her eyelids fluttered as she dreamed. Carrie hoped they were good ones. The answer to the first question had been an easy one. Tom had a large, detached 4-bedroom house. There was no need to move anywhere else. As for the second, when Lily had asked Carrie what she should call her once she was married to her dad, she'd said that she could call her whatever she liked. There was a part of her that hoped, if she worked really hard, Lily might begin to think of her as her mum. She would soon be a teenager, yes, but there were still many growing up years to come, and Carrie wanted very much to help her through those. First crush. First heartbreak. Though Carrie hadn't spoken to her own mother about any of those things, she'd always hoped that, one day, she'd be the kind of mother who did. Which brought her on to the third question. Children. Carrie had never been in a relationship where the prospect of having children was even a possibility. Most of her relationships had only lasted a handful of months. The two that had lasted longer than that, 1 year and 2 years respectively, had been with men who had no interest in even living together, let alone marriage and children. When she turned 40, she'd tried to turn off that part of her brain that yearned for a family of her own. And then she met Tom, a man with a daughter without a mother. And she dared to hope that, finally, she might get the chance to have a family after all. The next morning, it took Carrie a moment to remember where she was. When she looked across at Lily, she was lying awake, staring at the ceiling. "Good morning. How are you feeling?" Lily wrinkled her nose. "I don't know. I've got butterflies. Like something bad is about to happen." Carrie threw back the covers and swung her feet onto the floor. "That's anxiety. And it's not surprising. You've had a lot to take in." Lily turned her face towards her. It was swollen. She must have been crying again this morning. "What should I do? Do I go and meet her? What if she doesn't like me?" How long had she been awake, worrying about this? "She'd be mad if she didn't like you, and you don't need to make a decision yet. Why don't you talk to your dad?" Her face crumpled. "I'm so mad at him." "You and me both," Carrie wanted to say, but her own emotions weren't helpful here. "That's okay, too. You can be mad, but talk to him." Lily chewed on her lip, clearly trying to stop the tears from coming again. "Okay, I'll talk to him." That was something. Carrie decided to quit while she was ahead. "I'm going to get dressed and go and find my mum. Shall I tell your dad that you'll come through and talk to him once you're ready?" She nodded. "Yes, please." "I'm going to get in the shower." Next door, Tom looked as if he hadn't slept a wink either. He searched her face for clues.
How is she?
She's confused, but she said she'll speak to you. She'll come through after she's had a shower. I'm going to throw on some clothes and give the two of you some space. He ran his fingers through his hair and let out a sigh of relief.
You can stay. I'm not going to say anything that you haven't already heard.
As well as giving them privacy, Carrie wasn't ready to hear it all again. No, I need to see Mom anyway. And I think you and Lily need some time to work this out. They both knew it was going to take more than one conversation, but he nodded.
Thank you. Once I know what's happening, maybe we can...
He trailed off at the expression on her face. They were a world away from their next step. Work things out with Lily. We can wait. Her mother took a while to answer Carrie's knock on her hotel room door. When she opened it, she had a brush in her hand, and the back half of her hair was damp. You're early for breakfast? In this new, surreal universe, Carrie hadn't thought to even check the time. I was hoping we could have a conversation before we go down. Her mother was instantly on the alert. What's happened? Carrie had to fight herself not to cry.
Can I come in?
Her mother's room was half the size of hers, but with its white gauze curtains pulled back, its large balcony faced the harbor. Instead of a sofa, there was a deep, soft grey armchair, and Carrie sank into it, counted down from 3, and began. As she recounted to her mother what she'd discovered in the last couple of hours of yesterday, Janet's face widened in shock, then closed down into dark disapproval. Well, that explains why he was in such a hurry to get married then. I knew there was something not quite right. This was why she'd been dreading telling her.
How different was this response to Kristen's? The first thing Kristen had asked her was, "Are you okay?" From her mother, there were no 3 words, not even 1 word, to ask how she was feeling. I don't think the speed of the engagement has much of a bearing on it, Mother. Her mum hated it when she called her mother, so she reserved it for the times when she was most irritated. Well, you clearly can't marry him now. What are we going to do? Can we book flights to leave today? Was Carrie being paranoid, or was her mother actually pleased with this situation? I'm struggling to stand up right now, Mum. Dashing off to get a flight might be a bit more than I can cope with. Through tight lips, her mother sipped at the glass of water from her dressing table, her eyes hard and seeming to bore through Carrie. I do hope you're not planning to forgive him for this. Instinct made her defensive. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. And to be honest, it's not as if he's done this to me. It's Lily who should be most considered. She folded her arms, a gesture Carrie had seen many times over the course of her childhood. But he's lied to you. He's proving himself to be a liar, and a comprehensive one at that. He's kept this secret for 12 years. And you were going to become his wife. The going to become took Carrie's breath, but she couldn't argue with that. A lie of omission was still a lie. I know. But her mother was already on a well-worn conversational track. When someone shows you who they are, you have to believe them. I've told you that 100 times. I would have saved myself a whole lot of pain if I'd taken more notice of your father's behavior before I shackled myself to him. Before she had Carrie, she meant. Although her mother had never come out and said that she wished she'd not had a child, she'd told her enough times how difficult she had found Carrie's childhood for her to assume that this was the case. It was impossible not to compare her father with Alex. I wonder whether he'll turn up again one day like this. An expression of horror swept her mother's face. Your father?
I sincerely doubt it. He abandoned us, Carrie. He was a liar, too. And if you have any sense in your head, you won't make the same mistakes that I did. It was ironic that Tom's transgression was almost the opposite of her father's. He had abandoned his daughter, and Tom had lied to his to keep her close. Her mind was so overwhelmed by this that she wasn't sure which was worse. She'd been aware before how much she and Lily had in common with only having one parent, but couldn't have known just how much. Her legs itched to get out of here, and she pushed herself out of the armchair.
Do you want to finish doing your hair and we can go down to breakfast?
With her throat tight and her stomach in turmoil,
she wasn't sure she'd be able to eat anything, but she was in desperate need of hot coffee. The mercifully loud hairdryer made further conversation impossible, so she watched in silence as her mother used the hairdryer and a round brush with practiced perfection. Everything about her mother's routines was precise and pristine. Never had she left the house without her face fully made up, her clothes pressed and flawless. Carrie had been raised the same way, not to let anyone see you looking less than your best. She glanced at herself in the mirror. No makeup. Hardly the appearance of a woman who was due to get married in 3 days' time. In the light of what was going on, maybe she wasn't. She sank back into the chair, her legs wobbly at the magnitude of the decision she was going to have to make. The only thing she'd brought with her was her room key and her phone. When it buzzed in her lap, she assumed it was Tom, but it was Kristen. "How are you feeling?" Hot tears pricked the back of her eyes at her friend's kindness. As she typed a reply, she thought again about Kristen's offer to message the man she'd found on Facebook and ask whether he was her dad. When she'd considered finding him, she'd always come to the same conclusion. Why would she put herself up for more rejection? Now, though, she felt differently about everything. She deleted the message she'd written to Kristen and started again. "I'm okay. Just trying to work out how I feel, to be honest. I'll call you later. But in the meantime, I've made a decision. Can you send a message to ask that man if he's my dad?" Chapter 17. 3 days before. It was still early, and the restaurant where breakfast was served was half full of older couples. Though the food was buffet style, the waitress brought a stainless steel pot of coffee to the table, and Carrie poured a cup for her and her mom. Not caring how hot it was, Carrie brought the white china cup to her mouth, burning her lip. Pointedly, her mother blew on the surface of her own drink to cool it, then nodded towards the wooden trays of pastries along the wall facing them. "Shall we go and get something to eat?" Carrie was still too upset to eat, her stomach a tangle of knots that made it impossible to even try. "You go ahead. I'm fine with coffee for now." Of course, this wasn't going to fly with her mother. "You must eat something." Thup. Unsure what she was needing to conserve strength for, she shook her head. "Honestly, I just need caffeine. I'll get something when Lily and Tom arrive." She wasn't sure that the two of them would make it down to breakfast, but at least it would keep her mum from nagging her about eating. She took herself off to the pastry table, and Carrie focused on the dark, bitter coffee. All around her, snatches of conversation intermingled with the chink of cutlery on china. Some of the couples laughed and chatted, made plans for the day ahead. Others ate silently, whether through being comfortable with or completely bored with one another, Carrie would never know. What was the secret of a long and happy marriage? What peaks and troughs had these people been through? What had they had to forgive along the way? Before her mother slid back into her seat, she placed a small plate with a croissant, butter, and jam in front of Carrie. "I know you said you didn't want anything, but I brought you this just in case." To anyone else, it would have seemed kind, but to Carrie, it was another example of how her mother didn't listen to her and what she wanted. But what was the point of making something of it? Instead, she swallowed down her frustration with another scalding gulp of coffee and said nothing. For the next half an hour,
Swathes of silence were punctuated by her mother's complaints about the jam and attempts to get Carrie to eat or talk. Carrie attempted to counter both by breaking off tiny pieces of the glossy, flaky pastry, which turned to sawdust in her dry mouth. They were about to leave when Tom appeared at the entrance to the restaurant. She watched him scanning the room, searching for her, for a few moments before giving in and waving to show them where they sat. With his hand on her shoulder, Tom pointed out their table to Lily. Then she disappeared in the direction of the pancake station while he came to join Carrie and her mother. Slipping into the chair next to Carrie, he nodded to her mother. "Good morning, Janet. Did you sleep well?" Tight-lipped and severe, she had the expression of a judge about to bang her gavel and pronounce judgment. "Very well, thank you." Clearly, Tom wasn't about to push his luck by asking anything else. Instead, he turned to Carrie, though, after a brief glance at her stony face. He kept his eyes on his fingers, which played with the edge of his napkin. "Lily has decided that she wants to talk to Alex. I'm going to call her and see if I can speak to her now to arrange it." Call her? That had moved on quickly. "Will you get her number?" With a forced lightness, Tom tried to slip out his words like a hurried note under the door. She gave it to me. Yesterday, in the bar." It was interesting that he hadn't mentioned that before now, but she wasn't about to interrogate him in front of her mother. "I see. Do you want me to stay here with Lily while you go and make the call?" Relief washed over his face at her offer. "If that's okay with you." This politeness between them was awful, especially under the watchful eye of her mother, who was just waiting for Tom to slip up. "Of course. Are you going now?" "Yes, I told Lily I would. Be as quick as I can." On his way back out, he spoke briefly to Lily, who was carefully carrying a stack of Nutella-drizzled pancakes back to the table. Lily's plate hit the table with a clatter, which made Carrie's mother wince. To counteract it, Carrie forced herself into a smile. "They smell good." Lily looked up through her eyelashes. "I've decided that I'm going to speak to Alex. Did Dad tell you?" However hard this was for Carrie, it was much bigger for Lily. "He did. I'm glad you've made a decision." Dragging her knife across the uppermost pancake to spread the Nutella over every square inch of it, Lily frowned. "Thought about it and decided that I have to give her a chance to explain, and I do want to meet her properly, now that I know who she is." Carrie's mother snorted, and Carrie shot her a warning glance before returning to Lily. "If you're happy with that, that's great." Cutting into her pancakes, she did seem a lot happier than she had first thing this morning. Carrie didn't know what Tom had said to her, but it had done the trick. "Is everything okay between you and your dad, too?" She forked a large section of pancake into her mouth and shrugged. Carrie didn't push her any further. Who knew how long it would take for her to trust him again? Carrie's phone buzzed in her bag. It was a message from Kristen. "Are you busy? Can I call you?" 5 minutes of Kristen would be the perfect antidote to this awkwardness, although she had told Tom she'd stay with Lily. "I need to make a quick call. Will you both be okay for 5 minutes if I step just outside the entrance? Mom, can you stay with Lily?" It wasn't a lot to ask, but her mother slipped on her martyr mask as she held up her hands. "As long as you're not too long." There was now a small queue of people at the door of the restaurant, so she walked in the opposite direction outside the empty business suite before dialing Kristen. She picked up immediately. "That was quick. Now a good time to talk? I wanted to see how you were doing." The kindness of her voice brought a lump to Carrie's throat. "I'm still numb, to be honest. I've just had the pleasure of telling my mom all about it. She thinks I should get on the next plane out of here and not look back." "That's a surprise." Her sarcasm was well-founded. Carrie's mother was not a reliable source of advice, but Kristen was. "What do you think? Should I cancel the wedding and forget all about Tom?" Can I trust him? Would I be mad to stay? Even as she asked, she didn't know what she wanted Kristen to answer. Was she hoping for reassurance that it would be okay for her to stay with Tom? Or was she asking her friend to give her the strength to walk away from the best relationship she'd ever had? Either way, she wasn't going to get it. You know that I'm not going to tell you what to do. That's not how this works. I'm your best friend. You decide what you want, and I support you all the way. I don't know which way is up right now. Well, it's not like you're going to get any deposits back at this stage. You can afford to give it a day or two. There's no rush to decide. Hadn't she given Lily similar advice last night? Why was it always easier to help someone else than to help yourself? No rush. You're right. I need to let it settle and see what else Tom has to say. Thank you. There was a brief pause at the other end that suggested this pep talk wasn't the only reason that Kristen had wanted to speak to her. Well, I don't want to add to your mental load, but I got a reply on Messenger. The guy we saw on Facebook is your dad. Carrie's legs almost buckled beneath her. Really? You know for sure? Yes, he confirmed everything. I've had a few messages back and forth with him. It's definitely him. Her heart was beating in her stomach. Kristen had spoken to her actual father? What did he say? Was he pleased that we got in touch? Kristen's voice had become more guarded, careful. I've only got his messages to go on, but he seems ecstatic that you got in touch. He said that he'd always hoped that you would. An unexpected rush of pleasure was followed quickly by a curious compound of uncertainty and resentment. If he was so keen to speak with her, why would he have waited for her to make contact? Did he say why he cut contact? And why he's never tried to get in touch with me since? A large family group passed the end of the corridor laughing loudly, and she had to press the heel of her free hand against her other ear to hear Kristen's reply. I didn't ask that kind of thing. I guess that's for you to ask when you speak. I have a phone number which I'll send you. He said call any time. As past and present collided, time stood still. A phone number. She could call him and speak to him right now if she wanted to. Ask him all the questions that had come to her in the middle of the night since she was a child. Her head fizzed. Wow, that's a big step. Thank God for the kindness of Kristen, her voice a warm embrace. Of course. It's a huge thing to get your head around, especially with everything else you've got going on. You can leave it for now. Or, if it would make it easier, you could message him. Baby steps? A message felt more manageable, but what would she say? She pressed a hand against her stomach to calm the butterflies. I'll think about it, but thank you. I do appreciate you doing this for me. I need to get back to Lily and my mum. Thanks, Chris. Really. Thanks for being a great friend. Always. At the entrance to the restaurant, she met Tom. Flushed and agitated, he looked startled to see her there alone. Where's Lily? She's still inside with my mum. I just came out to take a call from Kristen. How did it go? For reasons that she wasn't ready to examine, she didn't tell him that she was contacting her father. In the circumstances, he had enough to deal with. It was difficult. She practically made me beg. That was a surprise. From the way Alex had engaged with Lily at the pool, Carrie had assumed she'd be delighted that Lily was willing to meet. More than that, she should have been the one begging to see Lily. Doesn't she know how lucky she is? She should be grateful that Lily wants to see her at all. He didn't meet her eye. Yeah, well, she's agreed to meet with her in about an hour. That's good. Lily will be pleased. Is she going to come to our room, or are we going to her? She suggested we go out, to a cafe. That didn't sound like a great idea to Carrie. Being out in public might be difficult for Lily. What if Lily gets upset? Wouldn't it be better to be somewhere private?
I suggested that. An older couple emerged from the restaurant and nodded a good morning to them both. Carrie waited until they were out of earshot before expressing her disbelief. She doesn't feel comfortable with being somewhere private? What does she think we're going to do? Gang up on her? Tom rubbed at both sides of his face. He hadn't shaved today, and his fingers rasped on the stubble on his cheeks. That's the other thing. She wants it to be just me and Lily. She was pretty insistent that she doesn't want you there. Heat rose in Carrie's face. She was an idiot. Of course she wasn't included in this. Why had she assumed she was? They'd got so close in the build-up to the wedding that she'd fooled herself into regarding the three of them as a unit. Sorry, I didn't think.
No, don't you apologize. It's me who's sorry. For all of this. But Lily wants to speak to Alex, and this was the only way she'd do it. I couldn't say no. The heat in her face was spreading to her neck, her body. Carrie wanted to get out of this conversation. Of course. No problem. You should go and tell Lily. I just need a minute to send something to Kristen. He shuffled near to her as if he was going to kiss her. To avoid his lips, she waved her phone to indicate the need to send the message, a lie to buy her some space, and walked past him towards the back entrance to the hotel. Tears of humiliation and hurt stinging the backs of her eyes. Chapter 18. Once she'd composed herself, splashing cold water over her face in the nearest bathroom, Carrie returned to the breakfast table. It was past 10 a.m., and the restaurant had filled up in the time it had taken her to speak to Kristen and then Tom. The faces of the three people at the table were very different. Her mother's judgmental silence in direct contrast to Lily, who was a bag of chattering nerves as she asked question after question between mouthfuls of cornflakes. And she wants to see me? You didn't have to force her into it? Carrie was still amazed how quickly Lily seemed to have got her head round all of this, how enthusiastic she was about speaking to the mother who had never been in her life. Looking in from the outside, it seemed as if there wasn't a trace of bitterness or accusation. She was just throwing herself into this. It was as if she was meeting a celebrity. Carrie wasn't proud of it, but she felt a pinch of jealousy. Alex was stepping into Lily's heart having made no effort whatsoever. Worse than that, she'd actively ignored her for the last 12 years. Even worse than that, she was Lily's actual biological mother. Yes, she wants to see you. Tom, on the other hand, was behaving like a man being served his last meal. After every answer he gave Lily, his eyes searched Carrie out as if inquiring whether she was coping with this. She left his glance unanswered. All she could manage was to focus on Lily and ensure that she was okay. Her own feelings and decisions would have to wait. Lily shifted around in her seat. Do you think I look like her? I mean, I know I've seen her, but when I spoke to her, I wasn't properly paying attention. I thought she was just some woman. Just some woman. For a 12-year-old, anyone over the age of 25 would fit that category. Too old to be of any interest, Carrie included. Tom frowned. Yes, I think you do. For the first time, Carrie fully understood the consequence of this. As Lily had grown older over the years, Tom must have seen Alex in her face, her body, her mannerisms. How had that been for him? There were no family photographs of the three of them at the house, but Lily had one of her mother by the side of her bed. Alex's sleek, short bob completely different to her long blonde waves of today. 12 years on, it wasn't only the name she went by that had changed. Unable to sit still any longer, Lily pushed herself up out of her seat. I'm going to get a yogurt. Her appetite hadn't been altered by the excitement of today. Carrie, on the other hand, could barely eat, her stomach in such a turmoil. With Lily over at the food bar, Tom placed his hand over Carrie's. Are you sure you're okay with us meeting Alex without you? I just think it might be a bit. She pulled her hand out from under his and used it to wave away his explanations. Not at all. I understand. This is about Lily. It would be weird for me to be there. Again, his eyes were searching, trying to read her thoughts from her expression. And I need to be there, obviously, as well, because... Honestly, Tom, it's fine. She hadn't meant to sound sharp, but she couldn't bear this conversation any longer. After a few beats of icy silence, her mother spoke. I'm going to go back to my room and get my things together. Grateful for the change of subject, Tom smiled at her. It feels like today might be a hot one. If he was hoping for small talk, he was disappointed. Instead, he received only a curt nod. Carrie might be trying to reserve judgment on what was happening next, but as far as her mother was concerned, Tom had been blacklisted. What should we do today, Carrie, while Tom and Lily are occupied? Carrie wanted to hide under the covers in her bedroom, or get as far away from this hotel as possible. Perhaps we could go and do some shopping. There are some nice clothes shops down on the marina. That would be lovely. Maybe I can buy you something nice. Tears pricked the back of Carrie's eyes at her mother's unexpected kindness. She tried to push down the lump in her throat with the piece of pastry she'd torn from the side of her croissant, pretending to look for Lily to hide the giveaway shine in her eyes. Lily slid back into her seat at the same time as a waitress arrived at the table bearing a pot of hot water, which Carrie's mother must have requested. They didn't have the yogurt I like. Tom glanced at his watch, then winced apologetically. Actually, we need to go. Lily didn't get up. Once the waitress had cleared the used plates, she played with the spoon left behind. I'm nervous now. Beneath the excitement and the questions, Carrie could see her insecurity. It'll be fine, sweetheart. She's going to love you. It was the wrong thing to say. Tom stiffened. Lily chewed her lip. Her mother frowned. Carrie wanted to kick herself. Because if Alex had loved her daughter, they wouldn't be in this position at all, would they? Once they'd gone, she let her smile and shoulders drop. The coffee had gone cold in her cup, but she sipped it for something to do with her hands and mouth. Her mother was dipping a tea bag in and out of a cup of hot water, waiting for it to have any kind of effect. She waited for her mother to ask her how she was feeling, not knowing what she would say. Nervous? Anxious? Or just plain excluded? Shall we go soon, Mum? Clearly, the tea wasn't up to her standards, because she pushed the cup away. I'm ready when you are. The marina had small boutiques on all three sides, although many of them seemed to sell the same kind of floaty blue and white dresses and silver jewelry. Carrie was a quick shopper. Within 3 glances, she knew if there was going to be anything she wanted, whereas her mother liked to hold every purse, stroke every linen shirt, run every silver chain through her fingers. Ordinarily, Carrie found it exasperating. Today, she was happy to spend as long as they could out of the hotel. Shopping for leisure was an activity that had always been good for the two of them. Perhaps there was something in the fact they weren't facing off with one another, or the soothing nature of the perambulation around a store. But days like this were among the most pleasant times they'd spent in each other's company over the years. Her mother held a skirt, identical to several others she already owned, up to her waist. What do you think of this? Carrie had learned not to give her honest opinion. It's nice. It wouldn't make me look old. Recently, this had become a common question. At 72, her mum still looked great. But she took a little longer to get out of a chair these days and needed to sit down more often. No, not at all. You should get it. Her mother had always dressed well, enjoyed regular manicure and hair appointments, and had remained an attractive woman. In the preparations for her own wedding, Carrie had thought about her parents' marriage even more. When her father had left, Her mother had been roughly the same age Carrie was now. Definitely young enough to meet someone else.
Did you never want to get married again? After Dad left?
The hanger rattled on the clothes rail as her mother replaced the skirt.
Never. Impossible for me to ever trust a man again. I can't believe that Tom has agreed to meet this woman. She doesn't deserve it. Another clear deflection from talking about the past. Carrie sighed. What else can he do? Lily wants to meet her mother, and he's in the wrong too. I can't believe he kept this from her all this time. Hangers screeched along the rail as her mother flicked through them. He did what he thought was best. You can't blame him for that. Carrie almost dropped the china bowl she was peering at. Really? You're defending him? Like they were discussing the weather, her mother selected another skirt, held it in front of the mirror. Yes, actually. I don't condone him lying to you, but I can understand it. Carrie stared at her mother's reflection. This reaction was so out of character, she'd have been less shocked to see a completely different person looking back at her. But he lied to her. He told her her mother was dead. Surely you can't think that was okay. Her mother shook her head. You wouldn't understand. You haven't got children. Perfect. She couldn't say much about that, could she? Pressing a bruise that Carrie tried her best to ignore. A bruise she kept hidden from a world that either pitied or judged her for her lack of children. I know what's right or wrong. You can't lie to anyone like that. Daughter. All she could hear was the metallic scrape of the hangers on the clothes rail. No answer. This was what her mum had always done. If she didn't want to answer a question, she would ignore it. This time, maybe because of her current situation, the fact that she was on such uncertain ground, Carrie didn't let her get away with it. She wanted to get to the bottom of this. Do you honestly think that it's okay that Tom lied to Lily, Mum? I mean, would you lie to me? Have you ever lied to me? The pause before she answered was even longer than she'd expected. You can't expect me to remember every single thing I've ever said to you, Carrie. I'm sure there have been white lies along the way, yes.
I mean, telling your child about Father Christmas is a lie, isn't it? With a shrug of her shoulders, she moved further into the store, towards a display of bracelets and necklaces made from brightly colored beads. That hadn't been an answer. Plus, there was something about the way she was evading eye contact that made Carrie suspicious. She followed her to the jewelry stand. Feigning interest in a turquoise bracelet, she ran its misshapen stones through her thumb and forefinger. Smooth and cold against her skin, each stone was different in color and size. The owner of the shop, a middle-aged woman wearing a white peasant dress and long purple dream-catcher earrings, mistook her studied attention for interest and came alongside her. This is a beautiful turquoise bracelet. Turquoise is for wisdom, tranquility, and protection, and it brings wholeness and peace. Her mother raised an eyebrow. That sounds exactly what you need. Unfortunately, this only encouraged the woman. And these, she pointed to the other side of the bracelet, are freshwater pearls, purity and balance. Would you like to try it on? Without waiting for a reply, she slipped the bracelet onto Carrie's wrist and stood back to watch her admire it. What else could she do? It's very pretty. No two the same. Every one is unique. Shall I wrap it for you? Beneath the gentle smile, she was an astute businesswoman. Resistance was futile. Yes, please. By the time they'd made it outside, the moment had gone, and Carrie couldn't bring the conversation back to whether or not her mother had lied to her without making an issue out of it. But her mother's reaction to what was going on with Tom and Alex had helped to make up her mind. There was definitely something that her mother wasn't telling her about her father's absence from her life. And, equally, She wasn't going to get it out of her. If she wanted the full truth about her father, she was going to have to use that number that Kristen had sent. As soon as they got back to the hotel, she would send a message and arrange an opportunity to speak to him and demand the whole truth. Chapter 19. While they wandered along the harbor, Carrie's resentment building with the heat of the day, she checked her phone several times for messages from Tom. When none arrived, she could only assume that they were still with Alex. Naively, she'd assumed this first meeting would be a couple of hours at most, but clearly they must have been getting on well. 10th time she checked her phone, she had to remind herself that this was good for Lily, and it was wrong of her to be jealous. Reluctant to go back and hang around the hotel without them, she agreed with her mother's suggestion that they get a light lunch out. After that, they were too tired, and it was too hot, to continue shopping. So they took a taxi back. How Carrie had resisted the urge to ask her mother again about the lies she might have told, she'd never know. Piercing the peace of the hotel reception, their heels click-clacked across the floor. After the bright sun, it was dark and uninviting. Carrie had the beginnings of a headache, but she didn't know what to do with herself until she knew whether Tom and Lily were still out or had returned, and she didn't want to be alone with her thoughts. "Do you want a drink? Or to get changed and go out to the pool?" Her mother sighed. "No, I'm going to go back to my room for a while. I need to lie down. I'll meet you for a drink before dinner." Despite everything, Carrie wished she could hug her mother, that she was the kind of woman who would reach out her arms and pass her strength over to her. In her heart, she knew that her mother loved her, but sometimes she wished she could show it on the outside, too. As she watched her walk away, she was left feeling even more vulnerable than before. Unsure whether to go to the pool, the beach, or just back to the room where she'd have nothing to do except wait for Tom like a lost puppy. It was strange how quickly she'd got used to having him by her side. Having been on her own for most of her life, she'd been comfortable with being the only single one among her groups of friends at weddings and birthday parties. Even at her old job, she'd perfected the art of tuning out when people engaged each other in conversation about whether their children were good sleepers, and laughed about the way their partners stacked the dishwasher with scientific precision. Even when she was younger, she'd never been the kind of girl who needed to have a boyfriend. She'd had good friends, a great job, and lots to be thankful for. It was rare that she felt sorry for herself. Now Tom went with her when she was invited to dinner with Kristen and Pete. He'd been her +1 at the second wedding of one of her old uni friends. It had been strange, but lovely to have someone to dance with, stand with, go home with. And now, less than 12 months since their first kiss, she was lost without him. This was ridiculous. What had happened to her? It was all of this uncertainty that was messing with her head. She'd go back to the room and take a painkiller before her headache took too firm a hold. Lie down on the cool sheets, close her eyes for a while. But when she got back to the room, she couldn't settle. On the fresh, cool sheets on the bed, eyes closed, all she could see were images of Alex and Tom, imagining what they were doing and saying, how things were going between them. In contrast to his usual calm control, it had been disconcerting to see this side of Tom, unsure, unsettled, unable to make everything work the way he wanted it to. If Alex had this effect on him, there must be long-buried feelings coming to the surface. What these feelings were, or had been, were the real root of her anxiety. She turned on to her other side. There was also the phone number for her father to think about. Her mother had made those comments about lies earlier. She'd been determined to message him as soon as she got back. But now she was here, her resolve had weakened. What was she going to say? Giving up on the possibility of a nap, she scooped her phone from the side table, still no message from Tom, and began to draft a message in her notes app. "Hi,
My friend Kristen gave me your number because… No, that sounded like she was applying for a job or a date. Hello, I'm Carrie, your daughter. I wanted to talk to you and… That was no good either. It was positively threatening. She tried a few more iterations, then threw her phone onto the bed with a growl. Why was this so difficult? She was making it harder than it needed to be. He knew that Kristen was going to pass on his number. He would be expecting her to contact him. She only needed to keep it brief. She picked up the phone and tried again. Hi, it's Carrie. It would be good to talk. When's best for you? Before she could change her mind, she copied and pasted it into a message and sent it to the number Kristen had given her. Almost immediately, guilt descended like a storm cloud. Today, with her mother, she'd been suspicious of the way she'd reacted to Tom's lie. Her assertion that it was okay to lie to protect someone had rung alarm bells that Carrie couldn't ignore. But her mother had been the one who'd raised her for most of her life. She deserved her loyalty more than the father who'd abandoned her. Her mom wasn't the easiest of people to get along with sometimes, but she'd been there for Carrie, looked after her, cared for her, raised her. And now Carrie was contacting the person her mother hated most in the world, on the off chance that he might have a morsel of information that her mother had kept from her. How was that for ungrateful? Banging the back of her head against the deep pillows, she closed her eyes and groaned at her own indecision. It was too late to take it back now. Whether for good or ill, she'd initiated this contact. Not was something for another day. It was pointless upsetting her now when, for all she knew, her father would have little to tell her, except to reinforce the fact that he hadn't cared. What was happening to her? She couldn't just lie here waiting for Tom to come back. Here she was in a beautiful country, and she was wasting hours sulking. Even if she took her book out to the pool for a while, some fresh air, maybe a cold glass of lemonade might make her feel better. At least when Tom and Lily returned, she wouldn't look quite as pathetic. After firing off a quick text to Kristen to tell her that she'd messaged her father, she fished around in the drawers beneath the wardrobe to find her newer swimming costume. She'd been the one to unpack when they arrived. Tom had been on a call, so she was surprised that her costume wasn't there. Thinking she might have put it in Tom's drawer instead, she opened that and lifted out his shirts carefully. It wasn't there either, but there was a velvet box containing their wedding rings. She flipped open the lid. There they both were. Matching platinum bands, his as thick as hers was delicate. Tom had booked them an appointment at a designer jeweler in Brighton. They'd spent the afternoon trying on rings and drinking complimentary champagne. He had done everything to make this wedding special for them both. He loved her. He wasn't her father, hadn't been the one to run out on anybody. It had taken both of them a long time to find someone they trusted enough to spend the rest of their lives with. What they had between them was real and solid and forever. She wasn't excusing what he'd done, but if Lily could, surely she should give him the time and space to explain it to her. She could help him and Lily to navigate this, build the family that she'd dared to hope they could be. It would be different than she'd expected, but that didn't mean she couldn't make it work. Alex could be part of Lily's life. It didn't have to change anything between her and Tom. She was going to be his wife. Her swimming costume was in the drawer with her underwear. Feeling lighter and determined, she pulled it on, topped it with a blue and white cover-up, and slipped her feet into a pair of white sandals. Book under her arm, she left the room. Later, she would blame her newly buoyant mood for making her reaction to the scene she encountered worse. Pride before a fall. She'd practically strutted down the corridor, through reception and out through the large glass doors to the pool. Finding most of the sunbeds were taken, she raised a hand to her brow to block out the fierce sun and scanned the length of the patio area in the hope that she'd find one for her and her novel. Then she spotted them. Over in the far corner,
past the pool and close to the voluptuous clusters of cerise oleander. Tom, Lily, and Alex. The three of them relaxed around a small round table, glasses of something delicious in their hands, their faces animated and flushed, but happy. They looked really happy. Alex was waving her arms around, telling a story she'd guess. Far from blaming her mother or demanding why she'd left, Lily's face was a picture of pure worship. Even from this distance, Carrie could see that there was no trace of blame or judgment. The pain was as real as if someone had reached into her chest and grabbed hold of her heart. A scene of careful reconciliation. This was not a difficult and painful process of finding their way back to each other. Her assumption that they'd been out all day because they needed to get to the truth of what had happened, had needed to help Lily to understand the complexities of the situation, was so far from what she was looking at that the reality hit like a slap. They were enjoying one another. They were having fun. They looked like a family. Carrie had only one perfect memory that included both her parents. She kept it wrapped safely away as if, by uncovering it too often, examining it too closely, she might spoil it. It had been her birthday, possibly her 6th or 7th. They were at a cafe. She had a huge ice cream piled into a sundae glass, chocolate sauce, wafers, sprinkles, everything. The waitress had brought 3 spoons, and both her parents were teasing her, pretending to take her ice cream. They were laughing, joking, happy. When she pictured the family she would have wanted for herself, that was the image she remembered. It was what she'd secretly hoped she would have with Tom and Lily. It looked remarkably similar to what she was seeing right now. With his back to her, she couldn't see Tom's face, but Alex's attention was fully focused on him. Set on him. Judging by Lily's reaction, she hid her face in her hands. He must have been telling a story about her. Rooted to the spot, she could only watch as Alex leaned towards Tom, chin resting on her hand. When she threw back her head and laughed, Tom reached for Lily, and she allowed him to pull her close. This was supposed to be her in this scene. This was the family she was building, the one she'd waited for her whole life. As if she sensed Carrie's eyes on her, Alex looked over Tom's shoulder straight at her. Carrie covered her mouth to stifle the sharpness of her gasp. There was no mistaking the expression on Alex's face. It was ownership. It was possessive. Alex wasn't here for Lily. She was here for Tom. Chapter 20. Chest tight, Carrie almost ran the length of the dark hotel corridor, unable to wipe the expression on Alex's face from her mind. Anyone watching Tom, Alex, and Lily would assume what a perfect family they made. Almost throwing herself against the door, she fell into the hotel room. Less than 10 minutes ago, she'd persuaded herself that everything was going to work out. What a fool she'd been. What a stupid, naive fool. Yanking at her swimsuit to get it off, she caught sight of herself in the long mirror, face already red and blotchy from the tears of frustration that she'd given up fighting. This was supposed to be her wedding week. She and Tom should be curled around a cocktail at the pool, or strolling hand in hand along the harbor. She should not be here, crying in her bedroom, while he was out there laughing with another woman. It wasn't fair. Hot and clammy with raging emotions, she grabbed the fresh towels from the bottom of the bed and marched herself into the shower. Twisting the temperature dial as high as she could take it, she let the water crash over her like a torrential tropical storm. Every part of her wanted to pack her bag and leave, get on a plane, fly home and hide. That had been her mother's advice when she'd told her about Tom's lie, to leave him immediately, didn't she? Because she hadn't wanted to admit that, yet again, it had all come to nothing. It had taken her an incredibly long time to get to this point, to find someone she could trust. It was unbearable to consider that she would fall again this close to the finish line. And she'd truly believed what she'd said to her mother. Lily was the one who deserved to be most aggrieved by Tom's deception. But Carrie's focus on Lily had meant that she hadn't properly considered the repercussions for her. Never before had she been jealous about Tom and another woman. But now? Now she didn't know if she could ever trust him. And what is a marriage without trust? Rubbing her fingers hard into her scalp, she tilted her head to let the water drum onto her forehead, massaging away the tightness in her skin. Even if she booked a flight and left right now, where was home now? She'd sold her flat to move in with Tom. And her mother's house had not been home for a very long time, nor did she ever want it to be. Tom was her home. He'd made her feel safe and loved, and made her believe that she would never have to be alone again. As she let her head fall forwards, the hot water ran down her spine, and the tears came again. The water did its work. Gradually, her body relaxed and her mind slowed. What had she actually seen? As far as she knew, Tom hadn't done anything to justify her jealousy. Him meeting Alex today was for Lily's sake. He'd made that clear. But Alex's face had made her intentions equally clear. There was no other reason for her to regard Carrie with such active dislike if she hadn't wanted her out of the way. Today she'd got what she wanted, hadn't she? Carrie had run away like an upset child. Why hadn't she just joined them, walked over there and said hello? Didn't she have a right to do that? She closed her eyes and let the water run over her hot face. Like warm rain, it soothed her, cleansing the last of her anger and indecision. If she and Tom were going to have a successful marriage, she was going to fight off her fears and learn to trust him. More than that, she needed to prove her trust in him, which meant believing that he would not be lured away by a woman from his distant past. And if Alex wanted to be in Lily's life, there was no way Carrie could, or should, prevent that. Whatever her own misgivings about a woman who would leave her child and not come back, Alex was Lily's mother, and Lily, judging by her face just now, wanted very much to know her. Anything Carrie did to make that difficult would merely drive a wedge between her and Lily, and that was the last thing she wanted. No, she would be supportive and helpful and provide whatever Lily needed from her to make this easy. If Alex was going to move back into their lives, Carrie's dream of being Lily's mom might not look the way she'd hoped, but that didn't mean they couldn't build a good relationship of their own. That would have to be enough. But Tom was a different matter altogether. If Alex thought she could come back and pick up where she'd left off, she could think again. She turned off the water and grabbed a large white towel to wrap around herself, its soft thickness comforting against her skin. After the heat of the shower, her feet enjoyed the cool marble of the floor, and she reached out to wipe the steam from the mirror above the basin. Her face was flushed, but she stared herself dead in the eyes. In 3 days' time, she was going to marry Tom on that beach, exactly as he'd planned it, putting her faith in him, believing in her happy ending. And what could Alex possibly do to stop that?
Chapter 21.
Out on the hotel room balcony, a pleasant breeze brought with it the fragrance of lemons and sea salt. Dressed in a cobalt blue sundress, a favorite of Tom's, Carrie stretched her legs along the white-cushioned sun lounger, book in hand, waiting for Tom and Lily's return. Determined to keep her mind from inventing all kinds of scenarios down at the pool, she'd brought a book out with her, but had been forced to reread the same page several times already. When the room door eventually buzzed and clicked open, she caught the tone of their voices before she saw either Tom or Lily. Though she couldn't make out the words, Lily's whine was clearly punctuated by Tom's firm reply. Sudden, the light gauze curtain that obscured the balcony from the room swept open. Beneath a hat which was covered in cartoon suns, Lily's face was a dark cloud. "I don't see why I can't go there on my own." Back in the room, Tom dropped the beach bag on the floor beside their bed. "Lily, I told you I don't want to discuss this anymore." She snatched the hat from her head,
and shot a reproachful glance in Carrie's direction before dropping heavily onto the other sun lounger.
Can't we ask Carrie if she minds? You're answering for her, Dad. This is not the Victorian times. What was going on? What might she mind about? When Tom appeared beside Lily on the balcony, she looked from him to Lily, then back again. Is anybody going to fill me in? Leaning over her, Tom kissed her gently, making her stomach flip. Don't worry about it. How are you? How was your trip with your mum? She was more interested in his afternoon than hers. It was fine. How did things go with Alex? What do you need to ask me about? At the other end of the balcony, Tom took one of the chairs at the small glass bistro table. It's nothing.
Answer, and she needs to stop asking for me to change my mind. The warning look he gave Lily might as well have been lit by flashing red lights, but she ignored it nonetheless. I want to see Alex again tonight, and Dad says I can't because of you. That is not what I said, Lily. His voice changed from sharp to conciliatory mid-sentence. Clearly irritated, but walking a tightrope if he wanted his daughter not to hate him right now. I'm going to my room. Now the gauze curtain was pushed back. They could see and hear the shutter of the connecting door that she slammed behind her. Carrie raised an eyebrow at Tom.
What was that all about? And why are you making it my fault?
Rubbing at his eyes with his thumb and forefinger, he had the slack exhaustion of a man who'd just completed a marathon.
She's twisting my words. Alex wanted to spend some time with Lily tonight, but I tried to explain to them both that we're here for our wedding. I'm not going to leave you alone again.
Lily must have been listening at the door because she opened it and stuck her head through.
And I said that I can go and see Alex on my own. You don't need to babysit me. I'm 12. And also, she's my mother, isn't she? Lately, Lily had acquired the rhythmic lilt of a TikTok teenager and a similar attitude.
However, she must have guessed from her father's expression that he really wasn't pleased with her because she disappeared again. This argument was between the two of them, yet Carrie felt like the ribbon in the middle of the rope in a tug-of-war. If she was going to show Lily that she was on her side, now was a perfect opportunity. I don't want to be the reason that she's not getting to spend time getting to know her mother.
Tom ran his hands through his hair. I know that, but I've spent a whole afternoon away from you, and this is our wedding week.
Lily has got the rest of her life to get to know Alex if that's what she wants to do. It was pretty clear to Carrie that that's exactly what she wanted to do, and who could blame her? She's likely to be thinking that they've got a lot of catching up to do. It's a pretty reasonable assumption in the circumstances, isn't it? Though she didn't explicitly say it, they both knew that Tom withholding the truth was a big part of those circumstances.
I know that, but what am I supposed to do? I can't let her go off with Alex on her own. I don't trust her, Carrie. Not yet. Fear doesn't always jump out on you from a dark alley or grab you from behind the couch. Sometimes it creeps up so slowly that for a long time you barely know it's there. There was something in the way that Tom said those words, "not yet," that made Carrie's spine tingle with the presence of a dark shadow behind her. What would their future be like with Alex in it? But she's right, Tom. Alex is her mother, and whatever the reason, she's been kept away from her for a very, very long time. She's well within her rights. But I would have to go with her. It's too soon for them to be alone. Too soon. Another two words that made Carrie's heart sink. But she had to do the right thing by Lily, and she had to prove to herself that she could trust Tom. If you have to go to be with her, then so be it. Sliding forwards on his chair, Tom covered his face with his hands and groaned. I don't want to be out there with Alex. I want to be in here with you. Carrie pressed her lips together to prevent the words from bursting forth. You want to be here with me and not out there with Alex? It didn't look like that just now.
She took a deep, cleansing breath. She could do this. Lily could use the same argument right back at you. We have the whole of the rest of our lives to be together. Alex is here, now. You need to give Lily this. He opened his eyes and gazed at her, gratefully. You're a good woman. Did I ever tell you that? If only he knew how hard it was for her to be this good, to shut out the voice in her head that whispered how quickly he'd caved. Before she could reply, the connecting door flew open and Lily ran at her, almost knocking her off the sun lounger by throwing her arms around her waist. Thank you, Carrie. As she squeezed her, enjoying the rare sense of connection, it almost made the fear in the pit of her stomach worth it. You don't need to thank me, sweetheart. Unfortunately, the moment of gratitude was short-lived. Almost immediately, Lily turned to Tom, practically jumping with excitement.
Alex, say the name of that restaurant was. I was going to find it on Instagram. Can you text her and tell her that we can come? A restaurant? Carrie had assumed that they would be meeting for a drink in the bar, not going out of the hotel. But she could hardly say anything now, could she? Not without appearing jealous. And hadn't she just told Tom that Lily was the most important person right now? Tom pulled his phone from his pocket and started to scroll. It was called La Scala, an Italian restaurant. It's in Sant'Agnello. Sant'Agnello? The next town? She and Tom hadn't eaten anywhere else except the hotel.
Why are you going that far away? Tom must have guessed what she was thinking, because he looked apologetic. Alex said Lily would like it there. But we can stay here if you'd feel better. Both sets of near-identical eyes were on her. Watching the two of them, it was as if she was a mother, allowing her 2 teenage children out on the town. She swallowed. Of course not. It's fine. Lily hovered behind Tom, staring at his phone screen. Can you send Alex a text, Dad? In case she makes other plans. With her hands on his shoulders, she waited to check that Tom was typing out a text message, and then disappeared back to her room. No slammed door this time. Message sent. He returned his attention to Carrie. What will you do while we're gone? Will you stay and eat here with your mom? There wasn't much else she could do, and she could already imagine her mom's opinion on this latest development. Yes, I suppose I will. Tom's phone made that sweeping sound that a text message had arrived. Alex must have been waiting with her phone in her hand. Carrie tried her best not to mind when Tom smiled at her reply. He stood and stretched. Want to go for a walk or something? Maybe we could ask your mum to watch Lily, and we could go to a cafe for an hour. She knew he was trying to make it up to her, but she didn't want a snatched hour in a cafe if he and Lily were going to a sophisticated restaurant with Alex later. For all his talk about wanting to be with her, it had taken very little persuasion to flip his plans. I'm going to rest here. I'm tired from shopping. You still haven't told me how it went today. How was it with Alex? He frowned. To be fair, it was better than I expected. Alex was, well, she was surprisingly good with Lily. It was taking every ounce of strength Carrie had not to be eaten alive by jealousy. That's good. Yeah, it was. We agreed that, for now, we wouldn't go over everything from the past. I mean, I know we'll have to get into it at some point, but Alex suggested she and Lily get to know each other a little first. And Lily seemed happy with that. The easy option. That's what that sounded like. Sweeping under the carpet the fact she'd abandoned her daughter, and that Tom had lied about it, must be convenient for both of them. Meanwhile, it was Lily who'd have to live with the questions that must, surely, be plaguing her. Didn't Carrie know better than anyone how that felt? Although Lily hadn't looked plagued, she'd looked excited. In which case, who was Carrie to argue? As her mother had so kindly reminded her today, you don't have children. You wouldn't understand. As long as Lily is happy. He nodded.
Yes, you're right. I want her to be happy. But
he lowered his voice, conscious of Lily on the other side of the door.
When Lily was in the pool, Alex made a point of telling me how much she'd changed, that she was a different woman to the one back then. I didn't know how to react. Does she expect me to just believe her? Even if it's true, I have to do what's best for Lily in the long term. It's my job to protect her. Saying nothing, Carrie sifted through his words for clues. Alex had told him she'd changed. Changed from what? And into what? As hard as she tried, she couldn't get the look of challenge on Alex's face earlier out of her mind, especially now that Tom was admitting to being on his own with Alex when Lily was in the pool. Tom's phone buzzed on the table and he scooped it up, smiled at the message before he replied. Carrie wanted to throw up. For a woman who he professed to dislike, he seemed to be slipping back into her company with ease. It's Alex, letting me know that she's booked the restaurant for tonight. She's also asking about the water park tomorrow, but I can say no to that. He obviously didn't want to. A water park? Is it the one Lily saw advertised at the airport? Lily had squealed with excitement when she'd spotted the billboard advertisement for a gigantic water park with slides and rapids. Like her father, she was a complete adrenaline junkie. Carrie, on the other hand, was a junkie for keeping both feet on the ground. It would be pointless her going to a water park. Tom nodded sheepishly. Yes, that's the one. Alex offered to get tickets for tomorrow. Wanting to stamp her feet like a frustrated child, Carrie had to force her voice to stay calm and measured. You have to trust him. Then go. It's fine. The size of his smile couldn't just be on behalf of Lily, or because he liked water slides. No, she had to shake any suspicions from her mind. This was her mother getting into her head. Thank you, Carrie. I will make this up to you, I promise. Promise. I'm going to jump in the shower. It wasn't until he'd closed the bathroom door behind him that she remembered that tomorrow was the day they'd booked a boat trip to the island of Capri. Chapter 22. 2 days before. In white linen trousers, a peach crepe shirt, and a chiffon scarf tied at her neck, Carrie's mum had dressed to match the glamour of their trip. Well, this is a lovely surprise. I wasn't expecting to get to Capri this week, too. Her mother's pleasure at being included on the tour had softened a little of Carrie's disappointment at Tom's absence. He hadn't remembered about the trip until they were about to go to bed last night, emerging from the bathroom, hitting his forehead with the heel of his hand. Carrie, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot about the Capri tour. I'm an idiot. Look, I'll cancel tomorrow with Alex. Lily will understand. If there was one thing Carrie was sure of, it was that Lily would not understand. When they'd got back from dinner last night, the only two subjects she'd talked about was how amazing the restaurant had been and how excited she was for the water park today. There was no way Carrie was going to be the reason she missed out. It's fine. I'll take my mom instead. They'd needed an early start to take the taxi to Marina Piccola to meet the tour guide, which had the benefit of giving her an excuse to sneak out of the room while Tom slept. Last night in bed, he'd attempted to pull her close, and she'd used the excuse of tiredness from her shopping trip as the reason she'd turned over onto her side and pretended to sleep. This morning was clear and bright, and the warmth in the air was already hinting at a hot day ahead. The sea was as turquoise as the bracelet she'd bought in Sorrento yesterday, their boat leaving a pure white spray in its wake. In front of them, the Marina Grande came into view, a picture postcard of pastel buildings crowding the coastline to welcome them, guarded from behind by the rugged limestone cliffs that made up the island.
It was rare to see her mother smile this widely. "It's beautiful. I'm going to the front of the boat to take a picture." While her mother was focused on photography, Carrie took out her phone and reread the text that had arrived from her father late last night. She was surprised by the swiftness of his reply, and it was impossible not to feel a prickle of hope and encouragement. Each time she read it, she focused on a different part. "Hi, Carrie. It's great to hear from you. I am available to talk whenever you want to. I'm overjoyed you got in touch." It wasn't only her mother she was keeping this from. She also hadn't mentioned to Tom that she'd contacted her father. In the context of everything going on with Lily and Alex, it would feel as if she was trying to wrestle the spotlight onto her. Also, she wasn't totally sure that she was going to go through with speaking to her father, and she didn't want Tom to have an opinion either way. When her mother returned, she insisted on showing Carrie the photographs she'd taken, despite the fact that the real thing was there in front of them. As their boat pulled into the harbor, Carrie tried to focus on how fortunate she was to be in such a beautiful place. It would be beyond ungrateful to ruin the trip by allowing her mind to obsess over what was going on back on the mainland. Even at this time of the morning, the marina was busy with tourists and buses. On the side of the road, a vintage pink open-topped car was being used as a taxi. Her mother's face lit up at the sight of it. "Isn't that glamorous? You'd feel like a movie star in the back of that." Life hadn't been hugely easy for her mum. A single parent since Carrie was 9, she'd had to work a full-time job and run the home on her own. Whenever Carrie got frustrated with her mother's expectations, she forced herself to remember that. "We can take a ride in one of them if you'd like to. Look." She pointed further up the road, where there were 2 more fancy open-topped cars parked and ready for passengers. Her mother shook her head. "No, up my hair." The guide who'd chaperoned them onto the boat was gathering everyone together. "If you follow me, I will take you to the coach that will take us into Capri Town." She pointed upwards, and everyone's eyes followed the direction of her finger, where buses were already winding around the mountain path towards the top of the granite peaks, past large white buildings which peppered the path. On the coach, Carrie gave her mother the window seat so that she could take more photographs of the view. Heights were not something that bothered her particularly, but the drop from the edge of the winding road made her stomach flip. Instead of staring out of the window, she sent a reply to her father. "Thanks for getting back to me so quickly. I'm on a trip at the moment, but I can call you later this evening." He must have been watching for her response because he replied immediately. "That would be great. We could FaceTime. I am in all night." "Whatever suits you." She jumped at her mother's voice at her shoulder. "Who is that you're texting? Is it Tom?" Just in time, she lowered the phone and slipped it into her bag. Yes, they're having a great time. Now she was actually lying to her mom. There was no excuse for that. Would it be better to be honest? To tell her? Although, not right now. No need to spoil their day out. Her mother sniffed. "I'm surprised how quickly Lily seems to have forgiven this woman." Forgiveness wasn't one of her mother's strengths, but Lily didn't deserve anyone's disapproval. "She's 12, Mum, and Tom and Alex haven't told Lily the full story of what happened yet." Her mother frowned. "What do you mean?" "Back when she was born. Why Alex left." Turning back to the window to line up her phone for another picture, her mother coughed a dry laugh. "Well, I would imagine she can work that out for herself. She's obviously an immensely selfish woman. She wanted a life without a child, so she left her behind." "Say what you mean, Mother." "Never as easy at that. There must have been more to it than that. I mean, leaving is one thing, but never coming back? That's pretty unusual." Her stomach prickled with her question. This was veering dangerously close to their own situation with her father. The way her mother stiffened beside her meant she'd realized the same thing. Her tone was sharp. "What did Tom tell you?" "Not enough." He said that she didn't ever want to be a mother, that the pregnancy wasn't planned and she wasn't ready, and he was, so he raised Lily. But I can't help but suspect there must have been more to it.
She wasn't asking her mother's opinion on this. She already knew that there were too many gaps in Tom's version of events to know for sure what had happened. What she was actually doing was laying the groundwork to be able to ask about her father again, almost baiting her mother to use him as an example so that she wouldn't have to be the one to bring him up. She took the bait. Ignoring the view for a moment, she shifted in her seat to give Carrie the full force of her wisdom. If you still plan on marrying this man, Carrie, you need to be able to ask him those kinds of questions. In my experience, if someone is a liar, they lie. Not just once.
Absolutely sure that you can trust him? Because I can assure you that if you can't, you are opening yourself up to a lifetime of pain. At that precise moment, she couldn't trust anyone, not even herself. What about Alex? Why wouldn't she tell Lily the truth? She's got nothing to lose, has she? That did the trick. How could you ever believe anything she would tell Lily? Why is she here all of a sudden? It would be like your father turning up and expecting us to forget about the last 30-odd years. Can you imagine doing that? Carrie sincerely hoped that her face was not giving anything away. This was her chance. Maybe that wouldn't be such a bad thing. Hearing what he had to say, I mean. Her mother's face hardened. I wouldn't want to hear one thing from that man. And neither would you if you could remember how much he hurt you. How much he hurt both of us. She tried one more time. It was a long time ago, though. Maybe he's changed. People do not change. When they show you who they are, you should believe them. That's what my mother told me, and she was proven right in your father's case. I didn't listen to my mother until it was too late. Consider very carefully what you want to do, Carrie. You're not married yet. Look away. She was saved from having to give a response by the tour guide standing up at the front of the coach with a microphone to give instructions about where they were being dropped and when they were being collected. Capri Town was stunning. Narrow streets lined with lemon and white buildings draped in vibrant purple bougainvillea. They window-shopped the clothing stores on Via Camarelle with its designer names on white sunshades above the windows. Further along, they took a table outside a restaurant with a view of the sea. Its high-backed black chairs and white tablecloths gave Carrie the feeling they were sitting in a painting. I don't think I've ever been anywhere this beautiful. Her mother smiled at her. Thank you. Her thanks were so unexpected that tears pricked the back of Carrie's eyes. Thank you was such an ordinary phrase, but it wasn't one she'd often heard from her mother's lips. As her adult daughter, she'd been expected to do things for her mother, call the gas company, organize her bank accounts, take her shopping for a new fridge. And thanks was not always forthcoming. It was almost as if her mother had sensed that change was coming, and she wanted to ensure that she didn't lose her hold. When they left Marina Grande in the mid-afternoon, her phone dinged with another message. This time, it actually was Tom. We're back from the water park. We'll be waiting at the pool for you. When Carrie got back, she needed to be honest. Before she could fully trust Tom, she had to have the full truth about what had happened with Alex. If she was going to spend the rest of her life with him, she deserved to know everything. And when she called her father later, she would tell him the same thing. Chapter 23. As soon as they got back to the hotel, Carrie's mom disappeared off to her room to rest, and Carrie only stopped in her own room long enough to drop her bags and change into a swimsuit before heading straight for the pool. She was desperate to see Tom, for herself that he was still the man she'd fallen in love with, not the man her mother had described. The sun glanced off the surface of the pool and blinded her for a moment. It was busier than yesterday, and the air was alive with carefree laughter and conversation. Thanks to Tom's lime green swim shorts, she found them quickly and saw, to her relief, that Alex wasn't with them. Then she spied her, draped on a sun lounger on the other side of the pool, right leg bent at the knee, left arm above her head, another swimsuit, leopard print, with a matching sarong. She could have been posing for a magazine shoot. Carrie was split between joining Tom and Lily in the pool and getting the opportunity to speak to Alex. Despite Tom's embarrassed admission that Alex hadn't wanted Carrie there when she met with Lily, Carrie had already given them some space to talk, and Tom had invited her to join them at the pool. Digging her fingers into her palms, she headed for the sun loungers. The last time she'd spoken to her, she hadn't known that Alex was Lily's mother. This time, she was more prepared. Hidden by oversized sunglasses and staring at her phone screen, it was difficult to ascertain when Alex became aware that Carrie was standing beside her. Either way, she didn't react until Carrie spoke. "Hi. You?" With irritating indifference, Alex peeled her eyes slowly from her phone. "Of course." On the lounger beside Alex's, Lily's pink and white beach towel was spread out, waiting for her return. Carrie perched on the edge of it, determined to keep Alex's attention before it was dragged back to her screen. "Have you been in yet?" "To the pool? No, I've had enough of the water today." Digging her fingernails into the soft towel beneath her, Carrie tried again to initiate a conversation. "Tom and Lily are having a good time in there." Her voice was like treacle. "Yes, they're adorable together." Everything she said scratched at Carrie's nerves, but she was going to have to get over that. Plow on through. "I know that Lily has enjoyed getting to know you." Stretching her arms and legs like a cat, Alex yawned. "Yes, it's been fun. I have to admit that Tom has done a very good job raising her. She's a great girl." Carrie wasn't going to disagree with that. Lily was a mature and kind young woman, and the way she dealt with all of this was incredible. "Yes, she is." As Lily's laughter bubbled through the air, they both turned to watch as she and Tom performed a stunt in the water, which mostly involved Lily falling sideways and trying to pull Tom under by his legs. She was surprised when Alex broke the silence. "I never thought that I could cope with being a mother. But when I look at her, it makes me wish I'd known her when she was small. Maybe Tom is right. Maybe I have missed out." As far as Carrie was concerned, there was no maybe about it. She'd known Lily for less than a year, but she'd reflected many times how she would have liked to have met her when she was small. Still, she didn't like to imagine Tom telling Alex the same thing. Had that come up? "Did you never consider coming back to see her?" She yawned again. If she was trying to tell Carrie how boring she was, the message was being received loud and clear. "Of course I did, many times, but I knew it would have been the wrong thing to do, for all of us." Carrie didn't understand this. Over the years, she'd had plenty of time to come up with a list of reasons why her dad had never come back to see her. None of them satisfactory. But why would it have been the wrong thing? I mean, I know that you and Tom had parted, but lots of people co-parent. You could have still been in Lily's life. Alex reached into her beach bag for a tube of sun cream. She squirted a grape-sized amount of cream into her palm and then began to rub it slowly into her tanned thigh with both hands. "What has Tom told you?" Carrie was going to have to tread carefully. The last thing she wanted to do was say something that would cause unpleasantness. But at the same time, she didn't want to give Alex the impression that she was in the dark about it all. "He said it didn't work out between the two of you, and that you were happy for him to have custody of Lily." That made her sound an awful lot more reasonable than Tom had implied. It worked, though. Alex nodded her approval at that description. "I was young. Not sure that anyone should be judged for something they do when they were that age." Unsure whether she meant leaving Lily or the pregnancy itself, Carrie kept quiet, hoping that Alex might say more if she left space for her. Lily's laugh echoed across the water as Tom tipped her from the inflatable ring she'd been lounging across. Now he was climbing onto it as she tried to wrestle it back. His strong arms would be no match for her, yet he was letting her win, enjoying her victorious cry as she managed to flip him into the water. He was such a great dad. For years she'd believed her mother that fathers were different, that they didn't bond with their children in the same way. Judging by Tom's love for his daughter, that theory didn't stand up. He had sacrificed everything for her. Perhaps he still was. The lid of the suntan lotion clicked open again, and Alex started on her arms. Her skin shone with a carefully curated tan, her limbs toned and slim. Had she been this beautiful when she was with Tom? Carrie could see how easily a man could fall for her. When she pushed her sunglasses up into her hair to apply the cream to her face, it was clear that she was watching Tom and Lily intently, her eyes sharp and calculating. Was she considering those lost years? Hopefully it was the time missed with Lily she was thinking about, not Tom. With a performative sigh, she dropped her tube of cream into a red-striped tote bag. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's not too late. This was a good thing. It was right for Lily. Why, then, did Alex's tone frighten Carrie so much? That's good. I'm pleased. Alex turned to her, a perfectly groomed eyebrow raised. Really? Are you? Now those feline eyes were turned on her. Carrie's skin itched. Of course. I love Lily. I want the best for her. And she deserves to know her mother if that's what she wants. Alex shifted onto her side, propping her head up with her hand so that she could keep her attention towards the pool. I'm beginning to think I should have stayed around. I made a hasty decision. I was young. Now I can see what I gave up. At the end of the pool, Lily was pulling herself out of the water, light arms surprisingly strong as she clambered onto the tiles. Her athleticism always impressed Carrie, who had never been able to put herself forward for a team or a sporting activity. Her mother had always lived in fear that she might hurt herself. Even Alex must be impressed with the strong young woman Lily had become. But Alex wasn't watching Lily as she spoke. Now that they were at separate ends of the pool, it was clear that it was Tom who had her attention. Tom, who called out and waved in their direction, and Alex, who, before Carrie could respond, had returned Tom's wave. There wasn't even a glance for Lily, who now stood dripping next to Carrie. Can I have my towel? I want to sunbathe for a bit. Oh, and do you have any sun cream? Dad says I need to reapply. Carrie stood to free the pink towel from under her legs and passed it to Lily. Dry off a little bit and I'll get it for you. Alex slid her long tanned legs from the sunbed. Why don't you sit here? I'm getting in the pool now anyway. I need to cool off. Getting in the pool? Hadn't she just said that she didn't like to swim? Carrie watched helplessly as Alex, watched by half the men there, stalked slowly to the steps, hips rolling like a contestant in a beauty pageant. Wrapped in the towel Carrie had given her, Lily took the lounger Alex had vacated. She's very pretty, isn't she? The words almost choked Carrie, but it would be churlish and childish to say anything but the truth. Yes, she is. Alex took the shallow pool step slowly, but without hesitating or complaining about the temperature of the water. Tom lay across the inflatable ring, his eyes closed against the brightness of the sun. He'd have no idea that Alex was coming towards him. Carrie had to resist the urge to shout a warning. It was like watching a predator stalking her prey. Lily shuffled around on the lounger as she extricated herself from her towel and laid it out beneath her. Have you got any sun cream, Carrie, please? Carrie pulled her eyes away from the scene in the pool. Lily's fair skin needed cream immediately. Of course, sorry. She rummaged around in the bag, which she'd packed with anything she thought Lily might need. It had become a matter of pride. She desperately wanted to be one of those mothers who was always prepared. By the time she'd passed the sun cream over and was able to look back to the pool, Alex was directly behind Tom and flicking water over him. With a jolt, he grabbed her and pulled her close. Carrie gasped, her heart in her mouth. Beside her, Lily laughed as she slathered cream over her shins in a slightly clumsier echo of Alex moments before. I bet Dad thought she was me. From the shocked expression on Tom's face, that was very likely. Now his eyes were open. He was clearly apologizing to Alex. She, on the other hand, seemed to find the whole thing highly amusing, judging by the way she held his arm in her talons as she flicked her hair back over her shoulders. Lily shook the tube of cream to get more from it. It's weird to think they were together once, isn't it? Weird was a world away from the word that summed up Carrie's feelings about it. Knowing that Tom had been with a woman as stunning as Alex made Carrie question everything about why he'd been attracted to her. She wasn't unattractive, but comparing her to Alex would be like comparing the portrait painters down at the marina to Leonardo da Vinci. Yes, I suppose it is. We all change over time, though, I suppose. Even she didn't know what she meant by that. Maybe it was wishful thinking, that Tom had decided that he was no longer interested in women that wouldn't look out of place on the cover of a magazine. Her stomach sank even as she thought about it. Had Tom decided that he didn't want to risk a relationship with a woman as beautiful as that? Was she the safe bet? Or was she, as her mother had so kindly suggested, just good enough to be a mother to his daughter? A mother who, maybe, wouldn't be needed any longer. Over Tom's shoulder, Alex was looking directly at her, and the expression on her face made Carrie's blood run cold. Chapter 24. After being surprised by Alex in the pool, Tom had got out and joined Carrie and Lily. She'd had to endure 10 minutes of them making plans to speak again the next day, with Alex touching Tom's arm far more than was necessary. Though she'd wanted to leave, she wasn't about to leave her alone with him if she could help it. Lily had chattered about the water park all the way back to the room, and Carrie had tried her best to be interested. While Lily talked about the slides she'd tackled, all on my own, all she could think about was what had been happening between Alex and Tom all day. Once Lily was back in her room and they were in theirs, she was determined to find out. You were having a good time with Alex in the pool. He dropped his damp beach towel into the laundry basket just inside the bathroom door. Hardly. She surprised me in there. I thought she was Lily. That was reasonable, but she needed to be sure. They're alike, aren't they? To look at, I mean. He scratched his head, not meeting her eye. I suppose there's a likeness there. His vague replies were as infuriating as they were suspicious. Was that strange for you? All these years? I mean, I assumed that Lily looking like her mother was a good thing. But now I know what happened, and the secret you were keeping. It must have been difficult to watch your daughter and see Alex there. He eyed her warily, like an outdoor skater testing the ice for its strength. I don't see Alex when I look at Lily. She's her own person. There's nothing significant of her mother in her. He was kidding himself if he believed that. Lily is very taken with Alex. How beautiful she is, and her confidence. He flushed with an emotion she couldn't name. Annoyance? Embarrassment? He grabbed hold of the hem of his t-shirt with both hands and pulled it over his head in one swift movement. Well, she doesn't know her that well yet. Time will tell. I'm going to take a shower. He disappeared into the bathroom. There was no invitation to join him in there today. She couldn't stop seeing the sly expression on Alex's face when she'd spoken about Tom. And whatever he said, the chemistry between them had been electric. There was a fine line between anger and passion, and she could imagine how their relationship had been. Carrie had always believed herself fortunate that she and Tom had such an easy partnership. There were no huge rows or sullen silences. Now she reassessed if this was because their feelings didn't run deep enough, their emotions didn't live as close to the surface. Maybe that was her fault. When did she ever initiate anything between them? Any man would be distracted by someone like Alex. Tom was only human. Looking wasn't doing, was it? Still, she didn't trust Alex at all. Already she'd won over Lily with minimal resistance about why she'd never attempted to see her. How she wished she could have been there when Lily and Alex had met as mother and daughter for the first time. What had Alex said that had persuaded Lily to forgive her this absence? What reasons had she given for why she left? Behind the bathroom door, the shower was still going. Instead of sitting here, disappointed that he hadn't invited her in, she could invite herself. They were about to be married. If she couldn't take the initiative now, when would she?
Feeling awkward and self-conscious, she pulled her dress over her head and unhooked her bra, pulled off her pants. Trying not to catch sight of herself in the mirror on the far wall, she took hold of the handle and moved it downwards, slowly and quietly, planning to slip inside the steamy shower and surprise Tom with her naked intention. Alex wasn't the only woman who could be sexy around here. But as she pushed on the door, it didn't move. Tom, who used to leave the door to their ensuite bathroom wide open at home, who loved nothing more than sitting on the edge of her bath with a glass of wine, who never took a shower without suggesting she follow him in, had locked her out. Standing there, naked, she had a choice. Knock on the door and ask him to get out of the shower to let her in, or pull her clothes back on and pretend she hadn't even tried. Choosing the latter, she stepped back into her underwear, pulled her dress over her head, and stared in the mirror at herself. Who was she kidding? Compared to the champagne glass that was Alex, she was a warm cup of tea. And cups of tea were a comfort, not a seduction. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Tom would be back in the bedroom in a moment, towel wrapped around his hips, his tanned and toned chest reminding her how much better suited he was to his first wife. Without stopping to give him an excuse, she left the room. The electric light in the hall was brash and unpleasant. It would soon be time for dinner, and she needed to fit in that FaceTime with her father. Now, while she was alone, would be a good time. As she made her way out towards reception, she sent him a message. "Are you free now for a call?" While she waited for him to reply, she tried to choose the most private place for the conversation. Outside, there'd be less of a risk of seeing her mother. Avoiding the pool, in case Alex was still there, she made a beeline for the glass door at reception, vaguely planning to walk further along the street towards the harbor. She knew from the day before that there were benches there where she could sit and speak to him. She was almost at the large front door when she spotted Alex standing outside on the concourse. Stepping back and sideways, she could hide behind the large curtain at the edge of the door and wait for her to leave for wherever she was going. She was on the phone, her free hand covering her other ear as if the person on the other end was difficult to hear. "Of course I'm happy to hear from you, my darling." Her voice was as honeyed as the syrup Lily drizzled on her pancakes at breakfast. Curiosity got the better of Carrie, and she moved a little closer to the open door, staying hidden by the heavily embroidered curtains that framed either side of the hotel entrance. "I was just surprised. When you left last week, you said—" She'd never know what the person on the other end had said because they had clearly interrupted Alex. It was strange to see her like this, pacing up and down, clearly trying to appease, like seeing a tiger tamed. Now she was almost pleading. "I know that, darling. I never asked you to." Darling? This was painfully frustrating,
hearing one side of a conversation that might give her a window onto the life Alex had been living for the last 12 years. Who was she talking to?
Here? You're here?
The tone of her voice had changed, the sugar replaced by salt.
Yes, I know that, but no, I'm not in a hotel. Where are you?
She sounded tense, concerned, stressed. Who was this on the other end of the phone who could turn her self-possession into fear? Then the honey was back. Of course I'm excited to see you. I'll come now. What's the address? She swiveled around to turn back into the hotel, and Carrie pushed herself against the wall to avoid being seen. Alex swept past as if she was nothing but wallpaper and approached the reception desk, her mobile pressed to her ear.
She grabbed a piece of paper, scribbled down what must have been an address, and then marched back out the front door. Watching her go, Carrie turned the conversation over in her mind. Who was the mysterious caller who had just arrived in town? And why had Alex told them that she wasn't staying in a hotel? Before she had a chance to think about it any further, her phone rang in her hand. It was her father. Chapter 25. There was no time to find somewhere private to take the call. Luckily, the reception area was quiet. Carrie made her way to a leather armchair in the far corner and answered the call. The video screen was gray for a few seconds. Then it flicked into life. And there he was. Her father. She wasn't sure what she'd expected. In the only photographs she had of him, he was decades younger. In her mind, through the scraps of her own memories and the snatches of damning information from her mother, he'd grown into a forceful character, a shadowy presence. But here he was, just a simple man in his 70s, with a receding hairline and a check shirt. For a few heartbeats, they stared at one another, and her heart in her mouth made it difficult to speak. Eventually, she managed to form words. "Hi, how are you?" He covered his mouth with his hand, overcome at the sight of her. "Sorry, Wow, it's seeing you as a grown woman. You look a lot like your mum." Seeing as he'd divorced her mum, that wasn't the greatest of beginnings. "Sorry about that." Widening his eyes, he looked as if he wanted to bite the words back out of the air and swallow them. "No, sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Sorry. I've been rehearsing what I wanted to say to you, and I ruin it in the first sentence." In spite of herself, in the small version of her face at the bottom of the screen, Carrie saw a faint smile. His self-deprecation was disarming. "You can start again if you like." "Thanks." He matched her smile and continued to stare at her, probably doing the same as she was, scanning his face for anything that resembled hers. There was a familiarity in the way he tilted his head and the shape of his smile. "It is really great to see you, love. I've waited such a long time for this." There it was again. The same suggestion he'd made to Kristen, that Carrie had been the one to withhold herself from him, not that he had been the one to leave. That's such a weird thing to say. The gentle curve of his furrowed brow was familiar too. "Weird how? I'm your dad. Of course I'd want to see you." Far from making himself clear, this was hurtful. Yes, a dad should want to see his daughter. But that wasn't what he'd done, was it? He'd cut contact suddenly and without explanation. She had no idea how Lily could accept Alex so easily. She was struggling. "I mean, it sounds weird because if you wanted to see me that much, why didn't you?" When he frowned, the lines on his forehead deepened. "I was respecting your wishes." Now it was her turn to frown. He wasn't making any sense. Had this been a terrible mistake? Was he about to blame her? "My wishes?" He froze for a moment, blinked once, twice, 3 times. Behind them at the reception desk, Carrie heard the laughter of a new guest being checked in. The receptionist running through the facilities of the hotel. Normal service continuing, while her family history fell around her in fragments, shattering on the marble floor. Eventually, her father spoke.
Okay. I didn't know we'd get into all of this right away. Do you remember a night when the police came to the house? It was after your mom and I had separated. I came to see you, and there was an argument. She wouldn't let me in. She did remember that night, but only in patches, watching through the curtains of the sitting room as her dad shouted at the front door. The blue flashing light of the police car when it pulled up outside. 2 police officers, one big, one small, who handcuffed her father. Her mom crying.
Yes, I remember.
Well, after that, you didn't want to see me anymore. You were frightened, I think.
Though Carrie remembered the outcome of the night, she didn't remember what had preceded it. What happened that night? Why did the police come? She knew her mother's version of events, that her dad had been aggressive and she'd had to shut the door to stop him coming in, that a neighbor had heard the noise and called the police. But it didn't fit with any other memories of her dad, and it didn't explain why she'd never seen him since. He shuffled uncomfortably. It's complicated, love. It isn't the kind of conversation to have over the phone. Could we meet? It would all be a lot easier in person. I can come to you, or we can meet wherever you want. Her stomach prickled at the idea of seeing him in real life. This was all moving a little fast. She needed to slow him down. It's a bit tricky at the moment. I'm on holiday in Sorrento. As if he needed evidence, she turned the phone screen to show him the hotel reception desk with the name of the hotel across its front. He peered at the screen. The Millennium? That sounds like a fancy hotel. Yes, it's great. She wasn't about to tell him she was here getting married. That was too much sharing for a first call. What she wanted was to know the answer to her question. What had happened that night? I can't wait until we meet. Can you give me a brief version, at least? To her frustration, he screwed up his nose as if she was asking too much of him. Have you spoken to your mum about it? What reasons has she given you for why we've not been in touch with one another? This was moving into uncomfortable territory. She felt guilty enough speaking to him behind her mother's back, much less talking about her. I want to hear your version. Why did the police take you away? His shoulders slumped and his head dropped. When he looked up at her again, his eyes were full of pain. I've told you my version, love. In the letters. It was the truth. Changed. The seats in the hotel foyer were designed for aesthetics over comfort, and her left leg was going numb. As she shifted her position, she tried to work out what he was referring to, but came up with nothing. What letters? He spoke slowly, as you would to someone whose English was rusty. The ones I sent you, asking to see you. Even if she was merely a tiny image on his phone screen, he must have been able to tell from her face that she didn't have a clue what he was talking about. I don't understand. As the realization dawned, he shook his head in disbelief. She not give you the letters? I can't believe that even she would. He didn't have to finish that sentence. The tone of his voice was enough. The sharpness of the she. After the good day she'd had with her mum, she wasn't about to let him run her down. Even without a good day, he hadn't earned the right to criticize her when she was the one who'd stayed. What had she been thinking starting this with him now? Didn't she have enough to be dealing with, navigating what was going on with Alex, Lily, and Tom? She sat up straighter. You're right. I'm not ready to talk to you about this. I thought I was, But I'm not. His eyes widened in the realization that he'd gone too far.
Too far? No, look, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that about your mum. It's just, well, I want to see you and be in your life and... A wave of heat and pressure rolled over her tight shoulders. This was overwhelming. It was too much. Each word was another weight to carry. I'm sorry. I can't. Before he could say anything more, she ended the call. Dropping her phone onto her lap, she held onto the hard, uncomfortable seat of the chair, trying to keep her balance. On the opposite wall, a huge modern canvas depicting layers of waves, sea green twisted with black, sand burned with pink, sky blue threatened with indigo, held her attention.
The rise and fall of the swirls echoed the confusion in her mind. How naive she'd been to hope that speaking to her father would make things clearer. All it had done was make her feel worse. Her brain already full of the different versions of Tom's story, she now had to contemplate that her own story could be viewed through a different lens. The concierge was striding towards her, his face professionally prepped to check that she was okay, and she couldn't fake another smile and pretend that everything was fine. Before he reached her, she pushed herself out of the chair and out of the front of the hotel. Day was thick in the air, and it rested on Carrie's skin, making it damp and clammy. She turned left out of the hotel, then left again, in the direction of the town rather than towards the harbor. Just like the canvas in reception, waves of thoughts were crashing through her mind. What were these letters that her father had said he'd written her? It was more than possible that he was lying, but he'd seemed surprised that she hadn't remembered them. Had there been 1 or 2 letters and she'd forgotten? That didn't seem possible either. She could still feel the disappointment that had clutched her gut every time she'd asked her mother if he'd called. If she could remember that, she would surely have remembered letters. The road was steep, but she enjoyed the exertion, the strain on her thighs, the pressure on her lungs. Moving her body took the weight off of her brain. Keeping to the main road, she wouldn't get lost. But lost was exactly how she felt. The shock of seeing her dad had knocked her off balance, but his repeated assertion that he had been desperate to see her all these years had spun her into a different orbit. His reaction and assumption that her mother had hidden the letters from her made her suspect that he really had sent them. But why would her mother have kept them secret? And how was she going to ask her without revealing that she'd spoken to her father? The clusters of hotels made way for private residences, some of them behind such large walls that they were likely to be for the more wealthy residents. Outside a particularly impressive set of gates, a couple were facing each other, the sharpness of their stance, the jerk of their movements, making it obvious that they were arguing. Carrie slowed her pace, unsure whether to pass them or retreat back towards the hotel. In the low light of the evening, it took her a few moments to realize that the woman in front of her was Alex. Chapter 26. What was Alex doing out in the street? For the second time that evening, Carrie hid to spy on her. This time behind a large tree, its old bark rough beneath her palms. The man Alex was with was thickly built and wearing a well-cut dark suit. He waved his arms around, as if he was shouting, but his voice didn't carry as far as her ears. Facing him, Alex had her arms folded, head down like a teenager being told off by a parent. From that angle, it was impossible to make out the expression on her face. Who was this man? Squinting through the growing dusk, she assumed that the man must have stopped speaking because he dropped his arms to his sides with such vehemence that they bounced. Then Alex uncurled herself, placed her hands on his arms, tilted her head, raised one leg. He shook her off. She did it again, this time moving so close to him that, in the half-light, Carrie couldn't see where Alex stopped and the man began.
As one, they moved through the gate and towards the house. Breathing heavily, Carrie crept along the street, staying on the opposite side, until she was directly in front of the wrought iron gates and looking up at the house.
They must have already gone inside. More of a mansion, this place was incredible. The color of double cream, with balconies at each of the white-framed arched windows. A wide set of steps led up to a heavy front door with tall, spiky plants standing sentinel at each stage. Whoever lived here was clearly not desperate for money. Without knowing why she would need it, she slipped out her phone and snapped a picture of the house from between the large succulent leaves of the green bush she was skulking behind. On the screen, there were 3 missed calls from Tom, followed by a text message to ask where she'd disappeared to while he was in the shower. After firing off a quick reply to say she'd be back soon, she waited a little longer to see if Alex would appear. Across the street, an older lady emerged from the house next door to the cream-colored mansion, carrying a tiny white dog and eyeing her suspiciously. Carrie made a hasty retreat before she could be accused of loitering with intent. Walking downhill, it only took 10 minutes to arrive back at the hotel. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and navy linen trousers, Tom was waiting for her in the lobby.
Where did you disappear to? Where was she going to start? Can we get a drink? In the corner of the bar, a Spanish guitarist perched on a wooden stool, playing instrumental versions of songs Carrie almost recognized. She watched the movement of his fingers, expertly plucking at the strings, as she waited for Tom to come back from the bar with their drinks. Each movement was so precise, so skillful, and the music he made was beautiful. When Tom returned with their drinks, whiskey for him and wine for her, he took the stool opposite, obscuring her view of the guitarist.
So where were you? I came out of the shower and you'd disappeared.
There was no way she was going to admit that she'd tried, stripped naked, to join him in the shower. I went for a walk. Well, to begin with, I went to the lobby to make a call, but actually, it doesn't matter. Is Alex staying in this hotel? He twitched in surprise at the rapid change in topic.
I assume so. She was at the pool on that first day, wasn't she?
Something else occurred to Carrie. Yes, but I've never seen her at breakfast or lunch. In fact, I've never seen her in the restaurant at all. Taking a deep gulp of his whiskey, Tom studied her over the top of his glass, then lowered it.
Yes, but there's a large range of time for each meal. She could be there earlier or later than us. Why are you asking? She swirled the Ruby Rioja in her glass before taking a sip. Wanting to gauge Tom's reaction to what she'd seen, she needed to be careful how she phrased this. It's just that I overheard her having a conversation earlier, and she said that she wasn't staying in a hotel. Leaning forwards, Tom frowned. What conversation? Who was she talking to?
That was the million-dollar question. Carrie didn't want to make it sound as if she was stalking the woman. Well, she was on the phone, so I don't know.
I went for a walk and I saw her again. For now, she skipped over the part about speaking to her father for the first time in decades. At some point, she would tell him about all of that. But one mystery at a time. Tom rocked his whiskey tumbler, and the ice cube clinked against his glass. Were you following her? In the circumstances, it was unsurprising that he'd suspect that. But she didn't appreciate the implied accusation. No, it was a coincidence. But when I did see her, she was with a man.
Tom paused with his whiskey tumbler halfway to his mouth.
A man? Who was he?
There was a shift in his attention. Eyes alert now, watchful. Her stomach clenched. I don't know. I couldn't get near enough to see. But they were clearly close. His eyes were boring into her.
What do you mean by close?
Moving back in her seat, she took another, larger gulp of her wine.
picked up the cardboard coaster, and circled it between her finger and thumb. Well, they definitely went into the house together. The place was pretty impressive, too.
Man owned it or rented it, he must have money. Tom's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he took a large gulp of his whiskey. Then he returned the glass to the table so heavily that it clattered onto the surface. Could you find it again? Cold trickled down her spine, but her face was hot. Was he planning on going there? That didn't sound like a good idea. I'm not sure. I wasn't taking much notice of where I was going. Probably not. Still, he persisted. It was beginning to feel like an interrogation. Did it seem like they were together? A couple, I mean. Looking past him towards the corner of the bar, she tried to picture the scene. They had been standing very close together, Alex quick to clutch the man's arms, though he had shaken her off. Maybe. Nodding slowly, Tom lifted his glass and drained the last of the whiskey. Well, she didn't mention that to me and Lily, that's for sure. I guess she didn't have to. Your mom and Lily are in the hotel theater watching the entertainment. That's why I was calling you. I promised we'd join them. Shall we go? Anyone could have seen that the smile he gave her was fake, designed to pretend that he didn't care about Alex's love life. But she'd read the expression on his face when she'd told him about the man. She knew that expression. Hadn't she seen it many times when she was younger? When her mother spoke about the woman who her father had left them for? The woman with a daughter the same age as Carrie who had become his, in her words, replacement family. That was the expression that Tom had on his face right now. Pure, unbridled jealousy. Chapter 27. The hotel theater was a large room with a stage at one end, backed by heavy red velvet curtains. Audience seats were arranged in rows with a table between each pair of chairs. Waiters weaved in and out, taking and delivering drinks orders. From the far left of the room, Carrie's mum spotted their arrival and waved them over to the two chairs behind her and Lily, which they'd saved for them. Absorbed by the music group on stage singing tunes from the shows, Lily barely noticed their arrival. She was a theater kid, belonged to a local drama group, and loved every musical ever made. Carrie was grateful that the music was too loud for any of them to speak. Of the three people she was sitting with, two of them, her future husband and her mother, were keeping secrets from her. Secrets that she was going to get to the bottom of if it killed her. An interchangeable quartet, 2 men, 2 women, reeled through the most well-known songs from Phantom, Wicked, and Hairspray. At times, only 2 remained on stage while the others disappeared to change costume. Though Carrie tried to focus on their act, she was distracted by Tom's phone lighting up on his lap. He slipped it to the other side of his legs, reading and replying to a message. It had to be Alex. Had he asked her about what Carrie had seen? Having spent a childhood on high alert for subtle changes in her mother's mood, Carrie was trained to anticipate and prepare. And so her heart sank to her stomach when Tom leaned in until she could smell the familiar musky notes of his aftershave. I'm just going to slip out for a moment. She'd heard him, but wanted to make him say it again. Pardon? He pressed his lips so close to her ear that his breath made the hairs rise on the back of her neck. I'm going to slip out. Was that all she got? No reason? No excuse? Where are you going? On stage, one of the female members of the group was in the middle of a particularly soft part of Memory from Cats. Tom waited until the volume ramped up again before he spoke. I need to make a call. Long. Before she could ask again, he was gone, and she was left alone beside his empty chair, silently seething. As if she didn't know who he would call. Alex. One song later, the 4 people on stage were waving at the audience. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Lily stretched her arms in the air, turned around and noticed the empty chair. "Where did Dad go?"
If only she knew. He had to go and do something. He's coming back. Are you enjoying it? Focusing her attention on Lily, unable to look at her mother after what her dad had said on the phone, she dug up as much enthusiasm as she could. It must have worked because Lily grinned.
"It's great. They're really professional, and they're singing all my favourites. I'm going to run to the toilet."
When she'd gone, Carrie's mother shifted in her seat until she was half turned towards Carrie.
"Where did you disappear to earlier? Tom was searching for you everywhere." Gripping the front of her seat hard, the thick velvet underneath her fingernails, Carrie kept her face as passive as she could manage, not ready to tell her mother that she'd been in contact with her father, especially not in public like this. But maybe she could discover how close his revelations had been to the truth. "I went for a walk. And while I was out, I've been going over all this stuff to do with Alex. It's brought up a lot of memories for me." Not even a flash of concern passed her mother's face. Instead, she had the certainty of someone used to being right. "Yes, I can imagine it has."
Same for me. It's been difficult not to remember all that stuff from years ago, but we need to just not think about that. That was her response any time Carrie had tried to talk about it. "You have told me everything, haven't you? I mean, there's not any parts that you left out because I was young and you didn't want to upset me." Even now, she was trying to give her mother every chance to tell the truth, attempting to convey that it would be okay to reveal anything hidden. But she shook her head. "There's nothing else to tell. You knew that your father had an affair, and that he left you. Knew that he made things horribly difficult. Everything was vague, alluded to, never detailed. Difficult how?" Her mother sighed. "You know all of this, Carrie. Upsetting us all the time, forgetting to turn up, letting you down at the last minute, speaking badly about me to you. Do you not remember those times when you went to his house and came back in tears?" What she did remember was how upset her mother had been during those years, when she returned from her dad's to find that her mom had pretty much sat by the window the whole time she'd been gone. She remembered that poisonous feeling in the pit of her stomach, the guilt she suffered about any fun she'd had with her dad. Accepting a chocolate milkshake or ice cream felt like a betrayal once she came home to her mum, knowing that she'd been sad and lonely in Carrie's absence. When Carrie didn't reply, her mum pressed the advantage. And then there was the accident. He was neglectful. I wasn't able to trust him with you. Carrie had a scar on her foot to remind her of the accident. Her dad had allowed her to make hot chocolate for herself in the kitchen. She brought it through on a tray, tripped, smashed the mug, and scalded her foot. When she pulled off her sock, she brought several layers of skin with it. The milk in the hot chocolate had made the burn much worse than it might have been. Dad brought her home from the emergency department, her foot bandaged and unable to bear any weight. Her mother had reacted as if she'd died. None of this was news. She wanted to find out things she hadn't been told. Did he never try and get in touch over the years? Was there never a phone call or a visit or a letter? As the lights in the room had been turned up for the interval, she was able to study her mother's face as she said the word letter, but there was barely a reaction. No. And we should both be grateful for that. No father is much better than a bad father, Carrie. And that's what's troubling me most about Tom allowing Lily to spend time with her mother. A leopard does not change its spots. If she let Lily down once, she'll let her down again. But this time she's going to remember it, so it'll be far, far worse. Redirection, her favorite tactic. Dropping her voice for the last few words, she nodded over Carrie's shoulder. She turned to find Lily at her elbow. "Can I get another lemonade?" "Of course."
She called the waiter over to order another drink for each of them, and then the singers came back onto the stage. New costumes and slower songs, which took a more romantic turn. Because Carrie hadn't seen many musicals, she didn't recognize the tune the duo were singing on the stage. It was a love song about being destined to be together. That much she did know. Is this what this had all been? A fairy tale? But the fairy tale was over. Though she'd struggled with it, she'd managed to convince herself that Tom's lie had been because he was a good person, and that he loved his daughter. How would it have been possible for him to have told her the truth, she'd reasoned, before he told Lily? But his behavior around Alex in the last 2 days had changed everything. Even if he wasn't in love with her, there was clearly unfinished business between the two of them. His reaction to hearing that she was with another man, that proved that beyond doubt. She loved Tom with her whole heart and had wanted nothing more than to be married to him. But not like this. When the show finally ended, the three of them followed the crowd outside and found Tom sitting in an armchair scrolling through his phone. Lily bounded up to him.
Dad, you should have come back in. It was really good.
He tucked his phone into his pocket. Yeah, I'm sorry, love. I had a few things I needed to do. The smile he gave Carrie cut through her. How she wished they'd never come here. If she'd never agreed to marry him, they would be at home happy. She'd be in blissful ignorance of his lies. But as it was, she couldn't do this. They couldn't start a life together with all these loose ends threatening to strangle them both. They had to cancel the wedding. She'd tell him. Chapter 28. Lily took an age to go to bed. High on lemonade and show tunes, she performed a medley of her favorites for them both. Carrie didn't mind. Not only was she dreading the conversation with Tom, she was also enjoying Lily's innocent happiness. If this was the end of the road for her and Tom, she wouldn't get to be part of Lily's world much longer. The realization almost choked her. Eventually, Lily ran out of steam and took herself off to bed. The door closed with a gentle click, and before she lost her nerve, Carrie squeezed her fists and turned to Tom. I can't marry you. With his fingers on the buttons of his shirt, he froze. What? Things have changed, Tom. He was across the room in 2 strides. Carrie, are you serious? You can't be serious. I know there's a lot going on with Alex and Lily, but that doesn't change us. I love you. I want to marry you. Nothing has changed. Every part of her wanted to believe that. But how could she? Everything has changed. I've seen the way you are with Alex, and how excited Lily is to have her in her life. I can't stand in the way of that. If there's any chance of the two of you— No. Tom reeled backwards. There is absolutely no chance of that. Did he take her for a fool? Or was he the one fooling himself? It was her you went to see tonight, wasn't it? Her that was sending you a message. Don't lie to me, Tom. He covered his mouth with his hand, screwed his eyes tight shut, as if he were in pain. Opening them, he nodded. Her heart tore in her chest. But it's not what you think. I don't have feelings for Alex. I just wanted to know why she hadn't told us she was with somebody. She's asking Lily and me to trust her, and that's a pretty big thing to keep secret. The irony of him talking about big secrets wasn't lost on either of them. Carrie collapsed onto the end of the bed. I grew up without my dad because he went off with another woman and abandoned me and my mum. I don't want to be that person for Lily. Maybe you need to give yourself some time with Alex. Whatever you say, there's a chemistry there between the two of you. The horror on his face couldn't be feigned, could it? Chemistry? No, Carrie. No, no, no. You don't know how hard I'm working to be civil to her.
This is for Lily, all of it. Alex has to be managed in a certain way. I'm wearing that face around her for Lily's sake.
She wanted to believe this, she really did. But this face he was wearing was so convincing that it had her fooled,
which made her worry how many faces he was able to wear. Pinching it between her fingertips, she twisted the silk bed linen either side of her. Even if you're right and there isn't anything there between you and Alex, how can you focus on a wedding when there is all of this going on? I've barely seen you. She regretted the last comment as soon as she'd said it. Making this about her was not her intention. That was the part Tom jumped on.
I know you've barely seen me. And I missed the trip to Capri and I've made a real mess of things. I'm sorry, but I'll make it up to you. We have tomorrow.
Now she felt as if she'd thrown a hissy fit to get his attention, but her resolve weakened. If he was telling the truth, she didn't want to lose the best thing in her life.
It's not about that.
He saw an opening, joined her on the bed, took her hands in his, looked her deep in the eye, and made her stomach flip with the honesty she thought, hoped, wished, needed, was there.
Alex asked if she can see Lily tomorrow. How about I let her see Lily alone? As long as they stay at the hotel, then you and I can have some time together. I can prove to you that I love you and I want to marry you. Please, give me a chance, Carrie.
When you want something this badly, it is hard to be rational about it. Maybe she didn't have to force this decision right now. Are you sure that Lily will be fine with Alex on her own? A tentative smile played on his lips.
Lily has been asking for this all day. She'll be ecstatic. And if your mum is going to be at the hotel, she won't be here alone. She won't mind watching out for her, will she?
For Carrie, some distance from her mother would also be a good thing right now. I can ask her. And you'll give me tomorrow to prove to you how much I want to marry you on Friday. With a gentle fingertip, he brushed a hair from her forehead and tucked it behind her ear. An easy intimacy that made her want to close her eyes and rest her cheek in his palm. Okay. I'll give you tomorrow. Pulling her close to his chest, he kissed her, and against her better judgment, she lost herself in him again. The next morning, Lily was thrilled with the news that Tom was trusting her to spend the day with Alex on her own. He held up his finger.
You are absolutely not allowed to leave the hotel, though.
In front of the mirror in their room, Lily pushed her sunglasses into her hair like a headband and rolled her eyes at Tom's reflection. That's the third time you've told me that this morning, Dad. His concern was infectious, and Carrie didn't want to force him into anything he wasn't comfortable with.
We don't have to do this, Tom.
We can stay here, too. Pausing from stuffing a beach towel and sun lotion into a bag, Lily threw her arms in the air. Will you both stop treating me like a baby? I'm 12. I'm old enough to stay here by myself, let alone with my own mom. Carrie felt Tom freeze beside her. That was the first time Lily had referred to Alex as her mum. He was going to have to get used to that. After breakfast, she'd asked her mother to stay at the hotel in case Lily needed her and had been treated to a pained sigh.
I didn't know I'd only been invited to be your babysitter.
It took 3 cleansing breaths not to remind her mother that her whole trip had been paid for by Tom, and this was only the second time they'd asked for help. You don't need to babysit her.
But it would put our minds at rest if she has someone at the hotel in case she needs it. Once they were married, Lily would be her mother's granddaughter. Surely this wasn't too much to ask. Kristin's mother fell over herself to help her out. Through pursed lips, her mother gave a brief, begrudged agreement. Fine, but don't be gone all day. The whole way to the lobby, Tom was giving Lily instructions about what was and wasn't expected of her today. Lily reiterated her belief that she wasn't a baby. No, she wasn't a baby, but, in spite of her confident self-belief, 12 was still very young.
Ran off to join Alex by the pool. She could sense the tension in Tom, the invisible cord that joined him to his daughter being stretched to its elastic limit. Gently, she squeezed the hand she was holding. "Do you want to go out there with her? Check that Alex is—" He cut her off with a kiss.
No, and that is the last time we use her name today. This is all about you and me. A romantic day for my beautiful wife to be the day before she makes me the happiest man in the world. Let's go."
Out the front of the hotel was a white limousine, and as they approached, the driver opened the door for them. She shot Tom a quizzical glance, and his enjoyment of her surprise was tangible.
"I booked it last night. You're going to love this place."
In the back of the car, he kept hold of her hand, fingers intertwined with hers, stroking her knuckles with his thumb. For the first time since they'd arrived, he was her Tom again. Pointing out houses tucked into the hillsides, beautiful explosions of flowers, and the wide watercolor blue sky above it all. Finally, this was the feeling she'd wished for. When the taxi pulled up outside an ordinary house, she was confused, but Tom grinned at her.
"We're here. Come on. Prepare to be amazed."
At the door, a thick-set woman in an apron greeted them. "Ciao, benvenuto." She pointed to a wrought iron gate to the right of the property.
Per favore. Grazie. They nodded their thanks.
Tom took Carrie's hand and pushed the gate, groaning on its hinges, through to the most beautiful courtyard she'd ever seen. Every inch of the courtyard walls was covered with green foliage. In the early afternoon sunshine, the leaves shone jade and emerald, sage and lime, olive and mint. Fragrant herbs reached out to greet them, basil and rosemary and sage. Pots of lemon trees shared a spotlight of sunshine to the left. On the right, a round table was laid for two. Carrie tried to take it all in, but Tom only had eyes for her.
"What do you think?"
There weren't enough words in her vocabulary to describe the wonder and excitement that threatened to spill from her eyes. "It's perfect. How did you find it?" His enjoyment of her pleasure could be read on his face.
"When you fell asleep last night, I spoke to the concierge on night duty. I told him how important it was to find something special. He made a call for me."
Carrie had no idea whether this was an actual restaurant or someone's mother, but she didn't care. It was special. It was perfect. "Thank you." Tom pulled out a metal filigree chair for her to sit on. The edge of the thick white cloth pooled on her lap. A fist of wildflowers, pink, purple, yellow, sat in a jar at the center of the table. In front of each chair, a mismatched pottery plate and heavy silver cutlery. Everything here was solid, real, and beautiful. For the next 3 hours, they ate and drank and laughed and kissed. Never had Carrie tasted such delicious food. Rosalia, the woman who'd welcomed them, brought out dish after dish which she named in Italian. Arancini the size of small oranges, tiny, perfectly formed orecchiette in a rich tomato sauce peppered with chunks of spicy sausage, soft, sweet mozzarella in a nest of strong basil dressed with swaths of glossy olive oil. It was heaven. A breeze crept into the courtyard as they tried to find room for the ring-shaped hard taralli pugliesi crackers and provolone cheese. Carrie closed her eyes and let the sun warm her face. "I never want to leave." When she opened them again, Tom was smiling, hope in his eyes.
"I'm sorry for everything I've put you through. I know I should have told you everything before I asked you to marry me. I will tell you everything you want to ask me about what happened back then. And I promise you, with every part of me, that I will never lie to you again."
He took her hand, his thumb playing with the diamond ring on her finger. Today had been so wonderful, so special, that she didn't want to taint it with the past, his or hers. Tomorrow, Tom would become her husband. There would be plenty of time to tell him about her father and for him to give her every detail about what happened with Alex 12 years ago. But today and tomorrow was about them and the future. She brought her other hand over his. I love you. After Rosalia had thrust paper packages of cannoli and biscotti into their hands and waved them goodbye, they traveled back to the hotel, Carrie heavy and full, yet much lighter than she'd come. This was going to be okay. It didn't matter what plans Alex had for Tom. He loved her. He was marrying her. And they would start their new life together with a clean slate of truth and honesty. She patted the package on her lap. Lily will be pleased with these. Tom leaned over to kiss her, his lips warm and firm. We'll take them out to her as soon as we get back. She was as keen as Tom to check that Lily was okay, especially as she was the one who'd prompted his decision that she could be left with Alex. He'd done this for her, and their perfect day would be complete once they were able to check that Lily had had a good day too. Which was why she felt so terrible when they returned to the hotel to find that she and Alex were no longer there. Chapter 29. The Day Before. Even before Tom told her they were both missing, Carrie knew from the panic on his face. Her heart thumped in her chest. Are you sure? Have you checked everywhere? The bar? The restaurant? The games room? He nodded. Everywhere. I've also tried calling Lily and Alex, and neither of them are picking up. He waved his phone, and the screen showed him calling Lily's number. This is my 5th attempt. She'd never seen him this upset before. Fear mixed with anger was a potent cocktail. She watched and waited, praying that Lily would answer her phone. If she didn't, she'd search out her mother and ask whether she'd heard from her. He pointed to the phone to show she'd finally picked up. Hello, Lily? Where are you? Relief flashed across his face at making contact, and Carrie let herself breathe again. Listen to his half of the conversation.
But I told you not to leave the hotel. I don't care what Alex said. You know what I wanted, Lily. I trusted you. Put her on. I want to talk to Alex.
The lovely time they'd had was draining away. Gently, she touched his arm. She's okay, Tom. You can dial it down. He kept his eyes on her as he waited for Alex to come on the line. She tried to exude calm and temperance. There was nothing to be gained from turning this into a war. You said you'd stay here, Alex. That was the arrangement. But this is the first time— Yes, I know that, but we need to build towards that. She could hear the hum of Alex's voice on the other end, but not the words. With the expression of frustration on Tom's face, she didn't need to. Okay. How long will that take? Can you put Lily back on? He placed a hand over the microphone while keeping his ear to the phone.
She said they're finishing their drinks and then they're coming back. Should I go and get Lily?
Already feeling terrible that she'd prompted him to allow Alex this freedom she'd abused, she didn't want to make another wrong decision. This was new territory for her. Would he have asked her opinion on Lily before this? That shouldn't take long, should it? Maybe let Lily decide? He took his hand away from the microphone to talk to his daughter.
Alex says you're just finishing your drinks. Do you want me to come and get you?
She could picture the roll of Lily's eyes, knew that she'd tell him not to come.
Okay then. I'll wait for you back here. You need to be here within the hour or I'm coming. See you soon.
Closing his eyes, relief slackening his face, he let the hand holding the phone fall to his side. I can't believe they left when I expressly told them to stay here. How difficult it must be for a single parent to have to allow someone else to have responsibility for their child. Even more so when that person is the estranged parent. An image of her mother on the doorstep flashed into her mind, and she pushed the memory away to focus on the present. It's not Lily's fault. He didn't look convinced. She needs to take some of the blame. Like she keeps reminding me, she is 12. Carrie was relieved to see him smile. Panic over. She was probably excited to spend time with Alex. Don't be too harsh on her. She's had a lot to take on board in the last couple of days. We all have. He pressed a hand to his chest as if to stop the heartbeat which must be thudding as hard as hers. You're right. Let's go down to the pool bar and get a coffee and wait for them. And I promise to be calm when they come. She reached up to kiss him. Good. Actually, can I meet you down there? I want to get changed out of this dress. He kissed her in return. Don't be long. Once he'd gone, she splashed some cold water on her face and the back of her neck. Though she'd tried not to panic when he'd told her that Lily wasn't in the hotel, she'd felt sick. She peered at herself in the mirror. With all the sunshine, she'd need barely any makeup for the wedding tomorrow. The wedding. Less than 24 hours, and she'd be Tom's wife. Rooting around in her cosmetic bag for a lipstick, she considered his earlier promise, his assurance that he would tell her anything she wanted to know about what happened between him and Alex. She couldn't imagine there was much more to tell. Alex hadn't wanted to be a mother. She'd left him to raise Lily alone. Carrie had no interest in the details of the breakdown of their relationship. Unless he wanted to tell her, of course. She had news, too. She still had to tell him about contacting her father. It wasn't a huge secret to keep from him. It had only happened yesterday. But it might hit a little close to home after Alex's reappearance. It would help to have his perspective, though, whether he thought it was a good idea to meet with her dad when she got home. The person she was more worried about telling was her mother. Lipstick in place, she dropped it into a small bag and made for the door. Thinking about her mother, she contemplated whether she should locate her and invite her to join her and Tom for a coffee. It wasn't as if she'd abandoned her. Coupled with the suspicions her father had raised, her mother's reaction this morning, "I didn't know I'd only been invited to be your babysitter," had also made Carrie resentful. Was it terrible to want some time alone with her husband-to-be before their wedding? Maybe she was being unfair, but she and Tom only had an hour or so alone before Lily returned, and she wanted to regain the romantic mood of that lunchtime in the courtyard for as long as possible. It had been hard the last 2 days with him spending time with Alex, and she'd meant it about stepping aside for Lily's sake. Knowing that she didn't have to do that was such a relief. Surely her mother would appreciate that they wanted to be alone. Almost at the end of the corridor, her phone beeped with a message. It was a photo from Tom, 2 coffees, each with a stenciled chocolate heart. She smiled at the screen. They were back on track. To make the most of their time, she picked up the pace and was already halfway across the reception area when she heard her name. Carrie? She stopped and turned in the direction of the voice. There was no one she recognized. Then an older man in jeans and a navy shirt raised a hand and walked towards her. Staring at him, she thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. With a hesitant smile, he came closer. Hi, Carrie. It's me. Dad. Chapter 30. There were other people milling around reception, some arriving, others checking out or booking taxis. But it was as if there was just her and her dad, and time had stood still. What are you doing here? Now she took him in. Full size, rather than the screen-size version she'd spoken with yesterday. It was as if his features had moved into something that she recognized. His eyes were so much like her own, and there was a familiarity even to the way he stood. I felt terrible after our conversation yesterday. I shouldn't have said anything about your mother. I was afraid I'd pushed you away again. So I took a chance on coming out here. I wanted to prove to you that I really wanted to be part of your life, that I was serious. This was all turning into a surreal dream. How did you even know where I was? He gestured to the reception area.
Yesterday you said that you were in Sorrento. Then, when you showed me that desk on your phone, I saw the name of the hotel. Do you remember?
It came back to her now. But how had he arranged this so quickly? But this is crazy. Coming all the way out here. I haven't seen you since I was 9. How did you think that was a good idea? For one, it was incredibly selfish. The look on his face at her anger suggested that this had only just dawned on him. I hoped that maybe, coming to see you here, away from home, it might give us a chance to talk without all the baggage of... His shoulders dropped.
Well, to be honest, without your mother here to interfere.
Oh, the irony of that statement. But Mum is here. He paled at that.
Janet is here, on your holiday.
She'd forgotten that she hadn't told him the full story about why they were in Italy. I'm not just on holiday. I'm here to get married. Her father raised his hands to his face.
Married? Oh, Carrie, I'm so sorry. I thought it was a holiday. I'm an idiot. I was pacing around at home, desperate to see you, wishing I had a chance to explain everything. And then I thought, why don't I just go? I wasn't intending to gatecrash your holiday. I wanted to talk to you, and then... Oh my God, you're getting married. I'm so sorry.
The fact he didn't know about the wedding made this marginally less insane. Still, it was wildly inappropriate for him to turn up like this. That's generally why people ask before jumping on a plane to surprise someone they haven't seen in over 3 decades. She knew she sounded sharp, but what did he expect? That she would roll out the red carpet for him? Be grateful that he'd appeared after all this time? He stepped towards her. I'm sorry. I just wanted to talk, to give you my side of the story.
My side of the story. Shall I go? Her quiet time with Tom was disappearing, but how could she send him away? I have 15 minutes. He looked so grateful. She knew it was the right decision. She took out her phone and sent Tom a quick text. I'll be 15 minutes. We'll explain. Kiss. She led him over to the chairs furthest from the reception desk. He sat opposite her, leaned forwards eagerly. Congratulations on getting married. Thanks. You're married too? Yes. Her name's Ruth. Ruth. She hadn't registered the name the first time he'd said it. The same woman you left us for? He nodded. We've been together ever since. But I didn't leave you. I left your mother. This was semantics. That's not how it felt. I know. And I'm not saying that I handled things well. But I tried hard to stay a part of your life. To make you feel a part of mine. That was a barefaced lie. If that was true, why did you never take me to your house? This had been part of the evidence her mother had given her for the fact that he had his new family now. A long-forgotten but frequently repeated answer. Why would he want you there when he has a new daughter? I couldn't take you to my house. Your mother forbade it. I was living with Ruth. She said that I was not to take you anywhere that she would be. We both, Ruth and I, we both decided it was easier to go along with what she wanted. She didn't want me collecting you from school either, because she said it would be confusing for you, not knowing who'd be there at pickup time. That's why I would meet you at the house to collect you and take you out somewhere. She did have memories of this. Chocolate milkshakes. He smiled, and his whole face lifted. Exactly. You always had the same thing. Even at that young age,
She'd worked out that she was much more likely to get treats from her father. It had been the best part of meeting up with him. But then you didn't turn up. There were times you arranged to come and then didn't show. She could remember that, too. The times she'd got herself ready, even put on her shoes and coat, and sat by the window, waiting and waiting, until her mother told her to come away, take off her coat, and have her dinner. He's clearly not coming again. His face hardened.
I never missed an arrangement with you. Never. It was...
He trailed off, his eyes saying something that his mouth seemed afraid to voice. Time was ticking. She didn't have time for dramatic pauses and guessing games. It was what?
I don't want to say something that will upset you again. I want us to move on from the past.
How could they move on from the past if she wasn't clear what had even happened? Just tell me.
I think your mother told you that I was coming on days that we hadn't arranged anything, which meant that I had no idea that you were waiting for me.
And you thought I'd forgotten you. His words rolled over her like a grenade that was about to explode. Could this be true? Would her mother have done that? How do you know? He stared down at his hands.
I don't. Not for sure. But I can't come up with any other explanation. In that letter, you said that I'd kept letting you down, and I couldn't work out what you meant. And then...
What letter? He'd mentioned this yesterday. Her mother had denied it, and Carrie still didn't have a clue what he was talking about. He raised his eyebrows in surprise.
You sent me a letter, telling me not to get in touch with you again. You said it was too upsetting, and that I kept letting you down.
I tried to come and speak to you about it, and then that was the night that... He froze mid-sentence and stared over her right shoulder. She didn't need to turn to see what or who he was staring at. Firstly, because there was only one other person here in this hotel who was likely to make his face look like that. And secondly, because her mother's voice rang out clear across the hotel reception. What the hell are you doing here?
Chapter 31.
Standing between the two of them, Carrie was taken back in time to a night, watching through a crack in the curtains as her father was taken away in a police car. Though her memories of that night were patchy at best, her mother had filled in the gaps that her 9-year-old self had not understood or been able to retain. As far as she knew, her father had arrived at the house unannounced, demanding to see her, and her mother had quickly ascertained that he was angry and quite possibly drunk. All the while he'd knocked and banged and punched at the door, calling her name, her mother's name, and then a lot of other names she'd known even then were not polite things to say. Carrie and her mother had remained in the sitting room. He'll go soon. It'll be okay. One thing Carrie would never forget was the tearing sensation in her stomach. Her dad, calling her name through the letterbox, begging her to come to the door. Her mom, holding her hand tightly as they sat on the sofa together, telling her that they needed to ignore him. And Carrie, pulled between the two of them like a toy demanded by two spoiled children. When her mom began to cry, the tearing sensation had got more painful. She'd wanted to make it stop. Shall I go and speak to Daddy? No. Her mother had been vehement through her sobs. It's not safe when he's this angry. She didn't know until the next day, when one of the neighbors came round with homemade cake and a shoulder for her mum to cry on, that it had been the man over the road who'd called the police. He'd tried to speak to her dad, apparently, and got a barrage of abuse for his trouble. When Dad refused to leave, only getting louder and more aggressive, he'd called the police. They'd arrived an hour later and taken him away. This time, she hoped at least they could keep this civil. It's okay, Mum. Beside her now, her mum was shaking. It's not okay. How did he know you were here? Did you tell him? Are you talking to him? Why didn't you tell me? Her voice was getting louder and louder. Her father held up his hands.
I don't want to cause any trouble. He turned to Carrie. I'm sorry. Look, I've got a hotel room booked just for tonight, the Excelsior. It's a 10-minute walk away. I'll be there all night if you want to come and talk. If not, I'll go tomorrow, and you can find me anytime you want to. I'm sorry that I got this so wrong.
Her mother stiffened beside her.
And what about me? Are you sorry for coming all this way and upsetting me? The glint in his eyes when he turned to her mother was pure hate. No, Janet, I am not sorry for upsetting you. With an apologetic smile for Carrie, he turned and left. As soon as he'd disappeared through the large glass doors at the front of the hotel, her mum turned to her. What's going on, Carrie? Why was he here? She didn't have the energy to lie. If her mother was going to be angry and upset, she'd have to deal with that later. I asked Kristin to track him down. Her mother gasped. Why? Why would you do that to me? To me. It was always about her.
What about what Carrie wanted? All this stuff with Alex and Lily. It made me think about Dad. I was curious what he was doing now. That was all. That wasn't all. What she wanted was to find out why he had left all those years ago and never tried to contact her again. Her mother shuddered. It's typical of how selfish he is, that he would turn up unannounced at your wedding when you hadn't even invited him. Let's hope he'll disappear again now and you won't have to be bothered by him tomorrow. Though she'd agree that this behavior wasn't regular, Carrie's interpretation of what had happened was somewhat different. The man who had flown all this way in the slim hope of a few words with her hardly seemed selfish. It made her want to speak to him even more. Hands in his pockets, Tom strolled up behind her mum with a smile for Carrie.
Hey, I was coming to find you. I thought you'd got lost.
At the sight of her mother's thunderous face, his smile disappeared. He looked from her to Carrie.
Is everything okay?
Behind her folded arms, her mother was clearly waiting for Carrie to explain. She hadn't wanted to drop this information on Tom, but there was nothing else for it. My dad's here. Just now. He came to the hotel. Tom's face was a study in confusion. What? How? Why? Her mother stuck out her chin in his direction. Apparently, Carrie contacted him because of you and this situation you've put her in. Great way to make things worse. Mum, that's not fair. Tom still looked confused. When did this happen? Just yesterday. I was going to tell you all about it later. It was a bit of a spur-of-the-moment decision. I didn't have any idea that he'd just come. His face changed from confusion to sympathy, and he slipped an arm around her lower back.
Are you okay?
Leaned into his side, she pulled some strength from his solid frame. I'm fine. Her mother clearly wasn't. Lips pressed tightly together, as if keeping back a fresh hailstorm of words, she glared at the two of them. Then she turned and stalked back to her room. Though she knew she would have to go and make things right later, a few minutes' respite from the tension was welcome. Turning to face Tom, she let him take her into his arms. Well, that could have gone better. With her trademark impeccable timing, Alex interrupted their standoff by strolling back into the hotel reception. Stopping directly in front of them, she held out her hands as if challenging them to speak to her. Because she was alone, and Lily was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 32. Carrie and Tom stood either side of Alex. He looked ready to murder her. Where is Lily? Alex frowned. Is she not back here already? She left about 10 minutes before me. Anxiety fluttered in Carrie's chest. She left? On her own?
She glanced at Tom and saw her own fear reflected back in his eyes. His voice was stern but careful, each word clear and firm, as if he were taking charge of a delinquent child.
No, Alex, she's not back here already. You asked to take her out. You should have been the one bringing her back. You told me that she was safe with you. You promised me. Where is she?
His voice got louder with each word, and Alex's face darkened in response. She crossed her arms, the red nails on her right hand tapping her left forearm, her eyes hard. Don't make this my fault. She walked out on me. She has a quick temper. She must get that from you. Tom was already out of his seat, calling Lily's number, his own eyes daggers. Then he swore under his breath. It's going straight to voicemail.
App. As he jabbed at his phone screen, Carrie crossed her own fingers that there would be a purple dot on the map, with Lily's picture in it, showing her arriving back here any second. Can you see her? He zoomed in on the map with his forefinger and thumb. It's placing her at somewhere called Radical Sorrento. Still with her arms folded, Alex tilted her head, her smile almost a sneer. There you go. That's the cafe we were in. It's the one with all the pink flowers on the wall. She loved it. She's obviously gone back there. No drama. Carrie could have slapped her. A 12-year-old girl was lost in a town she didn't know, where she didn't speak the language, and it was no drama. She couldn't look at her. Tom was shaking his head as he pinched the screen in and out to see if the dot moved. She's greyed out. Her phone must be dead. I'm going to find her. Carrie, can you stay here in case she comes back? Barely glancing in her direction, he was gone before she'd even had a chance to reply. It was difficult not to sound angry when she spoke to Alex. What happened? Why did she leave? Alex shrugged. I have no idea. It was a total overreaction. We got to speaking about Tom, and I was honest with her, and she didn't like it. Her words were echoes from years past of Carrie's own mother's insults about her father. She could still feel how they'd made her stomach tighten with the last vestiges of loyalty she'd had for her dad. How confusing it had been to want to defend him, even though her mother had made it clear that he no longer deserved that. Carrie didn't even want to imagine what Alex had been saying to Lily. Tom is her father. Of course she's not going to like it if you run him down. Alex held out her hands. She was the one talking about him, saying how overprotective he is, telling me how she's not allowed to do anything. I started because I said she could have a little bit of wine with lunch, and she said Tom would never allow her to do that. Though she was Lily's biological mother, Alex hadn't earned the right to make decisions about what Lily could and couldn't do. It was me who persuaded Tom to let Lily spend time with you alone. And then you took her out without permission, and I had to stop him coming to find you. I trusted you. You were supposed to look after her. Alex's dramatic sigh was accompanied by a patronizing pat on her arm. You need to relax. You're both overreacting. Lily's not a baby, she's 12. Alex was frowning at Carrie as if she was mad. I remember what I was up to at her age. I was up to at her age. My parents didn't even know where I was.
Alex wasn't exactly a great advertisement for the result of that kind of neglectful parenting. Well, Lily hasn't been raised like that. I can tell. She is worryingly young for her age, don't you think? Remember being 12? You weren't like that, were you? Carrie wasn't in the mood for recounting how overprotective and strict her own upbringing had been, how her mother had wanted her indoors before the first sign of evening, all the things she'd missed out on because she was never allowed to be too far from home. She's alone in a town she's never been in before. It was irresponsible to let her walk away. Oh, for goodness sake, it's not my fault.
What was I supposed to do? Grab hold of her? Pin her to a chair? She's going to be fine.
She'll walk out her bad mood and then she'll be back. Clearly, she had no concept whatsoever about how vulnerable a 12-year-old girl would be, particularly a 12-year-old girl who was upset. I want to go and look for her too. Can I trust you to sit here and wait for her? Will you call me as soon as she arrives? Alex picked up a drinks menu from the table. I can do that, but I can't guarantee she won't run off again at the sight of me. Carrie had no idea what to do for the best.
Her to stay here, but surely 2 of them looking was better than 1. Either way, Alex clearly couldn't be trusted. There was nothing else for it. She would have to go and ask her mother for help. Desperate to get going as soon as possible, she practically ran to her mother's bedroom door, knocked once, twice, then called out, "Mom, it's me. Can you answer the door?" Her mother took a while opening the door to her room. "Well, I didn't expect to see you again today. Have you come to apologize?" There was no time for niceties. "Lily is missing. Tom has gone to find her, and I want to go too. I need there to be someone here in case she comes back." She stood straighter, on high alert. "Missing with that woman? Has she abducted her? I told you she shouldn't be allowed near her." Straight to the most tragic eventuality, as always. "No, Alex is here. But Lily was upset and she walked out on her, and now we haven't got a clue where she is. I need to go, Mum. Can you come and sit in the lobby and keep an eye out for her?" She rolled her eyes up and down Carrie to show that she was fully taking in the moment her daughter was begging for help. "It's nice to know I still have my uses. Did you not want to ask your father?" The hair raised on the back of Carrie's neck. This was infuriatingly familiar. This passive-aggressive emotional blackmail. "He's not here, and Lily doesn't know Dad. I would really appreciate it, Mum. I don't trust Alex to stay and wait for her. Please, can you come now? I need to go." Finally, her mother nodded. "I'll follow you out." As soon as her mum was ensconced in the lobby with strict instructions to call Carrie the second Lily appeared, Carrie made her way out of the building, calling Tom as she went. He picked up in one ring. "Is she there?" "No, sorry. I was calling to see if you had her." Fear and exertion made him breathless. "No, nothing. I'm terrified, Carrie. She could be anywhere. She could be hurt. Who knows where she is? That damn woman. I knew that letting her back into our lives was a bad idea." Though he didn't accuse her, both he and Carrie knew that if it hadn't been for her threat to cancel the wedding, he wouldn't have trusted Alex to be with Lily alone. "We'll find her. I've left Mum in the lobby so that I can search too. Where are you? We don't want to cover the same area." "I'm on my way to the cafe, which is just outside the center. If I focus on the main road into town, why don't you head to the center to see if she's decided to wander around there? She might be shopping and not know that her phone is dead." Glad that he was thinking positively, she sent up a silent prayer that was exactly what had happened. "Good idea. I'm on my way." Chapter 33. Carrie ran up the hill towards the town, its steep incline punishing her lungs. Past holidaymakers on their way down to the beach, their happy, smiling faces almost mocking her distress. Happy family groups, young couples in love, several generations. Why did everybody else's families seem so perfectly formed, neat and tidy, composed of friendship and love? This was all her fault. She'd been the one to push Tom into letting Lily spend time with Alex alone. He'd told her that he didn't trust her, and she'd still made him do it. If anything happened to Lily, she would be the one to blame. Once the ground leveled out, she picked up speed, all the while looking left and right, desperate to catch sight of Lily. Where could she have gone? She had to be here somewhere.
Please let her be okay.
As she got closer to the town, the traffic got thicker and the pavements fuller, and she was forced to slow her pace. Approaching the main paved square, she had to make a choice about where to go first. Holding on to the wall, she tried to regain control of her breathing, gulping air in thick lumps. A kind American lady stopped at her elbow with a concerned expression. "Are you okay, honey?" She could have cried. "No. I'm looking for a girl. She's about 12, long dark hair."
Which way did you walk here? Have you seen anyone who seems lost? Turning, the woman pressed one hand to her chest and pointed towards a side street with the other. Oh my. No, I'm sorry. We came from back there, and I didn't see anybody, but... There was no time to be polite. It's okay. I need to keep searching. Carrie pushed herself off from the wall and started down the street in the opposite direction to the one the woman had walked. Every street was packed with people. Where 2 days ago she'd ambled around, enjoying the atmosphere, Carrie now hurried along the path, trying to cover as much ground as possible without missing a forensic glance into any store or corner.
When she'd been here with her mother, the narrow lanes had seemed quaint and appealing. Now they were a nightmare maze. As she took a left, then a right, acting on instinct rather than rational process, her thumping heart pounded in her ears. Either side of a narrow lane, people had gathered in clumps to peruse carousels of jewelry and pottery and beachwear. It was impossible to get through with anything approaching speed, even with one of the handful of Italian phrases she'd managed to learn on the flight over. Mi scusi, mi scusi. Twisting her body left and right, she careened around them. No one was listening to her, all too absorbed in their own private universe. If she stood in the middle of the path and screamed at the top of her lungs, would anyone even notice? Was this karma? Had she been selfish, allowing Tom to go against his instincts and leave Lily with Alex? He'd told her that Alex wasn't to be trusted, but he hadn't told her why, not really. There was more to this than what she already knew. She was sure of that now. He was holding back something else, a vital piece of the puzzle. Hadn't he told her that he would tell her everything she wanted to know? Which meant that there had to be something else, didn't it? The lemon scents she'd praised just days ago now stung her eyes and nose with their pervading acrid haze. Acrid haze. Everywhere she looked, she saw danger. A group of innocent young men, laughing and joking, nudging one another at the approach of a pretty girl. Boys having fun, or a threat to a girl alone. A car that mounted the pavement, honking its horn at pedestrians walking too slowly. An arrogant driver, or a fatal accident waiting to happen. Was this what it was like to be a parent? This constant fear? Hypervigilance for every possible danger that could befall your child? So many times in her teenage years, she'd railed against her mother for the rules that had restricted her life. If this was how she had felt every time Carrie had been late home, or stayed out, or asked to do something risky, she could understand why. Had this fear led her to lie to Carrie? Had her father's words been true? Her heart leaped as she caught sight of a girl on her own, up ahead, long dark hair. Without caring what they thought of her, she barged through the glacially slow family in front of her, calling her name. Lily! Lily! The girl turned. It wasn't her. Carrie could have wept. Exhausted by exertion and fear, she leaned against the wall and called Tom. He picked up immediately. Have you got her? No. I was calling to ask you if you've found her. I'm in the middle of town. Good. There. I'm going to walk back to the hotel along a different route. See if I can find her. When I get to the hotel, I'm going to ask them to call the police. Tom, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. Just keep searching, Carrie. We'll find her. We need to try and think like a 12-year-old.
Think of the places she would go.
People were staring at her as they walked past, but she didn't care. Furiously, she wiped the hot tears from her face and recommenced her search.
Her feet could only travel one route at a time. Her mind, on the other hand, was darting up and down several troubled and torturous paths simultaneously. Her mother might have betrayed her by lying about her father and keeping her from him. But her father had also given up trying, opting instead to make a new life and wait for her to be the one to make the move. How was that right either? She could not imagine Tom giving up on Lily ever. He would have fought to keep her, to get her back, whatever it took. No one could doubt his love for his daughter, whatever mistakes he'd made. He knew her. Carrie focused on his words. We'll find her. Think like a 12-year-old.
If she was feeling like this, how much worse was it for Lily? Like Carrie, she'd been betrayed by the only parent she'd ever known. Like Carrie, the absent parent had reappeared, deciding that the time was right for them to re-enter their life. Carrie was an adult. If she was feeling betrayed and angry and out of her mind with confusion, how much harder was it for a 12-year-old girl? The narrow lane she'd been following belched her back out onto the main thoroughfare. Here, the shops and cafes were larger, more modern, bright and open. Remembering Tom's advice, she focused on the ones with younger people outside. An ice cream shop, a clothing store, a window full of brightly colored accessories. Carrie! Heart out of her chest, she heard her voice before she saw her, turning around and around to try and work out where it was coming from. Lily? And then she was there, running at full speed, thudding into Carrie's chest like a truck. Chapter 34. Wrapping her arms around her, Carrie held Lily close, rocking her like a baby as sobs shook through her slim frame. It's okay. Everything is okay. They'd never embraced like this before. There had been brief hugs of hello or goodbye. Lily's last birthday, when Carrie had bought her, on the advice of Kristen's eldest daughter, a large bag of the kind of cosmetics that were a 12-year-old girl's dream, there'd been an unprompted hug of enthusiastic thanks. But this hug was tight and hard and raw, and Carrie stored every part of it in her heart. With her wet face embedded into Carrie's neck, Lily's words came out like a torrent.
I was just so angry. And I ran away, and then I wasn't sure which way to go, and I couldn't remember the name of the hotel to ask anyone, and my phone was dead, and I knew Dad would be cross, and I didn't know what to do, and I don't speak Italian, and I was really scared.
Carrie could only imagine how frightening it must have been. 12 was very young to find yourself all alone in a foreign place. These days, when kids were used to having their phones and reliant on being able to contact people in a second, being cut off in this way must have felt even more alien and terrifying. I know, sweetheart, but you're safe now. I'm here, and everything is fine.
Can I let your dad know that you're okay? Though she was reluctant to relinquish her hold on Lily, it wasn't fair to leave Tom in torment, not knowing she was safe. Gently, Carrie pushed Lily away from her so that she could look into her face. It's all going to be okay, you know. We're going to work everything out. But Lily didn't appear convinced. I'm not ready to see Dad yet. Please, can we talk for a bit? Just you and me. Carrie hadn't been expecting this. Even though she wouldn't have wished these events on Lily for anything, she couldn't deny the rush of pleasure that it was her that Lily wanted to speak to. Of course. But I do need to call your dad first. He's out searching for you too, and he's very worried. With Lily holding onto her arm, needing to be tethered, she called Tom. His voice was ragged. Have you found her? Knowing she was giving him good news, she experienced the wave of relief all over again. Yes, I've got her here with me now. She's absolutely fine.
On the other end of the line, she heard him sob. "Oh, thank God. Where are you? Are you near to the hotel? Are you going there now? Or shall I come to where you are?" She paused for a moment. How was she going to explain to him that Lily didn't want to see him just yet? "Actually, we're close to a cafe, and I'm going to get her a hot drink with lots of sugar."
Lots of sugar. She's had a bit of a shock. Can we meet you back at the hotel in a little while? That's a good idea. Get her whatever she wants. I'll come to you. Where is the cafe? What's it called? It made her heart ache to deny him, but Lily was close enough to hear his words, and she was shaking her head. Carrie tried to make it sound lighter than it felt. "We want to have a bit of a chat first. Just me and Lily. Is that okay?" There was a long pause on the other end, and then his voice was quiet. "Is that what she wants? She doesn't want to see me, does she?" Carrie didn't enjoy hurting him, but right now Lily's feelings were her main priority. "It's not that. I think she wants a moment to catch her breath. But we'll be back soon, and then you can see her. I promise you she's fine." The pain in his voice was acute. "Can I speak to her at least?" Lily must have heard that too, because she held out her hand for the phone. "I'm okay, Dad. I just want to talk to Carrie for a little while. Yes, I promise. I'll come back to the hotel soon. I love you too." She passed the phone back to Carrie for Tom to speak to her. His voice wobbled in her ear. "Can you make sure she knows that I love her, and that she's not in any trouble at all, and that I'm sorry? I'm so sorry. For all of it." The pain in his voice resonated in her own body. "Of course." "Thank you. I love you, Carrie." "I love you too." There was a cafe only a few steps away, and the waiter took one look at Lily's tear-stained face and led them to a table in the back corner, away from the eyes of anyone walking past. Carrie ordered an espresso for herself and a large hot chocolate for Lily with all the cream and marshmallows you can get on it. Once the waiter had gone, she risked reaching across the table for Lily's cool hand, which trembled in hers. "Are you sure you're okay? Nothing happened when you were wandering round on your own." Lily shook her head. "For the first 10 minutes, I was so angry that I didn't even care where I was going. I needed to get away from her. She was horrible about Dad, Alex, my mom, whatever I'm supposed to call her. She said some terrible things." Carrie's stomach contracted in fear. This was exactly what Tom had been afraid of, the reason he hadn't wanted Lily alone with Alex yet. They had no idea what she was going to say. "Do you want to tell me? You don't have to, but I'm very happy to listen if you want to get it out of your head." Lily screwed up her face. "I don't know whether I should. I don't know what's true and what's not true, and I don't want you to think bad about Dad." Her voice cracked at the mention of her father, and Carrie squeezed her hand. "I know your dad, and I love your dad. Nothing you can say is going to change that. But I'm not pressing you to tell me anything that you're not comfortable talking about. I'm just happy to be here with you." That seemed to make up her mind. Staring down at the table, she explained in halting breaths. She said that Dad had been horrible to her, that he only ever wanted a baby, that he used her to get me. She said that as soon as I was born, he took over and made her feel as if she wasn't up to the job of being a mother. And then she said that she thought she might have had postnatal depression, and that is why she left me. And she said that was Dad's fault too, because he hadn't looked after her properly. Do you think that's true? Lily regarded Carrie with the naive trust of a child who assumes that an adult has all the answers. Carrie gave her the reassurance that she needed, without lying about things she knew nothing about. "It's impossible for me to tell you what happened back then, sweetheart, because I obviously wasn't there. And I only found about the existence of your mother, of Alex, at the same time as you did. But what I do know is that your dad is a lovely, kind, and generous man. He's not perfect. None of us are. And maybe he made some mistakes, big mistakes. But he's a good person. I can't even conceive of him being cruel to anyone, much less the mother of his child. This wasn't just an attempt to make Lily feel better. He honestly couldn't imagine the Tom she knew doing the things Alex was accusing him of. People didn't change that much, did they? Shredding a paper napkin on the table, pulling it apart in tiny little pieces, Lily did seem to be taking on board Carrie's words. That's what I thought too. But then why would she leave? It had to be something really bad. It's not normal for a woman to leave her baby, is it? Unless it was my fault. From beneath her dark lashes, eyes full of watery fear, Lily seemed desperate for reassurance. Not for 1 second would Carrie let her believe that she bore any part of the blame. No, absolutely not. That's one thing I do know for sure. Young baby, Lily, there is no way that any of this was your fault. Whatever happened was between your dad and Alex, and you have a right to know the truth about all of it if that's what you want. Your dad will tell you the answers to whatever you want to ask. At 12, the world is so black and white. Mothers and fathers are something separate from regular human beings, with flaws and uncertainties and mistakes. Seeing her parents as people who'd got it wrong, really wrong, was going to take a while for Lily to process. She resumed the attack on the napkin. I was really excited, when I found out my mom was alive. I mean, I was angry and confused, and I still am, but I was excited. When I was little, I used to lie in bed and pray and pray and pray that my mom would come back. We'd learned the story of Lazarus at school, and I thought that God could send her back to me. Please don't tell Dad that. I don't want him to think that I was unhappy. Carrie knew those feelings like muscle memory in her own body. There'd been many nights that she'd lain awake in her dark bedroom, torturing herself with what she could have done to make her dad leave and never want to be with her ever again. At the same time, wanting to hide her sadness from her mother. If only she could pull Lily into her arms and shield her from this barrage of painful emotion, make everything okay again. When the waiter arrived with their drinks, he placed a plate with 2 little cannoli, 1 chocolate, 1 lemon, beside them on the table, giving Lily a little wink as he left. Carrie's fragile heart squeezed at his kindness, and the watery, grateful smile it prompted from Lily. As soon as he left, Lily picked up a long spoon and poked at the whipped mountain of cream on the top of her hot chocolate. Why do you think she left me? I mean, I know you don't know for sure, but if it wasn't Dad making her go, what other reasons could there be for her to leave? Carrie's espresso was scalding, but she needed a hit of caffeine and also to buy time before she answered, knowing that whatever she said had to be worded carefully. In Lily's vulnerable state, every word would sink so deeply that it could never be taken back. Slowly and carefully, she tried to explain. Become mothers who should never have been. Just as there are some people who would have made wonderful mothers who never get the chance. I can't explain to you why, but in my limited experience, I know that to be true. Lily stopped poking holes in the cream and looked up at her. Carrie couldn't explain it, but it was almost as if Lily was seeing her properly for the first time ever. You would make a really good mom. Like a heat-seeking missile, that sentence hit Carrie's heart, and she couldn't stop tears from filling her eyes. Not becoming a mother was something that she'd thought she'd accepted a long time ago, but clearly it remained just beneath the surface. Thank you. Lily chewed on her lip, her eyes suspiciously glossy again. I'm sorry if I've made things difficult for you, with Dad.
I know I haven't been as welcoming as I should have been."
Having to bite the inside of her mouth to stop her own tears, Carrie held her breath until she could trust herself to speak again. This was not about her. It was about Lily. "You don't need to apologize for anything. We're all just finding our way in this, aren't we? And it's the same with Alex. This has been a lot for you to take on, sweetheart. And you're allowed to be angry. You're allowed to get cross with your dad and feel let down. He knows that he did the wrong thing, but the reason he did it was because he loved you, and he didn't want you to be hurt. That doesn't make it okay, but it's important to remember." Lily nodded slowly. "And what about her? My mom? Alex? What do I do about her?" The question was genuine rather than rhetorical. Again, Carrie paused to take a moment before she spoke. "You do what you want to do. You decide what it is that you want from her, and you tell her that. And it doesn't have to be right now. You can take your time. And you don't have to do anything just because she's your mother. But if you do want a relationship with her, then it can be on your terms." This was a lot for Lily to process. At 42, Carrie was only just beginning to unravel it all for herself. What had Kristen said about motherhood? Love and boundaries. Did someone deserve unquestioning love and support just because she was your mother? Eyes heavy, Lily sighed deeply. "I am so tired." It was time to get her home. Of course you are. Emotions are exhausting. You don't need to think about everything now. You don't have to have everything figured out. Drink your hot chocolate. The restorative powers of marshmallows are not to be sniffed at. At last, Lily gave her a watery smile. "I'm glad my dad met you. And I'm glad you're the one who found me today." Not half as glad as Carrie was. "Once you've finished that, are you up to walking back to the hotel? Your dad is going to want to see for himself that you're okay, but then you can go to the room and sleep if you want to." The map on her phone showed them to be about 15 minutes walk from the hotel. She could return Lily to Tom, and then she was going to find Alex. Whatever tales she'd been telling Lily, Carrie wanted to hear them firsthand. Chapter 35. The minute the doors to the hotel reception slid open, Tom was on his feet and coming towards them, arms outstretched for his daughter. Carrie was relieved to see her fall into his arms, even though she started to cry again. Tom covered the top of her head in kisses. "Oh, Lily, I'm so relieved to see you." Focused on their touching reunion, it took Carrie a moment to notice that, in the far corner, beneath an ornate floor lamp, Alex was also waiting. She must have only been waiting to check that Lily was okay, because immediately she got to her feet and walked away. Not wanting to lose the opportunity, Carrie placed her hand gently on Lily's shoulder. "I'm going to give you two a bit of space. Take as long as you need. I'll be sitting outside." Lily smiled at her, and Tom took her hand and brought it to his lips. "Thanks for finding my baby." Outside, she found Alex flirting with the young guy who ran the pool bar while he performed tricks with a chrome cocktail shaker. The poisonous story she told Lily about Tom was weighing heavily on Carrie. She wasn't about to let Alex disappear without telling her the whole truth. She took the seat next to her at the bar. "Lily's back. She's fine." Alex didn't even turn in Carrie's direction. I knew she would be. She's old enough to find her way back to a hotel. Her apparent lack of care would have jarred if Carrie hadn't just witnessed the look of relief on her face in the lobby. Alex cared more than she was willing to let on. "She said some things that made me curious. Things you told her about Tom." The waiter slid a neon yellow cocktail towards Alex and rattled the cocktail shaker to inquire whether Carrie would also like a drink. "Just sparkling water for me, please." Alex laughed unkindly. Wow, a real party animal. She made it very difficult to have sympathy for her. Strangely,
I'm not in the mood for a party right now. What have you been telling Lily?
Alex spun round on her stool. Just the truth? Something she doesn't sound like she's had a whole lot of in her life. Determined not to react, Carrie kept to the facts. You said some pretty horrible things about her father. Over the top of the glass, Alex's eyes were as toxic as the color of her drink. Maybe that's because her father can be pretty horrible. Carrie refused to believe that Tom's personality had once been so radically different from the one she knew now. Maybe you're remembering things wrongly. Lily said you told her you'd had a tough time of it after she was born. You said you had postnatal depression? She shrugged.
Yeah, well, I thought it'd be easier for her if I told her that's why I left. Carrie couldn't believe she'd lie about something like that.
So it wasn't true?
Not strictly, no.
Carrie was getting tired of other people's versions of the truth. Well, you either did or you didn't. The volume of her dramatic sigh earned a raised eyebrow from the barman, who was wiping an already pristine bar.
I was pretty depressed. That's what happens when someone forces you to be a mother when you don't want to be.
How was she shifting the entire blame onto Tom? From what I hear, there wasn't a whole lot of choice. Tom was doing the best he could in that situation. What else could he have done? A fire flashed in Alex's eyes.
He could have let me do what I wanted to do, which was have the child adopted.
She was have the child adopted. She could have been somewhere else, with a new family. Carrie had never had a child, but this distinction made no sense to her. How would that have been different for you? And surely it's better that she stayed with her father. Better for who? For him, maybe, but not for me. Definitely not for me. Peering closer, Carrie realized there was a glaze to Alex's eyes. It was likely that this cocktail wasn't her first drink of the afternoon. Maybe this would work in Carrie's favor, the alcohol acting like a truth serum. Why don't you tell me what it was like for you? Picking up a cocktail stick, Alex used it to stab at a bowl of glossy green olives beside her glass.
You don't want to hear that. You think he's perfect.
Maybe this criticism could have been leveled at her before now, but not after the last few days.
I don't think he's perfect, and I deserve to know what happened before he becomes my husband. Finally, Alex looked interested.
You're on. Get yourself a proper drink, and then we'll talk.
After compromising on a white wine spritzer for Carrie, they moved away from the bar to the other side of the pool. From here, there was an uninterrupted view of the boats in the harbor. In the breeze, their hulls rocked together, as if they were huddling close for warmth. Alex's face was lit from the side by the orange of the early evening sunshine. She lifted her cocktail to her lips. That same light illuminated the yellow as if it were a potion. Tom and I had known each other for about 8 months when I found out that I was 6 months pregnant. To be honest, if I'd found out earlier, I wouldn't have gone through with it. I didn't want to have a child. I've never wanted to have a child. I thought I'd taken enough precautions to ensure that it never happened to me, but it turned out that fate, or maybe a stomach bug 6 months previously, had had other ideas. Not for the first time, Carrie was struck with the unfair lottery of fertility. Could it be that some women could be so desperate for a child and be denied, while others fell pregnant without even trying, or wanting to have a baby? So there was no choice for either of you. This wasn't anyone's fault. No, but Tom wasn't as horrified at the idea as I was. When I told him that I just needed him to support me until I'd had the baby, and then I was going to have it adopted, he wouldn't hear of it. None of this was different to what Tom had told her. She let her shoulders drop from where they'd risen to her ears. He wanted to keep the baby? Yes, and it was worse than that. He made me stay for a few months after she was born. He gave me money to stay. Important for Lily to have a mother for those first few months. I had nothing, Carrie. No job to go to. and I was recovering from giving birth. I was weak, and he knew it. He exploited it. This was where it became morally complicated. The same set of facts could be viewed in markedly different ways. So you agreed to stay? Yes. And then, of course, it was impossible to care for Lily without growing attached to her. I fought against it, but she was this little creature, small and vulnerable. For a short while, I thought that maybe I could do it. I could be a mother to her. Alex frowned into the distance, as if imagining Lily when she was tiny. For the first time, there was a vulnerability in her face. Either she was an amazing actress, or these emotions were genuine. Carrie prompted her gently. That's understandable. Alex's face hardened, and she took another gulp of her drink. Thankfully, it didn't last long. Almost as soon as Tom returned to work, I discovered that it wasn't for me. I was suffocating. I didn't love Tom, and I didn't want to be with him for the rest of my life. And there was no way I was going to be a single mother raising a child I hadn't even asked for. It sounded so brutal, so inhumane. But Carrie fought to keep any trace of judgment from her face or tone. You decided to leave?
Her face wasn't so much a blank page as an indecipherable one.
Yes. It was the best thing for everyone.
Lily deserved better than me as a mother. And I needed to live the life I wanted. You only get one journey through this world. And I knew she'd be fine with Tom. He adored her. That part Carrie knew was true. It had been crystal clear from the first time Tom had spoken about his daughter, before the two of them were even dating. Lily was the center of his universe. But it must have been hard to go, to leave her behind. A breeze whispered across Carrie's shoulders and she shivered.
In her sleeveless dress, Alex seemed unaffected by the change in temperature. In the beginning, I was just relieved. To be out of that house, away from the drudgery of it all. I could do what I wanted to do, whenever I wanted to do it. It was like being me again, as if I'd been lost in a dark forest and found my way out into the sunshine. Carrie had never had a child, but she had enough friends who were mothers to know that the loss of identity could be hard. For her friends, though, the trade-off of loving their baby was worth it. Where did you go? I got back in touch with some old friends. They were in the south of France.
The south of France? Staying with other friends. You picked up your life again. The breeze was getting stronger. It blew Alex's hair across her face, and she swept it away from her eyes with a red fingernail. Yes, but the problem was that I couldn't forget her. No matter what I did, how far away I got, how much I told myself that my life would have been miserable if I'd stayed. I kept seeing her face. Willie's face at the cafe, blotchy with tears, rose up in Carrie's mind. But you didn't want to try and be in touch with her? And do what? Fly in and out of her life when I felt like it? That would have been more cruel than letting her believe that I was dead. Carrie wasn't convinced of the truth of this, but it had been a belief that Alex had carried a long time. Better to stay quiet and let her speak. I have been so angry with him for such a long time. This is all his fault. If Lily had been adopted without me seeing her, I could have moved on. I wouldn't have had this knot of pain that I have to live with. That's why, when I found out that he was getting married, I decided to get a little revenge. Hairs rose on the back of Carrie's neck, and it wasn't cool air that caused it. That's what this has all been about? You wanted to get your revenge on Tom? A hard amusement skittered across her face. Why should he be happy with his perfect family? Ship you in to be a mother to Lily. He has everything,
and I am left with the pain of what I did and the fact that my daughter thinks I'm dead.
Carrie had heard many shocking things in the last few days, but this one might win the crown. So you don't want Lily at all, and you don't want Tom. You just want to ruin their lives?
I didn't want to ruin Lily's life. I didn't even plan to speak to her. I came to frighten Tom, to make him panic that I might tell her if he didn't give me what I wanted. With every sentence, this tasted more bitter.
What did you want? Now her eyes were hard and piercing.
Money. I wanted him to pay for what he'd done.
They were interrupted by the beep of Carrie's phone.
A message from Tom to ask if she was coming back because he and Lily were going to find a quiet part of the beach to talk. She fired off a quick reply to tell him she'd meet them there in a little while, then slipped her phone back into her bag. This was completely messed up. Every time she thought she had the true story, there was another detail that derailed her. What I don't understand is that if you were asking Tom for money to not tell Lily the truth, why did you speak to her on the very first day we were here? The two things didn't add up. Now Lily knew about her. There'd be no reason for Tom to give Alex any money. What was her actual aim in all of this? Tapping the side of her glass with a fingernail, Alex looked as if she wasn't sure herself. I'm not sure how to explain it. When I spotted her, something happened. All the time I'd been away from her, I was haunted by the idea of this baby. But there she was, a fully grown human, and I was just mesmerized by her. If I thought that knot in my belly was bad before I'd seen her again, it got a whole lot worse, and that made me even more angry. So when I saw Tom, I didn't just want to scare him. I wanted to make sure that your marriage didn't happen, that his life was ruined. They sat in silence for a while. It was a lot to take in. Carrie wanted to get to the beach to be with Tom and Lily. Being here was like sitting with the enemy. But she couldn't go until she knew for sure what Alex had planned. What happens now? What do you want? She shook off the weight of their conversation like a dog after a swim. It's too late for what I want. I've ruined things with her. I don't deserve a relationship with her. What good am I to her? I'm under no illusions about myself, Carrie. I'm selfish, and I want more from life than a picket fence and kids and a husband. I'm not the sort of mother that a girl like Lily needs. Look at my life. Can you honestly say that what I do is something that a young girl like her would aspire to? Carrie was confused. What do you mean, what you do? Alex paused with her glass halfway to her mouth. What I do to make money, how I live, the way I met Tom. This still didn't make any sense. Sorry, I'm not following. Realization smoothed the frown from Alex's eyes. Oh my word. He hasn't told you everything, has he? Chapter 36. Propelled by fear and anger, Carrie's desperation to get to Tom as quickly as she could was slowed by the sand shifting beneath her feet as she made her way along the beach. The face of the cliff sheltered sunbathers from the breeze and the sun, which had been kind this afternoon but now reached its fingers down the back of her shirt and burned her neck. This beach was only accessible from a few exclusive hotels, and there was plenty of space between the white sun loungers dotted across the shore in small groups. It was easy to spot Tom in his lime green swimming trunks. Legs astride a lounger, he had his back to her, looking out to sea, and a man who spent a lot of time in the gym, but his body was toned and athletic like a long-distance runner. When she got closer, he turned and smiled. Hey, you made it. The light tan on his skin made his blue eyes even brighter than usual. This time she wasn't going to be distracted by his charm. Where's Lily? He nodded towards the sea. She's swimming. She finally found another girl her age, and they're out there together. I've told her not to get out of her depth.
She followed his nod to where Lily and her new friend were bobbing about in the sea. Carrie was the one who was out of her depth. "How did you meet Alex?" Tom's smile froze on his face. He brought his left leg back across the lounger so that he was facing her. "What?" He was playing for time. She wasn't about to give him another second. "How did you meet Alex? I want you to tell me the truth." Reaching out, he took the elbows of her crossed arms, looked shocked when she shook him off. "Carrie, what's going on? What's been said?" "I've spoken to Alex, and she told me to ask you about how the two of you met. You've never told me. Why is that?" He didn't attempt to touch her again. "Please, sit down. This is what I meant when I said I was willing to tell you everything about when I met her." "When we were at lunch?" In fairness, he had said that, and she'd been the one to say that they could talk about it another time. In her defense, she hadn't thought there'd be much more to tell. How wrong she'd clearly been. "So tell me now." "I will. I'll tell you everything. Please, just sit." She didn't want to sit. She wanted to pace, or run. But a woman on a nearby lounger was none too discreetly watching them, over the top of an airport paperback, and she wasn't keen on providing any more entertainment. She moved Lily's tote bag from the bed next to Tom's and took its place. This time she lowered her voice. "Tell me how you met." With a sigh, Tom brought both of his feet onto the lounger, knees bent, and stared out towards Lily. "You have to remember that I was working all the time back then. I know you complain about how often I'm at the office these days, but it was nothing compared to when I was first setting up the business. I had no time for any social life at all. Working at my laptop late into the night, rising early in the morning to get to the office. Everything I did was focused on growing the company." This was not news. She'd complained about his addiction to his email on more than one occasion. "What does this have to do with Alex?" He continued as if she hadn't spoken. "We got talking in a bar one night. I'd been there to take some clients out, and after they'd gone, I was at the bar settling the bill. Alex was sitting at the bar on a stool, alone, and she made some lame joke about the size of the drinks bill. She was funny, chatty. It had been a long time since I'd had a conversation with a woman outside of business contacts, and I indulged myself with a little flirting, I guess." All of this sounded normal. What was he not telling her? "And then what?" "I don't know if there was something about her from the beginning, or maybe I was just in the mood for some company that night. I'd signed my first big client. I was excited. I was going to move my little company to the next level. I told her that, and she persuaded me to buy a bottle of champagne. We sat there at the bar for another hour, and then she ended up coming back with me to my apartment." He frowned and rubbed at his temples. "I don't want you to think that I was ever in the habit of picking up women in bars and sleeping with them on the first night. I hope you know me well enough to know that's not my usual behavior." She wasn't sure how well she knew him at all. Their own relationship had consisted of her working for him and months of friendship before anything had deepened or they'd allowed any romantic feelings to tiptoe out into the world. His being a father had maybe made things different. What happened next? There was clearly more to this story than man picks up woman in bar. Alex's cruel laugh and Tom's pained expression told her that. I enjoyed her company that first night. It had been a long time since I'd done something for myself, and the next morning before she left, she suggested meeting for dinner that evening. Then again a few days later. Before I knew it, we were dating. Or that's what I thought. That was a strange thing to say. That's what you thought. He let out a long sigh. She made everything so easy. One of the reasons I hadn't dated in so long
was that I didn't want to be distracted from work.
Work? I knew that if I had a girlfriend, she wouldn't tolerate the hours I was spending at my laptop every evening. He raised an eyebrow and risked a small smile to remind her of the times when she'd told him to come away from writing a report and spend time with her, but she wasn't in the mood to laugh this time.
So she was the perfect girlfriend?
Sounds crazy now, but yes, I guess she was. She never complained if I had to cancel dates, would always fit around whatever I was doing. And when we got together, she seemed genuinely interested in me prattling on about profit margins and economies of scale. God, I was such a fool. None of this was making any sense.
What are you not telling me, Tom? Alex said to ask you how you met. She made it seem as if it would change my opinion of you, and you are clearly hiding something. Distaste crossed his face. What else did Alex tell you? She's trying to create a wedge between us, Carrie.
Did he think she was a complete innocent?
Do you really believe I don't know that? I'm not stupid, Tom, but I deserve the truth. What have you not told me? The shadow that crossed his face sent a cold shiver down her hot back. She was an escort, Carrie. A sex worker, and part-time romance scammer, and I was her prey.
Her M.O. was to get herself attached to rich men and get as much money out of them as she could. Her sharp gasp made him wince. She closed her eyes for a moment, and the sun shone behind her eyelids in checkered orange lines. When she opened them again, Tom was watching her.
And you truthfully had no idea?
No idea at all. When I look back now, I can't believe how incredibly stupid and naive I was. She literally put herself at my beck and call. And the money I spent. Tom was a generous man, but he was astute. How had he not seen this?
You gave her money?
He nodded. I'm not sure when that began. I know that sounds absolutely ridiculous, but it kind of started small. Some money to go on a shopping trip. She would leave a magazine open at some jewelry that she liked, and I would buy it as a surprise. All the time I'd been building the business, I'd spent nothing, and the deal I'd signed brought in a lot of money. I enjoyed spoiling her, I suppose. Maybe I was showing off. That she could believe. Look at this wedding he'd booked for her. He liked to show his love with big gestures. She'd found it exciting. Now it made her feel sick. And you didn't question that you were spending all this money on her? You didn't ask her what she did for a job? He shook his head. No. To my shame, I didn't.
And then she was practically living with me. It was nice for me, not having to come home to an empty apartment. Obviously, I didn't know then what the cost was going to be.
She wanted to skip past this part. When did you find out what was going on? How did you find out?
Alex told me herself. It was right after she told me she was pregnant. It was just like I've already told you. By the time she found out she was pregnant, it was too late for a termination, and she was angry and upset. I tried to tell her it would be fine, that we would work it out. Like an absolute idiot, I told myself that I could easily fall in love with her. I already had strong feelings, and I found that I liked the idea of having a child. I thought we could make it work. He frowned at the Navy hotel towel beneath his feet. Seeing that he was digging deep for the next part, Carrie stayed silent. Down by the shore, she heard Lily's laugh, watched as she and her new friend splashed each other in the sea, squealing at the cold water. Innocence. It was a fragile, fleeting thing. She couldn't look at Tom, but she heard him suck in a deep breath. She laughed at me. She was crying and laughing and yelling that she'd never had feelings for me, that it was always about the money. Called me names, said I was a sucker,
A fool. Worse. Then she stopped still, silent and deadly, looked me full in the eye and said, "I bet you don't want to have a baby with me now, do you?"
Part of Carrie wanted to take him in her arms and hold him. This was horrible. She looked out at Lily again. Beautiful, bright, sparky Lily. But she did have a baby.
Yes. When she calmed down, we made a plan. First of all, she told me that she wanted nothing more to do with me. She wanted money, obviously, and she was going to go away and have the child adopted. I couldn't let that happen. That was my baby, too. I couldn't bear the thought of her being given away to strangers, not knowing what kind of home she would go to. That wasn't an option for me. I wanted the baby. I wanted to be a dad. The crack in his voice made her heart ache, but she needed to push on.
So you persuaded her to stay?
Yes. I said she had a home with me as long as she needed it. There was a part of me that hoped that once the baby was here, she'd want to be a mother.
He pressed his fingers to his eyes and shook his head.
This is humiliating.
Carrie remembered Alex's words about him being manipulative. Is this what she meant? His hope that she'd change her mind? Then what happened?
We settled into a kind of routine. She didn't like being pregnant, hated the weight gain and the way it made her look. I told her she was beautiful. She softened, not just physically. I began to believe that we could actually do it.
A couple of times, she let a few things slip about her home life as a child. It made me feel sorry for her. However bad the beginning had been between us, I did have feelings for her, and I was determined to find a way to make her love me. The rest of the story is pretty much exactly as I've already told you, except that this last splinter had to be practically tweezered out of him.
Why did you not tell me this 2 days ago?
Because I'm ashamed, Carrie. Because I can't believe she played me like she did. Maybe that's one of the reasons I told Lily that she was dead. I couldn't bear the fact that one day she might find out the truth. I didn't want to see disgust for her father in her eyes. And I didn't want you to be disgusted by me either. What kind of man is taken in by a woman like that? Each answer he gave her generated more questions. Knowing this makes me understand why you were worried about her being with Lily. But what changed your mind? Why did you let her spend time alone with her? If he said that it had been for Carrie's benefit, because she'd complained about not having any time with him, she would walk right now. The only reason she'd been able to accept the lie he'd told Lily all this time was because she believed him that he'd thought it would protect his daughter. If he'd easily left Lily with Alex just to have lunch with Carrie, it would make that a lie. But he leaned forwards with his arms resting on his knees, as if he might throw up.
Alex convinced me that she was trying to turn her life around, that she had asked for money because she wanted to put all of the manipulation behind her. She said that she'd been left in dire circumstances by a man who dumped her with nothing. That was the call I was making on the balcony the first day we arrived. I told her, through my solicitor, that I would send her money, but it would be the only time. What could I do? However I felt about her, she's Lily's mother.
I was intended to tell Lily someday. Honestly, I did. How would it have seemed if Lily found out I had left her destitute? Carrie brought her hand up to her eyes to shield them from the sun, its position on the horizon almost blinding her. But she was with a man when I saw her. He nodded.
That's why I was so angry. I assumed she'd lied to me again.
What Carrie had seen as jealousy when she'd told Tom about Alex's argument with the man had actually been anger at her deception. But their romantic lunch had happened after that. And you still let Lily stay with her when we went out? His sigh came from deep within him.
When I challenged Alex about the man you saw, she explained that that was why she needed the money, to escape from him. She made me believe that she wanted to get to know Lily, and by then Lily was already enraptured by Alex. And I needed Lily to forgive me, too.
My head was all over the place. I've barely slept, worrying what might happen if Alex tried to get a legal custody agreement. If Lily was so angry with me that she might want to go and live with Alex. It was all damage limitation. And I thought I could control what happened by giving Lily some freedom to spend time with Alex. I was stupid. Again. And now I've wrecked everything, haven't I? It was as if she was seeing him for the first time. This man who was always in control, sure of himself, able to smooth any issue or solve any problem, was looking at her for reassurance, for forgiveness. I wish you'd told me everything, right at the beginning. I wish you hadn't lied. His head hung low as he stared at his hands. Would it have changed the way you felt about me? Has it? She wasn't disgusted with him in the way he'd feared. It was more complex than that. It's made me realize that you're not perfect, and I don't think that's a bad thing. He lifted his head. Does it change the fact that you want to marry me? The sound of footsteps thudded towards them, and a dripping Lily snatched up her towel. It's icy cold in the water. Are you coming in, Carrie? Grateful that she'd been saved from answering Tom's question, Carrie found a smile for Lily. Not right now. I'm not as brave as you. I was telling Lucy about the wedding tomorrow. Can I invite her and her parents? We haven't got anyone else coming. Would that be okay? I was telling her about my dress and the flowers. She said she's never been to a wedding on a beach before. Kristin was right. Kids were resilient. 2 days ago, Lily had found out her mother wasn't dead. She'd fallen in and out of love with her and had to wrestle with the huge lie she'd been told her whole life. And here she was, swimming and smiling and making a new friend. Carrie wasn't sure she had the ability to bounce back in the same way. I'll let you two work that out. I'm going back to speak to my mom. Lily looked at her feet, where she was kicking the sand. I should speak to my mom too, if that's okay. She glanced at Tom and he smiled at her. Of course. Whatever you want to do. Without kissing Tom goodbye, she gave the two of them a little wave and turned back up the beach. It was time to face the music with her mother. Now she knew the truth about Alex. It had made her even more determined to get the truth about her own father's departure from her life. Chapter 37. It took 3 attempts before her mother answered Carrie's knock, and then, when she finally opened the door to her room, her sharp face was pinched and angry. If anything, she'd whipped herself up into another level of self-righteous anger. Have you come to apologize for your betrayal? Clearly, she wasn't about to relinquish her self-elevation to the moral high ground. No, I haven't. No, I haven't. We need to talk about this, Mum. Arms crossed, her imperious stance was as familiar to Carrie as her own face. About you contacting your father behind my back? No, thank you. If you want to see him, I don't need to know anything about it. This was like dealing with a petulant child. For that, and a million other reasons, Carrie needed to remain calm. Can I come in? Standing back to let Carrie into the room, she barely looked at her. By the way, I did stay in the lobby to wait for Lily as you requested. When Tom got back, I let him take over. Carrie knew this already, but her mom was clearly expecting gratitude. Thank you. I appreciate it. This was their usual dance. If Carrie was upset with her mother about something, they never got to the bottom of it. There would be diversions and obstructions, and somehow it would become Carrie's fault. There must have been one time that her mother had apologized to her for something, but it would take some effort for Carrie to be able to recall it. She took the chair by the dressing table without being invited. Her mother perched on the edge of the armchair, hands in her lap, as prim as Queen Victoria. I have nothing to say about that man. I don't know what you want from me, Carrie. If she didn't want this to turn into a game of he said, she said, Carrie was going to need to choose her words carefully. I want us to have an honest conversation about what happened after Dad left. I see. He's been telling you stories, and now you've decided I'm a liar. Thank you very much. This was another tactic of hers, to go so far to the other extreme that Carrie was the one who ended up backpedaling. But not this time. Yes, I do think lies were told. I'm just trying to work out why. Her mother reeled, as if she'd been slapped. If she'd been wearing pearls, she would have clutched them. What lies are you accusing me of? At 12, Lily had been more able to have an emotionally mature conversation than Carrie's mother. Mom, can you stop using such dramatic language? I want to talk about this like adults. According to Dad, I sent him a letter, telling him that I didn't want to see him again. Yes, you did. How could she lie this easily to her face? But I didn't, Mum. I would have remembered that. Well, you didn't exactly write it yourself. You asked me to write it for you. Every time you went out with your father, you were upset afterwards. I was upset. This wasn't her recollection. What she remembered was how upset her mother was each time. The way she'd greet her at the door with a balled-up tissue in her hand. How she wouldn't eat dinner because Carrie had eaten with her father, and there was no point cooking for one. The fretting she'd do before he arrived to collect her. It was you who got upset, Mum. She took it, reframed it, and sent it back. Yes, and you hated it when I was upset. Once it made you physically sick. Physically sick, Carrie. That was like for me. I couldn't stand to see you work yourself up like that. This blurring between the way her mother remembered the same events made her head hurt. She needed to get back to the facts. Let me get this straight. You sent Dad a letter from me saying that I didn't want to see him anymore. Because you asked me to. This obfuscation was too much to bear. Mum, I was 9. Who lets a 9-year-old make those kinds of decisions? Don't shout at me, Carrie. You sound like him. Has he put you up to this? I knew that if I let him back in your life, he would take you from me. Her mother was trembling, or fear. Genuine, or merely a well-rehearsed performance to make Carrie back down? Mum, I just want the truth. Please. Did you say Dad could never take me to his house? He didn't look after you properly, even when we were married. He used to let you do dangerous things. When we went to the seaside, he'd let you swim far out to sea with him, even when I begged him not to. And then there was the time when you burned your foot because he let you carry that tray of drinks. How was I supposed to trust him with you? It was hard work to keep this on track. What about after he left? His visits? The times you told me that he hadn't shown up? He says that you lied to me about the right days. That I was waiting for him to come on days he knew nothing about. Studying her mother's face for a reaction, she got nothing. No uncertainty, no realization that she'd been uncovered, no guilt. She was so practiced in her version of reality that nothing would shake her from it. I had been abandoned by my husband for another woman. If I got a date wrong now and again, how is that my fault? That was the darkest time in my life, Carrie. Why are you making me relive it? You're just being cruel. She pulled a tissue from the box on the side table and dabbed at her eyes. This was normally the part of the dance where Carrie would pull away, stop pressing for answers, accept defeat. But not today. Did you purposefully cut Dad out of my life? Is what he's telling me true? Beneath her mother's crocodile tears, her eyes were steely and determined. You were the only good thing I had in my life. He ruined our marriage, our home. I wasn't going to let him have you too. I had to protect you.
Blood rushed to Carrie's head. All these years, all this time she'd assumed that her father hadn't wanted to know her. She'd hated him for what he'd done. And all the time, she'd merely been carrying her mother's anger, her mother's fear.
Why did you lie to me? Not a trace of remorse graced her mother's stiff back and folded arms. I was protecting you, Carrie. I've always protected you. He wasn't safe. It was impossible to know whether she sincerely believed her own words. How long before the manipulation of others becomes your truth? Before, in convincing someone else, you brainwash yourself. That wasn't your decision to make. What gave you the right to do that? Because I'm your mother. Rage flashed in her eyes, anger hardening her features. This was her truth, that she owned Carrie, giving birth to a possession rather than a person. Her fingertips pinching every last inch of Carrie's life.
Decision: what university to attend, what jobs to take, which apartment to buy, had been taken within the boundaries of her mother's expectations. Those boundaries hadn't kept her safe, they'd kept her back. Some walls protect you, others build a prison. In response to the heat of her mother's bitterness, a cold calm settled on Carrie, not the instinctive rush to please and placate, but a distance, a space, a cut of the umbilical cord. And he was my father. I had a right to see him. As Carrie cooled, her mother's anger flamed. And what about me? What did I deserve? Is this you getting your revenge on me? You're going to his side now, abandoning me?
Emotional blackmail was a vicious weapon, and Carrie had been its easy prey for too long.
I'm not abandoning you. I can have a relationship with Dad separate from you. You don't need to know anything about it. Control slipping from her fingers, she threw everything into the ring. And what if I don't want that? What if I can't cope? Will you choose him over me? Cool, calm, certain. I don't need to choose. I want you both in my life. If you aren't able to accept that, it is a choice that you will have to make. I can't believe what I'm hearing. After everything I've done for you, you are... She stumbled on this well-worn path, realizing perhaps that there was another meaning to her words now that Carrie knew the truth, had uncovered everything she'd done. With a strength she hadn't known she possessed, Carrie held her mother's gaze. After everything you've done, I am still your daughter. But I will make my own decisions about my relationship with my father. It was simple. So incredibly simple that she didn't know how it had taken her such a long time to see it. Her mother's moods and demands and needs were not hers to manage. She stood to leave. This time, the tremble in her mother's voice seemed caused by genuine fear. Are you going to him? Is this it? Are you going to leave me too? Carrie was angry. She'd been betrayed by the person who should have protected her. She pictured Lily, her resilience, her determination to do what was right for her. At the door to the room, she turned back, keeping her voice cool and calm. No, Mum. I'm not going to leave you. You're my mother. But I'm making my own decisions from now on. Her gasp was followed by a sob. He's going to hurt you, let you down. That's a risk I need to take for myself. If he was that keen on being part of your life, why did he give up? All these years he hasn't tried to speak to you, has he? This was the last gasp attempt to control her, but this one was true. He had given up. She wasn't a 9-year-old girl under her mother's control any longer. He'd had years and years to make contact with the adult version of her. He wasn't blameless either. I'll ask him about that. And when he gives me his reasons,
I'll make a decision about whether to forgive him, just as I've decided to forgive you. Her mother was never going to change. She would never apologize for what she'd done.
Never accept that she had committed something terrible because of her own selfish needs. But Carrie chose to forgive her anyway, chose to see the fear and loneliness that had caused her behavior. Did that make it okay? Of course not. Was it difficult? Yes. But she could do it all the same. She wasn't about to cut her mother from her life, but she was about to carve out the life she wanted, create relationships on her terms, and she was going to start today. Which led her to the next decision she'd made, about Tom. As soon as he got back from the beach, she would speak to him, explain her reasons. She just hoped it wouldn't break his heart. Chapter 38. An hour on the balcony of her hotel room, looking out to sea, was precisely what Carrie needed to calm her troubled soul. When she'd woken up this morning, she never could have predicted the events of today. It had been the worst kind of roller coaster, all fear, no fun, and she was glad it was almost over. Just one more difficult conversation. It was a surprise when Tom let himself into the room alone. "Where's Lily?" She went into her room from the main corridor. She was covered in sand and needs to get straight into the shower. We'll have to leave the poor cleaner a hefty tip. "How are you? How did it go with your mum?" There was no glib answer for that one. No glib answer for that one. "A bit of a mess, but I'm starting to untangle it all." "Do you want to talk about it? Your dad turning up, I mean." "I do, but not right now." Like a condemned man, he seemed to sense what was coming and was trying to hold it off. "Lily wants to speak to Alex. She's asked me to call her." If only Carrie had had someone to call her father all those years ago, everything could have been very different. "Then you should." He stopped dead and frowned in disbelief. "But you know what she is. That man, the one you saw her with, he's another version of me. Another rich guy she's attached herself to.
How can I let Lily spend time with someone like that? What kind of message does that send?
He wasn't wrong. Alex was most definitely not a great role model. But did he have the right to make that decision for Lily? "I understand how you feel, but Alex is still Lily's mother, and she wants to speak to her. You can't stand in the way of that. You said it yourself, Lily isn't a baby. She's making decisions for herself about who she wants to spend time with. By keeping her away from Alex, you're just going to make her more attractive to Lily. And one day soon, she'll be old enough to do that without your permission, and without the benefit of your support." His face creased with pain. He knew that what she'd said was true. It was a risk to speak to him about this, but Carrie's conversation with Lily had made her brave. She had a voice, and she was going to use it. "I'm not a parent, Tom. I know that. But I have been a daughter caught in a war zone between two parents. I have been denied the right to make my own choice. And it's been debilitating. I've spent my whole life a casualty of that, wounded by people who believed they were protecting me. You've already denied Lily this knowledge for 12 years. You're lucky she's been as forgiving as she has." He leaned against the side of the grey sofa, put his hands up to his face, and dragged them downwards, as if trying to wash himself clean of this mess. "But I can't trust her, Alex. She's proven that this week, hasn't she? I don't want Alex having any kind of influence over Lily. She's the most precious thing in my life. No, Lily is my life. I don't want her to be hurt. How do I entrust her to a woman like that? Lily's a clever kid, and she's kind and sensible, and you've raised her well. It's Lily that you have to trust. She needs to know that you believe in her ability to make up her own mind about Alex.
that you will support her in whatever she needs. Right now, you can set the boundaries. After the way Alex behaved when they argued at the restaurant, they will both have to accept that you don't want her to have Lily alone.
Lily might get hurt. All you can do is be there if she does. This was a lot, and maybe it wasn't her place to tell him how to parent his daughter, but he needed to understand what it was like to be that daughter. The circumstances of her estrangement from her father were different to the situation between Lily and Alex, but the outcome was the same. Both of them had had a parent make that decision on their behalf. Lily deserved better, and if Carrie could help her with that, then whatever happened between her and Tom, she would do it. Now Tom slipped his phone from his pocket and stared at it like it might bite him.
I told her that I'd call Alex now.
But I can't bear to even speak to her.
I'll do it. He looked up, both eyebrows raised. I'm surprised you want to speak to her either. You'd do that for me? She shook her head and held out her hand for the phone. I'd do it for Lily. It took 3 rings, and then Alex sounded suspicious when she answered the phone. What do you want, Tom? It's not Tom, it's Carrie. I'm calling on behalf of Lily. She wants to see you. Now, if possible. There was a long silence on the other end. Carrie waited. Why? There were many parts to that question, but there was only one answer. Because you're her mother. I don't deserve that. No, you don't. But she's offering it, and you'd better not mess it up this time. I'm on my way. She passed the phone back to Tom. She's coming now. His face was set in a grim mask. I'll go and meet her. Lay down some ground rules, and I'm not leaving them alone this time. His anxiety was justified, but they had to trust Lily too. Why don't they meet at the pool cafe? We can sit near the pool and that way we'll be on hand if Lily needs us. Good idea. I'll go to reception to wait for Alex. Can you bring Lily down when she's ready? On the way to the pool, Lily was nervous. I'm not sure what I'm going to say to her. Should I say sorry for running away from the cafe? Carrie knew what she thought, that Alex didn't deserve Lily's kindness. But that wasn't important. Do you think that was the wrong thing to do? Lily was quiet for a few more steps. I just needed to get away from her. Of all people, Carrie understood that. Then tell her that. You can tell her how her words about your dad made you feel. Will she be cross with me? Carrie placed an arm across Lily's shoulders. That's up to her. You've done nothing wrong, Lily. She should be the one apologizing to you. Slowing her pace, Lily glanced at her, as if weighing her next words. I was thinking about it in the shower. I don't want to call her Mum. Not yet, at least. Can I call her Alex?
Carrie stopped in the corridor and turned Lily around to face her, keeping her hands on her shoulders and looking her dead in the eye. You can do whatever you want, Lily. Your dad and Alex, they made decisions for you when it wasn't their place to do that. They got it very wrong. What happens from now on is your choice, and yours alone. And I'm here for you whatever happens between any of us. You can always trust me. I promise. Lily smiled. And you can always trust me. When they arrived at the pool area, Alex stood to greet Lily, nodding her thanks to Carrie. Tom was a few meters away, standing with his back to the low railing at the edge of the path. She joined him there. Nervous tension was coming off him in waves.
Is Lily okay?
A little nervous, but she's got this. Stop staring at them.
He peeled his eyes away and looked at Carrie.
Sorry.
And not just about that. I'm sorry about all of it, Carrie. You've had a lot to deal with, and now you've got your dad here too. How's your mum coping with it all? For once, she didn't care how her mother was feeling. She'll live. If he was surprised at her curt tone, he hid it well. Will you invite him to the wedding? Here was her golden opportunity. There's not going to be a wedding, Tom. Shock and fear battled for supremacy on his face. But Carrie, the wedding is tomorrow. Ready,
It hurt her heart to see the pain in his eyes. It went against the habit of a lifetime to do this, but she had to. I can't marry you tomorrow, Tom. We need to cancel the wedding. Chapter 39. The wind had picked up, and below them in the harbour, small boats tethered in place knocked into one another. Carrie's hair blew across her face and into her mouth. She barely had the energy to pull it away. All her strength had gone into her words. Telling Tom that she couldn't marry him had taken everything. On the railing, his knuckles whitened as he gripped tightly. Not able to look him in the face, she waited for him to regain his breath, to hear what he would say. His words were almost lost in the air. I want you to be my wife. She closed her eyes, focused on the clack of the wooden hulls below, as she waited for the pain in her chest to pass, the knot in her throat to loosen. She couldn't falter now. Clenching her own hands into determined fists, she turned to look at him. What about what I want? Maybe it was her tone that made him look surprised. After all, when had she ever spoken to him like this? When had she ever spoken to anyone like this? He swallowed, his eyes searching hers as if trying to locate the woman he'd fallen in love with. I thought you wanted to get married too. Once upon a time, she had dreamed of that, and only that. Finding someone who wanted to be with her, make a commitment to her, look after her. That had been her holy grail. But now she wanted... No, she needed more than that. It's not that. Tom wavered as if he were about to drop to his knees and beg. Then tell me. Tell me what you want. This was what she'd been thinking about on the balcony, waiting for him to come back from the beach. She had an answer ready. I want you to be honest with me. I want to see every part of your life, Tom, the good and the bad. I want you to stop making everything perfect for me because I don't want perfect. What I want is the truth. I want a real relationship. For the first time, it felt as if he was listening. I understand. But his answer had come too quickly for her to believe that he was properly hearing her. Do you? Because I'm only just beginning to understand myself. I thought you were everything, but you're not. I know you're not perfect, Tom. I know you've made mistakes and you've made some really, really bad choices. But if this is going to work, we need to be honest with one another. Do you honestly love me? Do you actually want to be with me? He opened his mouth to respond, but she held up a hand to stop him. You don't have to give me an answer to that right now. I want you to think about it. I want the truth, not what you believe I want to hear. The breeze dropped, and even the boats below rocked themselves still. For a few moments, they stood facing one another. Carrie dropped her hand, and Tom caught it, pressed it to his chest, where she felt the thud of his heart in her palm. I don't need to think about it. I can tell you the absolute truth right now, if you're ready to hear it. Carrie didn't trust herself to speak, but she nodded. After what happened with Alex, I was angry for such a long time. I didn't want to let anyone in. I had my work and I had Lily. That was enough for me. We moved away.
I started again where no one would know what had gone on. I was ashamed and I was frightened, neither of which were familiar to me. It was hard. Her heart ached for him. This strong, capable man who was laying out his vulnerability for her like a cloth beneath her feet. And then you came to work for me. You were bright and funny, and you took the things that were the most stressful and made them easy. Spending time with you was like, I don't know, coming out of the rain. I know it sounds cheesy and obvious, but I fell in love with you without even realizing it. It became that I couldn't imagine my life without you in it. I didn't want to. It was impossible to stop the tears falling from her eyes. I felt the same. I still do. Hope lit up his eyes. Then please, marry me tomorrow. It would have been easy to agree to have that beautiful wedding on the beach tomorrow that he'd planned. To wear the white silk dress that had made her best friend scream, "That's the one," when she'd come out of the changing cubicle. To be Mrs. Carrie Fraser by this time tomorrow. But that wasn't what she wanted. She shook her head. His shoulders fell, and she reached out to hold his hands, wanting to make him understand. I want a wedding that is more me, not glamour and luxury and perfection. I want something that feels more real, with the people around me that I love. I want my best friend beside me fixing my veil. I want to invite all the people who I've seen married over the years to see me get my happy day. And I want it to be when Lily is ready too. I want a chance to become a mother to her. The hope was back in his eyes.
So it's not a no. It's just a not like this.
She smiled. Exactly. And it has to be what you want too.
I don't care how we do it. Registry office, beach, St. Paul's Cathedral, or a forest in the middle of nowhere. I want to marry you, Carrie. I want to be your husband, and a good dad to Lily, and build our family. She placed a hand on his arm and smiled. I want that too. Epilogue. 18 months later. Carrie had never been as pleased with the sight of her own reflection. Hair, makeup, veil, and utter joy contributing to the best possible version of herself. Behind her, Kristen's expression matched her own. Who knew you could look this good? Their laughter merely deepened the moment. Kristen had been a constant source of love and support since before Carrie could remember. Rearranging the wedding for a registry office close to home, where Kristen could be by her side, was the best decision she could have made. Well, it's pretty impressive what a makeup artist, hairdresser, and a girl's best friend can put together. On the other side of an adjoining door, the giggles of 4 bridesmaids, Kristen's 3 daughters and Lily, bubbled into the air. Kristen glanced in their direction as she smoothed the back of Carrie's veil. I'll go and check on them in a minute. Do you need anything else? Before she could answer that she was fine, there was a soft knock on the door, then a creak as it opened a crack. Is it okay to come in?
Gently, Kristen replaced one stray hair into the carefully constructed, natural updo that had taken an hour this morning. Nodded her approval. You're perfect. Carrie turned to the door. Yes, come in. Wearing a navy suit that matched the one Tom would be wearing, her father pushed the door open, took 2 steps, then paused, the expression on his face so full of awe it was almost comical. Running his eyes from the hem of her dress to the pearl clips in her hair, his eyes filled with tears.
You're absolutely beautiful.
Face and heart warmed by his praise, Carrie smiled. Thank you. Over the last year and a half, there'd been many conversations and confessions, in person and over the phone. Blame had been laid, taken up, worked through, and forgiven. Though some wounds would need longer to heal,
both Carrie and her father were ready to look to the future, resolved to be honest and rebuild their relationship. Stepping forward, he took both her hands in his. "Thank you for letting me do this. I am unbelievably grateful, Carrie."
They both knew that there should be two people giving her away today. But once she'd told her mother that the plan was for them both to be there, she'd flatly refused to share an aisle with him. Clearly, she'd assumed that Carrie would acknowledge that she, as the parent who'd stayed, had the greater right to perform that duty. Before Sorrento, the discomfort of upsetting her mother might have prompted her to do that. Now, however uncomfortable it made her feel, she'd learned to step away and let her mother react however she chose. She squeezed her father's hands.
"I'm very happy you're here."
The door to the bridesmaids' room flew open, and 4 yellow-satined girls, 2 on the cusp of womanhood, swept in. Carrie's mascara was in danger at the sight of Lily, hair swept up from her neck, tiny pearls in her earlobes, her fragile frame and elfin features the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. Letting her hands drop from her father's clasp, Carrie grinned at her. "You look amazing, Lily." In a pose she'd copied from Instagram, Lily placed her fingers on her hip and turned to the side. "I do, don't I?" Then she dropped her arm, giggled, and came towards Carrie.
"Carrie, you look amazing too." One of the benefits of the wedding being delayed was the relationship she'd built with Lily in that time. Far from Alex's presence in their life causing a distance between them, it had brought her and Lily closer. From that first conversation they'd had in Sorrento, she and Lily had had an openness and an honesty to their interactions that had created a safe and deeply real connection. Just as Lily now knew the absolute truth of the circumstances of her birth, Carrie had shared her own experience of dealing with secrets from her past. In helping each other to heal, they'd bonded in a way that was forever.
A knock on the door, and a young woman in dark trousers and an open-necked shirt appeared. More for Lily and the girls than for herself, Carrie had asked the photographer to take some photos here before the wedding. The next 20 minutes were taken up with her and Kristen staging the getting ready process. Carrie standing with her dad, the 4 girls alone, and then with her in the middle, and various other combinations of the 7 of them. The photographer scrutinized the screen on the back of her camera and smiled at what she saw. "Beautiful. I've got those."
"Now, what about one with you and your mum, Lily?" Carrie held her breath, waiting for Lily to correct her, but she didn't. Drawing more from that than was probably the reality, that Lily was too polite to correct an adult's mistake, Carrie's heart was brimful of joy as the 2 of them posed and pouted and laughed and held one another. When she dreamed of this moment over the years, before she'd met Tom, she hadn't known she'd be lucky enough to share it like this. The photographer slipped her camera into the bag slung from her shoulder. "Okay, I'm all done in here. Once you're ready, I'll take some outside of you getting into the cars." Kristen herded her 3 daughters out the door, calling back to Lily. "Are you coming, sweetheart?" Before she left, Lily leaned into Carrie. "I know you're not my mum, but I liked it when she said that." Carrie could barely speak. Fighting to stop the tears that would ruin her mascara, she whispered, "Me too." In a flash of yellow satin, Lily was gone. She and Alex had met a few times since Sorrento, and they were also finding a way towards a relationship. Distinctly odd to have invited Alex to the wedding, but she was coming to stay at the house with Lily tomorrow for the first time, while Tom and Carrie stayed at the Dorchester for one decadent night. Their actual honeymoon was planned for the next school holiday, and Lily was coming too. Her dad held out the crook of his arm. "Shall we?" The cars had been her father's gift for the wedding, a vintage cream Rolls-Royce for the 2 of them, and a navy vintage Daimler, which was already full of the bridesmaids and Kristen.
Standing beside their car, in a pale blue dress and matching coat, stood her mother, back stiff as a board. Heart in her mouth, Carrie fought the instinct to slip her hand from her father's elbow.
Mum, I didn't know you were coming here.
She'd invited her to join them, getting ready, of course. But the clipped response had been that she did not want to be in the same small room as Carrie's father. Turning up at the registry office at all had sounded like a concession. Carrie's conversations with her mother had been different from those with her father. Where he had owned his own mistakes, she had maintained that she had only done what she did because she'd believed it was for the best. In the end, Carrie had come to the conclusion that she had to accept that her relationship with her mother would always be a carefully navigated slalom between ticking the parts that were good and swerving the parts that were unacceptable. She could hope that her mother might change one day, but was no longer wasting emotional energy waiting for it. Her mother stuck out her chin. "I've changed my mind. I'd like to accompany you there." She swallowed, battling with the words that she must want to fling in their direction, before continuing. "I understand that I'll have to share." This was the best Carrie was going to get today, and she was going to take it. "Thank you, Mum. I'd love to have you there." When they arrived at the registry office, Kristen was waiting to straighten her dress and veil, planting one final light kiss on the cheek before she joined the bridesmaids. An official stepped forwards and opened the heavy mahogany door. Inside, the room was filled with all of Carrie's closest friends, their husbands and children. Also, just as importantly, Tom's friends and relations, who, now she knew all about Alex, she'd been able to meet and get to know. She loved him even more through their tales of his generosity and kindness. He was a good man who'd made one terrible mistake, and she'd forgiven him. Today would be the beginning of a new chapter. As the music began, she took her mother's hand and placed it inside the elbow of the arm which held her bouquet of yellow roses. Her other hand she slipped inside her father's arm. Then she stepped over the boundary from the hallway into the chapel, ready to become a wife, a mother, and a woman who deserved love. The end.